This is an older story, something that happened to me almost 20 years ago, when I was 23 years old. I was writing for a popular budget travel guidebook series, and mainly worked in Central and Eastern Europe. Depending on the time of year and which issues were being updated at the moment, I could be gone for several weeks or even several months at a time. Mainly, I traveled alone. I'd run into a few problems here and there, but my experience was predominantly positive. I'd been working in the former Yugoslavia and was on my way to the Czech Republic. It was a long journey by train, so I broke it up into several overnight stops. Zagreb first, then Budapest, making each leg around 8 hours. It was late January and very bitter. There was probably a good 7 inches of snow on the ground, perhaps more in some places. I was exhausted and battling the remnants of a flu I'd picked up in Split. I left in the late afternoon and expected to reach Budapest around 10 p.m. I bought my ticket in the travel center, and when I boarded the car, about half the compartments were empty. There were definitely some other people on it though. Since the train wasn't too crowded, I managed to find a compartment all to myself. I spread out a bit because of this, and prepared for a long ride. The first part of the ride was very smooth. I worked on some guidebook stuff, wrote some notes in my journal. A few hours into the ride though, we passed over the Hungarian border, and things started to go awry. I heard them before I saw them. They were a group of teen boys, about 5 of them that I could see, and they were quite loud. I could hear them running through the train car, laughing, cursing, and banging on the compartment walls. They were loud and obnoxious, but it's not the first time I'd ever been annoyed by a group of teenagers. I didn't even look up. I kept on working on my writing. As time went on, though, they grew louder and louder. As they ran from car to car, they slid the train doors open with so much force it sounded like a bomb going off every few minutes. Then they got even louder. That's when I noticed they were standing right outside my compartment, looking in at me. I could only see 3 of them through the small window, but there were definitely more behind them. I'd seen them earlier. I glanced up at them, frowned, and then looked away. I'd learned the best way to deal with this kind of thing was to just ignore them. I didn't want to encourage this behavior, but ignoring these guys seemed to be having the opposite effect. "Lady, lady," they hollered at me. "Come have some fun." The compartment door was closed. They proceeded to mess with me by slowly opening it, pretending they were going to come in, and then slamming it shut again. They went from chanting "girl, girl" to a much more ominous "we're gonna fuck tonight, and you'll fuck us all," followed by a bunch of slang. At this point, I started to grow nervous. How was I to know whether they were just messing around with me or being completely serious? I mean, I couldn't exactly leave. I'd have to walk through them to do that. They were blocking my only exit and entrance. Then, one pulled out a pocket knife. He stuck out his tongue, ran the blade across it, then pointed it at me and grinned. I tried not to show anything, but my mind was quickly taking stock of what items I absolutely had to take with me if I made a break for it. My lack of reaction seemed to anger the one with the knife, so he switched from licking it to using it to penetrate a circle he'd made with his thumb and forefinger. "You're gonna die," he called out. Part of me figured they couldn't really do anything. There were other people in the train after all, and surely they'd hear me scream. Someone would come and help me, right? The conductor hadn't come through since we did the border crossing, so he was due for a trip around this time as well. I figured I only had to get through the next few minutes, and then they'd get bored and leave. It was at this point I noticed the curtain on the door window. I know it sounds crazy, but that's when I lost it. I'd left the curtain open so people walking by could see the compartment was occupied, but now all I could think was that if they came in, all they'd have to do was pull the curtain closed, and nobody walking past would see what they were doing to me. At least one of them had a knife. They were taller and bigger than me, and they outnumbered me. I started to tear up. What was going to happen to me? I was 23 years old, but a late bloomer. I had a history of sexual assault, too. My day pack was in my lap, and the only things I had in there that could be weapons were a fingernail file and a butter knife. I reached into my bag and fumbled around until I had one in each hand. The first guy slid the door open and stepped inside, knife pointed at me. Another voice filled the corridor. I didn't need to speak the language to hear the anger. The kids ran from my compartment, the one dropping his knife. I watched as a middle-aged man dressed in blue stomped after them. A few seconds later, the train came to a grinding stop. The world outside was so creepy. All I could see was snow and blackness. There were no lights in sight. After a few moments, the train started back up again. The boys did not return, though. I was just starting to feel some relief when the man returned to my compartment. It seemed he was the conductor. "You speak English?" he asked. I nodded. "I made them leave. They're gone now." I thanked him and he came into my compartment and sat down across from me. It felt good having another person in there with me, especially an official. I felt safe now. "It's okay. They're gone." "Thank you," I replied. I was so scared. He nodded knowingly and leaned back into his seat. "It happens sometimes. We get people like this. They can't hurt you, though." I honestly felt like I was going to pass out from emotional exhaustion. Just as I was starting to let my guard down, though, the conductor leaned forward again and said, "You need the fee." Oh, I produced my ticket and showed him. "Well, here's my ticket." He looked at it, shrugged, and handed it back to me. "This is a ticket, yes, but there's a fee for Hungary. You didn't pay." This was the second time I'd made that route, and I'd never had to produce anything extra on the train itself. Now I started feeling sick to my stomach. He quoted me a number around 50 USD. I knew he was taking advantage of me. I wanted to argue, but then he said, "If you don't pay, then you have to leave now and get off with those guys." We were literally rolling through the blackest night I'd ever seen. The snow looked like it would come to my knees. I didn't want to be dumped in the Hungarian countryside with those boys who were harassing me. I felt like I didn't have a choice. He waited while I rooted around in my backpack and produced $30 in a combination of Czech, Bosnian, Croatian, and Slovenian bills. I left myself 20 USD. With that, he took the wad of cash and stuffed it into his pocket, and then he bolted out of there. Once he was gone, I gathered my things and headed to the bathroom. I had to pass by the other compartments as I walked down the corridor. It was that moment I realized I'd been wrong the whole time. There were no other riders in the other compartments. They'd all left at some point. I was the only person in my car. If the guys had come in and attacked me, nobody would have been there to help. I'd have been all on my own. I cried for 5 solid minutes in that tiny bathroom, and then threw up in the middle sink. So I walk to most places I visit, because being severely visually impaired, obviously I cannot drive. I walk at night during summer, which lasts anywhere from April to October if we're lucky. This is probably not the safest idea, but I'm from Texas, so temperatures of 100 degrees plus aren't that unusual. One of my more usual destinations was a convenience store a few blocks from my previous home. I set out one night, just like normal, to grab myself some Pepsi and a candy stash. Our town was not very big, and most other people drove everywhere. It was very unusual to come across anyone else on my route to the store because of this. On this night, though, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to talk to me like he knew me. He asked me where I was going, and I told him I was just going to the store. It wasn't unusual for people to keep watch on me, because hard of hearing blind girls with forearm crutches might need a bit of help, I guess. This guy had no reason to be out there, though, and was walking way too close beside me. He asked me where I was going, and I told him just in case I was overreacting. I sped up as much as I could, since this part of the route was very dark, with only a subway that had already closed for the night. He was definitely not there for a $5 footlong. I tried to appear calm. I was shaking to the point, though, that I was afraid I'd drop my crutch, which was the worst thing I could do right then. Especially after he started talking about how easily he could have his way with me in a ditch and no one would ever know. I felt sick, but I continued on walking. What else could I do? The store was only about 20 yards away. Luckily, I happened to know the guy who worked there on the graveyard shift. I got safely inside. My friend handed me a bag to carry my stuff until I was ready to check out. When I got up to the register, he began to speak loudly enough that my ears hurt. I had to turn my hearing aid down because it hurt so much. "Hey babe, you ever find my 3DS? I played along, and he opened the half-door thing and I sat on a stool like it was normal. The creepy dude came over and slammed his Bud Light and a 10 on the counter. After being handed his change, he went outside. We waited for a bit before my friend spoke to me. He's still out there waiting by the ice machine. After about 20 minutes, he still had not left yet. My friend called his manager, and after explaining the situation, she told him to lock up and take me home. He did, and even walked me in through my door. We stepped inside together. Catherine told me to give you this. He handed a keychain to me and showed me how to lock and unlock the pepper spray. Then he said this: "Hey, call us before you come from now on. That man has been following you for the last 4 weeks or so. He comes in after you every time." He left, and I made sure the door and window was locked that night. So this event happened to me back when I was 20 and was going back from my aunt's house, where I'd give lessons to my little cousins each week. I was a student back then, and it happened in winter when it was quickly dark around 5 p.m. I must also say I'm a woman, and unfortunately that's not very helpful when it's getting dark out. I was going back to the train station to take the direction home because I lived quite a few stations away from my aunt. At that time, it was around 6 already. It was really dark and cold outside. I remember being particularly tired too, so I didn't give much attention to the direction the train I was waiting for was going to. As soon as it rolled in, I went inside. It was really crowded, so I stood up for quite some time. That didn't help much with how tired I already was. After some time, a seat finally cleared up. I snapped it up as fast as I could. I let out a heavy sigh that attracted the attention of the people beside me. I was a little ashamed by that, so I just looked down at my phone and didn't pay much attention to the others for the rest of my ride. At some point, though, I noticed the guy in front of me looking really intensely right at me. Then again, I was so tired I didn't really think much about it. I just continued watching whatever was on my phone at the time. As we rolled into a station, the train stopped, and the driver informed us that was the last stop. I had my headphones on, so I didn't hear the entire message. I thought I had to stay on the same train and it would just go back on the same line after a few minutes. While everyone else went out, I just switched places to go somewhere with no one beside me. It was a seat comfortably near the window. When the train was soon to start again, the man that was looking at me earlier walked straight into my zone and sat right in front of me. I was focused on my phone, though, and didn't pay much attention to him. It was quite strange, though. The entire wagon was empty where I was. There were tons of empty seats where he could have sat, but he chose right next to me. The train started up again, and I was happy to finally be able to approach my home. As some stations passed by, though, I noticed something odd. The stations were the ones I'd already passed by before. In fact, the train was going back to the direction of my aunt's house, not where I lived. I realized I hadn't heard the message right in the first place. I was a little bit angry because of this, but most importantly, I laughed at myself. It was the first time I was so tired I'd done such a mistake. As I was smiling at my own foolishness, I started to look around me. I saw the man sat before me. He was looking confused, while switching his gaze between me and the windows. I laughed and gave him a small smile. I thought he'd also gone in the wrong direction too, since he had been in the same train for a long time now with me. But he didn't smile back. Instead, he glared at me and got very angry. I remember getting a chill at that moment. My senses finally woke up to make me realize there was something wrong with this man. I stopped the video I'd been watching and started to think. I had two options. The first one was to just stop at the next station, change sides to take the train that would actually get me home. That was the most logical and normal option. I didn't know why, but something in my gut told me I shouldn't go home alone tonight because of the man in front of me. I decided to stay on the train instead and see if he would get off before me or not. After all, I was sure this was not his direction either. I stayed. At least 4 stations passed by, but he didn't move at all. Instead, he seemed to get much more confused and angry with each passing station. He was glaring at me a lot, switching to the windows each station, as if he was waiting to see which one I would get off on. Now he was giving me a real scary look. I tried to avoid his gaze as much as possible. At some point, he started to push his leg against mine. It's like when the train is riding fast, and because of its movements, you sometimes touch people near you and bump slightly into them when it's crowded. Him doing that was not natural, though, because the train was almost empty. After some time, I was really getting awkward. Even when I changed position to be away from him, he would constantly rub his legs up against mine. It pissed me off. I looked straight at him, and then I knew immediately I was in danger. He was looking at me with this huge smile on his face. Since he'd noticed I was now reacting, I was terrified. When the train stopped again at a station, I didn't really think. I jumped out of my seat and started to go out. He followed behind me. I was really scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want him to follow me home because I lived in a really secluded place. If he were to follow me all the way, at some point he would be able to do anything to me. Near my own home, there would be no one around to hear or help me. I was trying to think fast, when suddenly I got an idea. I stayed near the train before the door closed, and walked near it like nothing happened. He was still following me and looking at me, but I tried to remain calm. When I heard the sound of the door about to close, I jumped back inside the train again. Right when the door was closing, he couldn't get in on time. I saw him looking at the closing doors in shock. He looked at me like he wanted to kill me. I went back to my seat and stared out the window looking at him to see what he would do. He was so furious. I was scared he was going to break the glass and jump right at my neck. The train finally started again. It was gradually pulling away from the platform. The man was staring at me, following me with his gaze the entire time. When the train finally passed that station, I started breathing normally again. After that, I stayed on a few stations and finally got off and changed sides to take a train in the direction of my home. I was looking behind me the whole time and ran home as fast as I could. It was only when I was in my room that I fully realized what had happened. That event was really a change for me. Before that, I was really carefree when I took the train or the subway. But from that time on, I started being a lot more cautious of my surroundings, especially when returning home at night. My mom's dog Punky was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an ESA dog, but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she'd lived. Never growled, never nipped at anyone. She had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here is that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only ever saw it happen one time. I was 11 at the time this happened, and at home with my siblings who were 6 and 2 respectively. My then stepdad was at work. My mom had to go to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or 2 away, so it wouldn't take that long. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods on a dead-end road at the time. You had to really make an effort to get down there, find our house, navigate that rickety-ass driveway, and find our door. I was sitting there at the computer, having a grand old time watching some YouTube videos, when all of a sudden our dogs jumped up and started investigating down the hall. My siblings were both napping in the bedroom at the end of that hall at the time, so I figured they just stirred a bit and scared the dogs. Then though, Punky jolted upright, stood on the couch, and puffed her chest out. Her ears were perked up, fur standing on end, tail straight upright. She started to bark loudly. It boomed through the living room and echoed all around. All of a sudden, she jumped off the couch and went tearing down the hallway. I was already on edge because I'd never heard her bark before. I stood up and went to look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I was assuming was a shadow monster based on how the dogs were acting. But then, I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our home was location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who would ever show up were family, and they would never knock. I slowly walked toward the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky. I felt better with these 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were the size of a New York City sewer rat. I opened the door just a bit, only to see standing on our porch the sketchiest man I'd ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. Extremely thin, a taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, heavy bags under his eye, and half-managed hair, like he'd just given it a quick brush and figured that was good enough. Everything about him just seemed too thin, a little too shallow. His clothes were all off too. They were nice, but like fake nice, you know? Like a clean, newer-looking t-shirt and new jeans. Like one of those suits you'd buy from a factory or something. All his clothes were real dark too, despite the fact it was summer in Texas and it was definitely well into the hundreds that day. He had a plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like it had been covered up and taped over. I stared at the man in confusion. I definitely had never seen this guy before. I asked him what he wanted. He smiled in a way that was obviously fake and spoke in the same voice retail workers do. "Hey there, kiddo, I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner. You mind if I come in and show you how good it works?" Alarms were already going off in my head. This was just way too weird. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact he didn't even ask if my parents were home at all is unnerving. That meant he probably knew they weren't, and that was why he was there in the first place. I should have told him to get the fuck off our property, that I'd have to go talk to my mom. I didn't say that, though. Instead, I shook my head and said, "We don't have a carpet." "Well now, hold on a minute. It works on other things too." He took a big step toward the door and shook the bottle at me. I started to freak out and was about to close the door. Thing is, our front door wouldn't even lock. It was broken and basically useless. I was sure something very bad was about to happen. I was terrified as I thought about what to do in the few seconds I thought I had before it did happen, when all of a sudden I heard it. Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground with her teeth bared, snarling like she was feral. Slobber was flying from her mouth, her ears down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy heard it too. As I looked toward Punky, she tried to lunge past me. I just barely caught her as she tried her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. The man freaked out and ran off the porch without saying another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out along with the rest of our dogs, and they started chasing him. Our small dogs chased him down the driveway and stopped about halfway, barking and jumping about. Punky stopped just on the porch though and watched him vigilantly, staring into the distance until he disappeared. As he ran down the road, I swear I saw someone join up with him when he got onto it. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed, and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realized my siblings were still in that room and ran to check on them. When I got to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had definitely been trying to climb through, no doubt in my mind. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky had been sleeping. I think someone was trying to climb through the window, Before Punky went after them and scared them off, the man at the door was obviously meant to distract me. They definitely hadn't expected Punky, because most of the time she was with my mom inside, while our small dogs were the ones the public saw more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home, she took all of us to my aunt's house. On our way there, we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men, plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. I worked at a Jimmy John's restaurant for a couple of years when I was at college. It was a nice place to work, plus I had a car, so I easily got hired as a delivery driver. There's something about doing the majority of the work in your car that makes the job so much more enjoyable. Plus, I could take my study notes and play them in the car while I drove around. Early on during my sophomore year of college, I began delivering to a man who lived in Verona. He was right on the edge of our delivery area and was a nice older man, likely in his early 70s. The first time I delivered to him, he seemed quite taken with me. I could tell. After that first delivery, he began to ask on the phone whenever he placed an order, specifically for me. I know that most people might think this was creepy right away, but honestly, it didn't really come across that way. He was a very nice older man, seemingly. Never came on to me, didn't even give me the once-over when I was over there. He always gave me a very healthy tip as well. As a Jimmy John's driver, that could be a rare experience. It really didn't matter to me if he liked me or whatever. He was never creepy or weird about it, so it was just fine. At least once a week, he would call in an order, and each time he would ask, "Is Jen working today?" With that, I would go and deliver his sandwich to him. During finals week that year, I decided to go ahead and work anyway. I didn't need to take time off to study because I could always just study in my car anyway. One afternoon, around 2 hours into work, the snow started falling very steadily, and it began to accumulate quickly. We didn't get a whole lot of orders that day because of this, so ironically, I wasn't really getting that much studying done. I did have my books out in the car, so I went to go out and grab them, and got to work as well. At about 9 p.m., the phone rang. I answered it, and before I was even able to give my name, I heard the familiar voice of that old man asking me, "Is Jen working today?" He placed his regular order, and I hopped in my car to drive over to his place. I had to go rather slowly because the snow was so slippery this night. I was born and raised in Wisconsin, so I was used to driving in the snow, but this particular snow was a bit sloppy. I found myself skidding quite a bit. It was piling up fast on my windshield, so I had to keep my wipers on full blast just to remove it. It was very difficult to see where I was going. Fortunately, Jimmy John's only delivers really close to their stores, so I arrived at his house pretty quickly. I parked on the street right behind another car, which appeared to be warming up. I thought that was odd because with the snowstorm in full gear, I didn't think anybody should be out driving tonight unless they really had to. Home was the perfect place to be. I grabbed the old man's order and hopped out of the car. Looking at the house, though, I noticed he had all of his lights off this time, which was rather unusual. I went up and knocked on his door. No answer. I knocked again. This time, I heard a voice from inside the house shout out at me, "Come in!" This was different than every other time I delivered there. The man had always come right to the door. He'd never asked me to come inside either. This was really odd. I really didn't want to go into a customer's house, so I knocked on the door again. Again, I heard him yell at me to come in. After considering it for a moment, I finally decided to go inside. The man had always been nice to me before, and I had no reason to expect this time would be any different. I found it pretty unlikely he would have been the type of creep that would spend months trying to gain my trust, just to invite me into his house one random evening and do something to me. That seemed kind of silly to me. I opened the door and walked in. The house was dimly lit by a lamp in the corner. I was in the front hallway. I looked around and peeked into the living room. where I saw the man rocking in his chair right by the fireplace. There was a very small fire going. I couldn't really see much else, other than the man's silhouette. I was really unnerved at this image. I felt like I should just turn around, go back outside, get in my car, and leave. It was then that something caught my eye. On the floor, right next to his chair, I saw a knife laying on the carpet. That was the clincher that convinced me to leave. Just as I decided to do so, I heard the man call out softly, "Jen, don't go." In my head, I was telling myself, screw that, this is way too weird. I had been moving slowly, but I noticed the man was making no attempt to get up and follow me. I turned and rushed toward the door. Just as I was about to reach it, though, I saw through the glass something moving off the side of the door on the porch. My heart jumped in my chest. I realized that somebody was standing just out of view of the door, pressed up against the house. I realized right then why the man hadn't gotten up to follow me. He had an accomplice outside who was going to grab me as soon as I left. It seemed like an eternity passed as I stood there, wondering what to do in this situation. I now had to creep both inside and outside the house. Regardless of what I did, it seemed I would be subject to one of them. The man outside moved. I knew he'd noticed that I was not acting. As he moved toward the door, I quickly reached out and grabbed it. I locked it tight. The man stared at me through the window. He was wearing a black ski mask over his face, but I could see the anger in his eyes. He began to pound on the door, and I did the only thing I could think to do. I took out my cell phone and dialed 911. I showed him the screen as I hit the call button. He got the hint and turned and left. He jumped into the car I'd seen warming up and drove off. It turned out the old man hadn't been trying to hurt me at all. In the time period of about 30 minutes that it had taken since he'd placed his order and the time I got there, someone had broken into his house, beat him up, and tied him to his rocking chair. The intruder was right in the middle of robbing him and had been loading things into his car when he saw me pull up to the house. Apparently, he was going to do something to me on my way back out. Well, even though nobody was hurt in the end and the old man gave me a pretty good tip for helping him, I just couldn't take the stress of that job anymore. I quit after and got a job waiting tables. Much happier experience. This is the weirdest thing that ever happened to me in my entire life. I can't actually explain how it happened either, but I can guarantee it did happen. During a snowstorm one winter, I was hanging out with my then girlfriend. We were having a wonderful evening all in all, and we decided we should watch a movie and order a pizza. I hated the idea of making a pizza delivery guy deliver a pizza in the middle of a snowstorm. My girlfriend, though, insisted they often got very busy when it snowed out, so I broke down and let her order a pizza. We then settled in and I tried to decide what movie to watch. Nearly 45 minutes after we placed the order, my girlfriend began to get very impatient. I tried to tell her that with the driving conditions so poor, combined with that increased business she had told me about, she had to give the poor guy a little bit of leeway as to when he would arrive. She was having none of this, though, and kept on saying bad things about the pizza place. Finally, about an hour after I'd placed the order, I noticed the lights of a car pulling up alongside the house. Outside, I heard someone come up on the porch and begin to knock on the door. I went to the door, opened it, and of course, there was the pizza delivery. He gave me the pizza, which I had already paid for, and I gave him a tip. This was despite the fact my girlfriend insisted he didn't deserve one since he'd taken so long to get there. She did this right in front of him, mind you. I apologized for her behavior and sent him on his way. I put the pizza box down on the kitchen counter and proceeded to get into a fight with my girlfriend about being so rude and nosy. I placed the pizza box on the kitchen counter and then proceeded to get into a big fight with my girlfriend about being so damn rude. I'd never seen her act that way about something before, but it seemed she had a bug up her ass about pizza delivery guys for whatever reason. I warned her that she had to be careful, or one day when she ordered something she would end up with a spit in her food, if she was lucky. If she was unlucky, it could be something worse. As the two of us stood there arguing, suddenly I heard another knock at the door. Confused as to who could possibly be coming over to the house during the snowstorm, the two of us went to answer it together. Upon opening it, there was the pizza delivery guy standing right there. He apologized for the long wait to get to us. We were surprised. We told him that our pizza had already just been delivered. He was insisting that was impossible because he was the only driver working that night. He told us that's why it had taken him so long to get there. I didn't know what to do. I had already paid for the thing online, so it didn't seem like a scheme to try and screw us over or anything. The driver seemed genuinely confused and upset as well. My girlfriend began verbally assaulting him. I couldn't understand why she was acting this way. After a moment, I became fed up with it and just took the second pizza anyway. I gave that driver a tip as well, and he left. We walked back into the kitchen, with my girlfriend nagging me about how she had been right about them all along. She told me I shouldn't have tipped that second guy, because clearly he was just conning me. It just didn't make sense. I was getting really fed up with how she was acting. I decided it would be best to just have our pizza and watch the movie. I got myself a plate and proceeded to open both boxes. When I opened the box delivered by the first driver, though, my girlfriend began to scream. I looked inside. There was what looked like the torn-up bodies of animals scattered all over the pizza. On the back of the box in red was written, "Next time," my girlfriend's name. I didn't know what it meant, and I never found out, as we broke up shortly afterward. Considering the way my girlfriend was acting towards the pizza delivery guys, maybe she'd pissed off somebody pretty badly in the past. Weird thing is, I have no idea how the first guy even knew we'd ordered a pizza. Whatever it was and whatever conflict my girlfriend had with the pizza delivery people, I'm glad I never had to experience anything more. I'm the son of two first-generation immigrants from China. My parents came over during the 1960s, after the immigration quota was raised for the 1965 Immigration Act. They settled down in Chicago, and I was their first child born in the United States. I grew up in the 70s and early to mid-80s. My parents opened up a restaurant in the 70s that I still own today. Although I currently enjoy a lot of success, that was not always the case. In fact, in the early days, the restaurant didn't make much money at all. To keep from hiring too much outside help and increasing costs, all the family had to pitch in to help. I'm sure you've seen this happen at some smaller Chinese restaurants. I would come to the store after school and sit in the booth by the cash register and do my homework while helping. If the phone rang, I would be the one taking the orders. When the customers came to pick up their food, I would hand them the food and take their money. I didn't get paid for this work, but it was really minimal effort, and it didn't really interrupt my studying very much either. When I was 16 years old, enough to legally drive and work, my parents hired me as a delivery driver. I was happy to finally be making some money. Basically, I only worked for tips, but it was a decent amount of money all the same. More often than not after that, my younger sisters and brothers took over the hosting duties. This happened to me back in the mid-1980s. I just finished up at school and was headed in to work. We expected a pickup and delivery business that day because there was supposed to be a snowstorm that evening. My parents, as I'm sure you can imagine, were not the sort who would cancel delivery just because of the weather. The flurries had begun to fall before I'd even left school, and by the time I was at work, it was falling quite heavily. It seemed at first that my parents were wrong about the extra business tonight. For the first couple of hours, we didn't even get a single customer. It was after 5 p.m., and the snow was piling up significantly. Then I heard a customer come into the store. My younger brother was supposed to greet him, but I decided to do it since we were so slow. The man who walked in immediately made me uncomfortable. I didn't really know why. He didn't look threatening, but he was acting very weird. He was squinting hard, and we had a big aquarium, which he walked over to and began to speak to the fish. Then he walked up to the counter. After looking at the menu for a moment, he actually said this to me. "Hey, yeah, so what do you recommend, Fu Manchu?" I groaned, but tried not to show my annoyance. This sort of behavior wasn't totally unheard of, and my parents usually tolerated idiots in order to make more money. I suggested he order the beef and broccoli, and when I did, rather than order, he looked at the menu for quite a while. When I was about to say something, he looked away from the menu and looked down at me. He met my gaze head on, and the wild look in his eyes sent a shiver down my spine. Can I help you with something, sir?" I finally asked, a little bit of annoyance in my voice. He didn't answer me, and even though I hadn't meant to, I began to drum my fingers on the counter in impatience. After a long pause, he asked me, "Do you know karate?" In fact, I did not. This was not an uncommon stereotype back then, but I didn't answer. The man began making fake karate noises at me. I just stared at him in disbelief. "So, you know karate? Tough guy? You want to settle this outside?" "Settle what?" I said to him. "I haven't even done anything to you." The man was getting quite boisterous with his karate noises. His loud voice attracted the attention of my mother. She came out and saw the man giving me a hard time. When she assessed the situation, she demanded that he leave. The guy stopped and pulled a pocket knife out of his coat and began to wave it at my mother and I. He told my mother to make him leave. When he started to make a ruckus again, my dad and two of the men from the kitchen came out, each with their own much bigger knives. The chef demanded the man leave, and he did after giving me a long, dirty look. As the evening deepened, the snowstorm began to bring in the regular influx of customers. I had to let my brother and sister take orders because I was getting tons of delivery requests. It was quite rough. The snow was falling very heavily, and I had to drive real slowly. I had to pile several orders into the car at a time and drive to each building at a snail's crawl. I had 3 orders to get out around 10 p.m. Fortunately, 2 of them were in the same apartment building, so after delivering the first, the second and third should be easy. I got out of my car, the snow hitting me in the eyes, and I went up to the buzzer. I was immediately buzzed into the gate and walked up to the building. The first hallway was long and empty. I knocked on the door at its end, delivered the order, and then got into the elevator to go to the top floor. Arriving at the next apartment, I knocked on the door. It won't come as a surprise to anybody hearing this that the man who answered was that racist man from the restaurant earlier. As he opened the door, I felt like a ball of lead had formed in my stomach. I tried to keep my composure and hand the man his food. The creep wouldn't give me money though, and he didn't try to take his food either. He just smiled at me. After a long pause, he asked me once again, "Do you know karate?" My heart was beating fast. I wanted to turn around and run off. I didn't answer and tried to hand the food over to the man. He wouldn't take it though. Finally, I shook my head no. I guess in retrospect, I should have said yes. He was obviously asking me because he wanted to know how easily he could beat my ass. Although I was expecting a beating almost right away, he held his hand out for his food. I handed it to him. He held it for a moment, before throwing it on the floor and stomping all over it. I made to run off, but the man grabbed me and shoved me backwards, my back hitting the wall across the hallway. I hit my head too, and felt fuzzy for a moment. The man walked out into the hallway with me. I wanted to get up and leave, but the wind had been knocked out of me. I didn't know what to do. This guy looked like he was gonna kill me. Not much time had passed between the time I'd fallen against the wall before the man was standing over me. He was about to kick me in the face when someone in the apartment behind the wall opened their door. A man in his early 20s looked out and noticed me laying there. The other man immediately fled back into his apartment and slammed and locked the door. The new guy helped me up and offered to call the hospital for me because it seemed I'd damaged my head. I declined, but I did ask him to walk me out of the building. I didn't tell my parents what happened. They were pretty overprotective, so I knew if I did, they wouldn't let me deliver anymore, and I really liked that job. Fortunately, I never had to interact with that man ever again. Let me start by adding a little info for context. I'm 29 years old, but often get mistaken for being much younger than I am. I look so young, sometimes people mistake me for being 13 to 15 years old. I have a real baby face, and I'm petite as well. I try to use this to my advantage if I don't want to talk to someone. So yesterday, on Saturday, I went to the mall to pick up a new dress since my cousin is getting married next month. I wasn't picking up anything too fancy, since the wedding wasn't super big or traditional. Still though, I thought I should try to look nice. As I picked my last of 5 options and made my way to the dressing room, I was approached by a woman who asked how old I was. I told her not to worry about it and went to try my things on. I picked out one I liked and exited the dressing room. When I returned the unwanted dresses to an employee, I was again approached by the same woman, who decided it was her business to ask how old I was. Again, I told her to leave me alone and tried to find some good shoes to match my dress. In the shoe section, I was approached yet again by this woman, who all of a sudden decided I was a child. She started yelling at me about how 12-year-olds shouldn't be left in the mall alone and asking me where my mother was. I kindly let her know I was an adult and that I was fine. This seemingly upset her. I guess she reported me to a security guard as a lost child. When approached by security, I answered all his questions and even showed my ID to prove I was an adult. I let him know she'd been bothering me. As far as I know, he told her how old I was and to leave me alone. The rest of the day though, wherever I went in the mall, this woman followed me the entire way. Finally, I got annoyed enough to just leave, where this woman followed me out to my car and proceeded to try and shove me into her car, telling me she would drive me home. I let her know once again that I was an adult. I had my own car and was going to drive myself home. I got into my car and drove around for a good hour to make sure she still didn't follow me, before finally going home. My mother is a primary school teacher in a rural town in Australia. About 10 years ago, she was offered the principal position at a tiny mountain school about an hour away from where we lived. This mountain town was kind of a long-running joke for us townies. Just mentioning it would cause any local to start humming the dueling banjos theme from Deliverance. The population was just under 40 people. Most of them had the same last name, and they were all pretty well known for keeping it in the family. However, being promoted from teacher to principal was a pretty big deal for my mom. We decided we'd all live at the old schoolhouse during the week and come back to civilization on the weekends. When we arrived, I was shocked at just how small this town actually was. One street surrounded by thick scrub and brushland, dilapidated houses tucked away out of sight from the main road. No streetlights, no shops. The school was tiny, with only about 14 kids in total, and all related to each other in some way. I hate to say it, but some of the students had that Innsmouth look, if you know what I mean, that only comes with generations of kissing cousins. But overall, they were all really nice actually. All the kids behaved well, and my mom enjoyed her new job a lot. I had just finished high school and was waiting for university to start, so I spent most of my days alone in the schoolhouse reading or cooking, while my siblings were away at school and my parents were at work. However, as the weeks progressed, I found myself spending more and more time at the school itself helping Mom, because I just couldn't stand being alone there. With no TV reception and only an old Walkman and some shitty cassette tapes to fill the silence, I found myself rapidly fluctuating between bored and extremely paranoid most of the time. There were always a lot of sudden and random old house noises that really didn't sound like they were the house at all. Scratching, shuffling sounds at odd times that frequently sounded like footsteps or perhaps even voices. I tried to pass it off as paranoia for as long as I could, but shit finally hit the fan one day. I had just happened to stop my tape mid-song, when I distinctly heard a man's voice quietly whispering random numbers from the front veranda. 40, 40, 9, 40, 17. I ain't afraid of no ghosts, but I am afraid of hillbilly home invasions, so I took off to the school and reported it to my mother, who of course did not believe me. Then I went to my father, who didn't believe me either. My sister did though, at least. She said she hadn't slept well since she was awoken nights before by the sound of a branch scraping on her bedroom window. Only catch was, there was no tree around. She told me she thought she had seen a man standing in the backyard late one night too, but when she mustered the courage to look once more, he was gone. Pretty soon, we were the first teenage sisters to ever insist upon sharing a room together. My parents both thought we were being ridiculous. However, one evening after dinner, we were visited by two of the local men who told them something that changed their mind. After asking if we'd had any trouble at the house, they proceeded to tell us that everyone in town had been experiencing trouble for over a month now. Apparently, these men dressed in makeshift camouflage gear had been wandering down along the main street at night. It came to the town's attention because while the town was used to strangers in hunting gear, these guys were covered in leaves and grass and sticks. No one knew who they were. Definitely not the locals of the town. There were at least 10 different people, always traveling alone, and always dressed in that same weird camouflage clothing. At first, the locals of the town were just having a laugh about it. It certainly wasn't common to see people dressed as walking bushes outside of a Warner Bros. Cartoon, even during hunting season. It was very absurd and funny, at least at first, until these guys started sneaking onto private property. One lady had woken up to find something moving under her house, shining a flashlight up through the floorboards. Another man had come home to find a camouflaged guy hiding crouched on his roof. One man heard muttering from his back porch, only to go out and discover that someone had unchained his hunting dogs from their run and tied them to his back doorknob, then drawn a large X on the door. Pretty much every local had been terrorized by one of these guys in the night, and some of them even brazenly during the day. The local guys were really nice actually, and warned my dad to keep things locked up tight and stay vigilant, and let them know if anything happened. Over the course of the next month, many similar events occurred. My mother even saw one of the men hiding on the edge of the school grounds during the day and called the police. The sightings were frequent, as were the chalk X's. One of the locals even saw a man in camouflage standing on his front lawn whimpering like an animal in the early hours of the morning. The local guy who'd seen him threatened him while his wife called the police, but the man silently stood his ground, smiling at them in the dark. The local man eventually lost his cool and beat the heck out of this creeper, who stood there smiling and laughing through the entire beating, then just got up and walked calmly back into the bush, still smiling and even bleeding before the police arrived. Unfortunately, there's not really a cool ending to this story. The school closed not long after due to government funding cuts, and my mom got a new job closer to home, which meant we left pretty quickly. We moved back home after spending only 5 months up in mountain country, and no one in the family was too sorry about that. I often wonder who those guys were to be out there in the middle of nowhere, and why were they doing all of that exactly? A few years ago, I was leaving my grad school office late, around 10 p.m. to catch the bus home. I walked from the university campus via relatively busy, well-lit streets to the main north-south road in my area of the city. I was waiting for the bus at a shelter, as it was in the middle of winter and snowing. It was fairly cold. The bus ran about every 15 minutes, so I wasn't really worried or nervous or anything, just kind of patiently waiting there to get on my way home. I was listening to my music with my headphones in when I noticed a guy walk up to the shelter. I looked at him briefly, did that little Canadian half smile of acknowledgement, and went right back to listening to my music and reading through Reddit. A few minutes passed by and I could hear him start talking to me now. Well, I assumed it must be me. I was the only one around. I looked up and the man was staring at me, smiling a bit oddly and speaking to me as well. I took out my headphones. Excuse me? He kept on smiling and blathering on, asking me about my day, the weather, what I like to do, etc. I don't know what it is about me, or perhaps people in general, but I'm a perennial people pleaser. I don't like confrontation, and my main aim in life seems to be to keep the peace at all times. So I answered a few of his questions politely and as non-specifically as I could, with one of my earbuds still in. He just kept on blathering on and on though. At this point I just kind of tuned him out and nodded politely. This went on for about 10 minutes, when I just had this sinking feeling in my stomach about this guy. Like I could tell something was just a little bit off now, enough to make me start getting nervous. After about 10 minutes, I could see the bus rolling on its way up, which was a huge relief for me. No one else had arrived at the bus stop that entire time. Luckily, I could see at least 10 to 15 people were already on, which was great for me. I hopped on the bus and sat near the front. The guy sat across from me, so he could keep on talking to me. I had originally intended to head right to my house, to the west of the street I was on, but after this guy decided to be my personal parrot, I decided to go to my boyfriend's instead, pretty much in exactly the opposite direction. I was still getting an uncomfortable feeling from this guy, so I decided I would push the bus stop button a stop early, just to see what this guy would do. The bus came to a stop at my request, and the man got up immediately. I didn't move.
"Oh, isn't this your stop too?"
he asked me. "Oh, whoops, I must have hit the wrong stop button on accident. I'm kinda tired, The man looked at me.
"Oh, well, that's funny. I must have mixed it up too, because this isn't my stop either."
He sat back down right behind me. At this point, I was pretty freaked out. I hit the bus stop for the next stop and texted my boyfriend to come and meet me at 109th Street. I got up to leave once the bus stopped, and the creepy man followed close behind. I crossed the road and he still followed, still jabbering away at me, asking me all kinds of questions. Once I got to the other side of the road, I told him I had to go now, and my boyfriend was meeting up with me. He looked irritated at even the idea of me having a boyfriend, and tried to follow me more. I stopped and told him I was going alone from here on out.
"Well, can I have your number?"
he asked. I panicked. I kind of froze. I gave him almost my number, with the last 4 digits completely scrambled around. I read it off to him, said goodnight, and started walking away really quickly. I had almost started running, and had made it 20 steps away. I could hear him now jogging after me.
"Hey, I think there was a mix-up. I tried calling that number and it wasn't you."
He jogged right up next to me, and was still smiling that same weird smile, staring at me. How weird," I said, grabbing my phone. I pretended to check it for a missed call, and texted my boyfriend that I needed him to come right now. The man leaned in.
"So, what's your real number then?"
he asked. I honestly don't know what I would have done. I think I would have just given it to him. I had no idea what to do. It was extremely cold, it was winter, and it was dark in this tiny residential neighborhood I had entered. I knew I couldn't outrun him. Luckily for me, at that exact moment, my boyfriend came sprinting up. He was fairly large and somewhat imposing. I turned around to the man and said, "Have a good night." I jogged up to my boyfriend and launched myself at him. I didn't look back at the creepy dude, but I did tell my boyfriend to please make sure the doors were all locked and the windows all closed before we went to bed that night. My family grew up in the rural area around where we lived. My parents weren't rich or anything, but we did have a fairly decent life. This was in the 70s or so things were a lot different than they are nowadays. It was a lot more common back then to see someone driving down a country road with an open beer between their legs. Although I don't live out in the country now, nor have I in quite a long time, I at least like to think that things like that don't happen nearly as often anymore. I learned to drive myself when I was about 12 years old. This was not unusual for me or my family. And it wasn't too strange either for one of us to take the car out and go somewhere. I had a lot of friends my age who chewed tobacco as well. I tried it a few times, but I didn't really care for it. Around this time, I was good friends with a guy named Vance. We had grown up in the same general area up on the ridge. Our houses weren't really that close together, but we rode the same school bus to school. We were friends all the way from kindergarten until sometime in high school. The reason the two of us stopped being friends in high school was due to a girl he had liked for years liking me even more. Although I wasn't really interested in her and would never have dated someone my friend had his eye on, this made him really angry. After a while, he just kind of stopped talking to me. A while further after that, he became very antagonistic to me as well, which was pretty horrible because no one wants to lose a friend in a situation like that. It's not like I made the girl like me or something. When I was 17 years old, I was home by myself on a weekend night. I decided to take one of the old cars and see a different buddy of mine who lived a bit further up the ridge than I did. It was about an hour's drive to his house, since it was a dark dirt road the entire way there. You had to be real careful out on some of these roads. They were right on the sides of hills, and there was not anything like a guardrail to keep you from driving off the side and dying. When I left that friend's house to go home, it was already pretty late. I went outside and could see it was actually a little bit foggy out. It was not ideal to drive this path in that weather, but it just meant I would have to take my time and be more careful when driving. However, it was not too long after I'd begun that I noticed some lights behind me. Another vehicle was now coming my way. The road wasn't really wide enough for more than a car and a half, so this person could not pass me by. Still though, he didn't stop at all. He drove up upon me really fast. In fact, just before he slowed down, I almost thought he was going to slam into me and shove me off the cliff. He had gotten as close as possible to hitting me, then backed off just a bit. When this person was about a car's length behind me, he started to flash his high beams on. Then he sped up just enough to almost slam into me again. Just before he'd hit me though, he slowed down. Now he kept his high beams on, which made it very difficult for me to see the path ahead. I tried to pull my car over just a bit to let this guy pass me by. I was really trying to let him go, assuming that's what he wanted. This guy made no attempt to pass me though. He did the exact same thing, pulled up really close to me, then backed off again. This time he began to honk his horn angrily as well. I began to get very nervous. Every time this guy repeated this pattern, I got even more scared. I tried to speed up now, which I was very hesitant to do. I didn't like driving fast down these roads, even when there was not any fog. That didn't change anything though. When I sped up, he matched me perfectly. He kept getting close as if he was going to hit me off the side before backing off yet again. He did this over and over, while still honking his horn at me. I don't know how long this kept up, but finally we got into the bottom of the hill, so there was no risk of running off the side anymore. We were still in a highly forested area though. Thankfully, by that point, I was not far away from home. I thought I could make it there, and at least I knew my family would be home by then. If this guy followed me all the way home, my brothers would be there to help me kick the crap out of him. No sooner than that thought entered my head, however, the car did its same pattern again. This time though, it did hit me. I reacted by slamming the brakes, which caused my car to spin and skid off the road. The only thing I remember after that was nothing. I woke up in the hospital 3 months after the accident. My car had slammed right into a big tree. I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt in that moment. The only thing that kept me from flying through the windshield was the big steering wheel that my head and chest had bounced off of. I had some pretty bad head injuries, and I had been out for the entire time. I guess I had opened my eyes after a month, but had not been acting like myself. They told me I was aware, but it was like nobody was there. I don't really remember exactly because it was so many decades ago. I had a violent and sort of feral behavior that required me to be restrained to my bed for a while. Then, suddenly one day, the day I felt like I woke up, I just went back to normal. I never found out exactly who was driving that car that rammed me. However, some other people who knew me in high school later told me that Vance had been bragging that it was him after it happened. Vance's dad worked at the police department, so there was never an investigation to see if he had done it. That, of course, convinced me that he had. I don't live out in the country anymore, but I really hope it's harder these days for crooked people to get away with things like that now. I'm a 28-year-old man from England. Near the end of August, I was out with some friends in a bar to celebrate my birthday. It was near the end of the night, and we decided it was time to go home, having been out for about 8 hours going on this point. We were up to the first floor of the bar, and my friends went down the staircase to the main doors ahead of me. For reasons my advanced drunkenness has caused me to forget since, I decided to try taking a shortcut off the stage next to the stairs instead. I'm guessing I just stepped off the stage thinking it was a short drop to the ground. It was closer to about 5 or 6 feet, and I hit the ground dead on with my legs straight and my knees locked. I heard a snap. Well, I knew instantly something was seriously wrong there. Cue a 999 call and a surprisingly calm ambulance ride to the hospital after being dosed up on gas and air. When we arrived, they gave me a thorough x-ray and discovered I'd broken both of my legs like a dumbass. By this point, I'd sort of already guessed though. Your right foot pointing down instead of up is a pretty good indication something's really wrong. My heart sank even further when the attending doctor told me they'd have to admit me ahead of corrective surgery in the next couple of days. By now, they'd given me quite a bit of morphine. I was still huffing gas and air like a champ as well, so I was fairly out of it. A porter wheeled me up to the ward and introduced me to a nurse, who explained I was going to be put into the men's ward, as they'd had to separate genders the previous day into different rooms. Even out of it on pain meds, I remember thinking that was quite a weird thing to mention. My nurse set me up in my room right by the ward entrance. My bed was one of 5 in there, and was next to the room's shared toilet/shower room. It was around 5 a.m. now, and the entire place was quiet and dark. As the nurse took me through all the admittance procedures, I could vaguely make out a guy in the opposite bed. Unlike the others in the room, he was awake and sitting up in his bed to watch me being brought in. I couldn't quite see his face, but the patchy white hair on his head was catching the moonlight coming in from the windows, so he must have been an older guy. What struck me as odd, though, was how he was just sitting there, completely still like a statue. No movement, no noise. I couldn't even hear him breathing. He was just sitting there focused on me the entire time. Before the nurse left, I asked him to draw the curtain around me so I would be shielded from view, and eventually I managed to drift off to sleep. I woke up the next day to find my parents had been contacted and were sitting by my bed. Standing next to them was the guy from the bed opposite, chatting away like they'd known each other for years. I'm not exactly known as a people person, and given that for obvious reasons I was quite a touch grouchy, I'll admit that I was annoyed my parents were letting a total stranger stand right over me while I was unconscious. Of course, there's no way they could have really known that he'd creeped me out a little the night before. The man introduced himself. Here we'll call him Mick. He seemed friendly enough, one of those harmless old men who comes across as lonely, and is just keen to talk to just about anyone. I found out he was in his early 70s, quite short and round, and was on the ward because he'd fractured his collarbone in a fall. When he eventually wandered off, my parents told me he seemed to be a nice man, confirming he just appeared pleased to have any new people to talk to at all. During the course of that first day, my parents eventually left. The doctors came around to fit me up with splints before my surgery, planned for day 3. They made it clear I'd be in the hospital for at least a week or so, and I would not be walking for a few months at the very least. Not what I wanted to hear. During all of these conversations, Mick was always lurking nearby, listening in. When the doctors left, he came right to my bedside. Rather than stand, he sat down in the chair next to me, and asked me to repeat what the doctors had said. I wasn't in much of a mood to chat, and because I got it into my head that he was harmless, I asked why he'd need to know. He'd only been standing a few feet away, and obviously he must have heard everything. The second those words left my lips, though, his entire demeanor changed immediately. The sweet old man that had been sitting in that chair just beside me was gone. His face went blank and flattened out. He fixed me with this strange stare, and one corner of his mouth lifted into a lopsided grin. My wife just died, you know. Again, I'm not a people person, and conversations about death are certainly way outside my wheelhouse. I stuttered a little, trying to find appropriate words. I was starting to say how sorry I was to hear that, and asked how long it had been. Given the odd grin, I guessed it had been quite a while. About 3 weeks, just like that, gone. His face never changed the whole time. It dawned on me now that maybe he was not totally mentally present at that point. He never broke eye contact either, just staring at me grinning. One of those looks that wasn't immediately sinister, but goes on for too long, you know. Thankfully, the nurses came in at that point to serve dinner, and Mick retreated back to his bed. He watched the TV the rest of that day. I put my iPod on so I had an excuse to not make any more conversation. Right then, I just thought he was a little left of normal, and it was more weirdness that I could certainly deal with. When the lights out came around, I asked the nurses to draw the curtains closed around my bed for me. Although I was still in quite a bit of pain, I drifted off early. During the night, though, I was suddenly woken up in what had to have been the early hours of the morning. One of those gradual awakenings where you know something's not quite right, but you're not present enough to work out what yet. The ward was almost totally dark and silent again, especially around my bed with the curtains drawn. I assumed the weird feeling was down to, being in the hospital with 2 graphically shattered legs, and turned my head to the left onto the pillow. Then I nearly rolled off the opposite side in complete shock. Standing inside of the drawn curtains, right next to my bed, was Mick, just standing there watching me sleep. Like you do when you've had a shock, I said something stupid. "Hey, this isn't where you sleep." Nothing. That same blank stare, barely a ruler length from my face. I thought he might just be sleepwalking, but he didn't have that glazed-over look in his eyes to go with it. He seemed perfectly alert, just happy to stand there observing me. "Mick, how long have you been standing there?" That's when I got a special kind of chill, the kind you get when something really freaks you out. Rather than reply, he smiled so wide. I saw both rows of his teeth. He shuffled back around the curtain to his own bed. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. Because he'd never left the room, and I certainly wasn't going to be going anywhere on my own, I couldn't really mention it to the nurses. I did text a few friends who were visiting the next day, and told them to watch out for him when they came through. He stayed away during their entire visit, though, and acted like a normal old innocent man. As the day went on, I decided I must have made more of it than I should have. Perhaps I was just on edge because of what I had going on, and being in unfamiliar surroundings. That day, I went in for my surgery. I came to about 6 hours later to find myself hooked up to a morphine pump. As a result, I was completely out of my tree high the entire evening, and was in such a good opiate-fueled mood I totally forgot about Mick. Big mistake. It got to the early hours again. I was playing a game on my phone, oblivious. The nurses were checking in every hour or so. They disturbed the curtains around my bed a lot as they'd come and go. The last nurse had left a gap about 6 inches wide where the curtains met, typically right in the part opposite Mick's bed. Mick was normally a very, very loud snorer, so I was reassured by the noises coming from him that he must be asleep at this point. I've got to assume because of the morphine that I stopped paying attention. Suddenly, I realized I was acutely aware that I couldn't hear the snoring any longer. I also couldn't remember how long it had been since I last heard it. Nervously, I looked at the gap between the curtains, but I couldn't make anything out. I was just about to write it off and go back to my game, when just left of the gap, I could hear my name being called out. not the normal way of saying it, not a whisper, more like a sinister groan almost, low and gravelly and menacing. I froze. I mean, what's the protocol when a pensioner has gotten out of bed in the middle of the night for the second night running to mess with you? I sat there paralyzed, more paralyzed than I already was because of my legs. I was suddenly aware of my sense of vulnerability. I was completely immobile. It's not like I could get up and leave or something. I was stuck in my bed with heavy bandages and braces around both of my legs, hooked up to an IV. I slowly moved my hand down from my phone to push the call button for the nurses. Just as my hand reached it, the long groaning of my name stopped, and so had my hand. Had he seen me reach out for it and gone back to bed? No, he was still there. About 30 seconds passed by, presumably the length of time it took him to notice I was not going to press the button yet. Then came the heavy breathing, low rasping intakes of air, followed by extending groans to expel it, over and over, right from underneath the foot of my bed. That was my limit. I hit the call button and the light went on above my head. I heard the buzzer sound down the hallway at the nurse's station. There was a burst of movement behind my curtains, and I heard the nearby toilet door quickly open and close. Not long after, a nurse responded. Mick was still in the toilet, but because it was close by, I beckoned the nurse nearer so I could whisper. I told her what was going on this night and the previous, and asked if something could be done. She nodded and said she'd be right back. While she was gone, Mick emerged from the toilet. I heard him quietly crawl back into his bed and pretend to be asleep. Thankfully, the nurse had fully closed my curtains, so at least he could not see me now. An hour passed by, and eventually the nurse returned. I was expecting to be moved elsewhere, but instead she told me I couldn't have a sleeping pill due to being on morphine. I tried my best not to be impolite. I calmly told her I had not asked for a pill. I asked for something to be done about Mick. The last thing I wanted in this situation was to knock myself unconscious with even more meds. She just sort of shrugged and half explained that all of the wards were full. Then she disappeared, telling me to get some rest. Needless to say, I could not sleep for hours. Mick's snoring eventually resumed, and the day finally caught up with me. I cautiously allowed myself to drift off. The next morning, everything seemed normal. Mick made small talk, which I didn't really respond to, and eventually left me alone. That afternoon, a guy younger than me was admitted with a broken leg as well. This guy was 18, but looked about 12. It was absolutely ridiculous. Mick didn't seem to think so, though. Suddenly, this guy was the focus of all his attention. I felt sorry for the fresh meat, but grateful I might be able to relax now. That night, I slept pretty well, until about 3 a.m. I was suddenly awoken to the weird sensation on my left foot, the toes of which were poking out of the top of my bandages. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I saw Mick standing there inside of my drawn curtains, playing with my toes, running his fingers along them, brushing them, pinching them, moving them around, like he'd wanted me to wake up and see what he was doing. He was not looking at my feet, though. He was staring me dead in the eyes, unblinking. I'd like to say I lost my shit with him, called the nurses in, and had him moved elsewhere immediately. But the mind's a weird thing, so that's not what I did. I just sat there open-mouthed and watched him as he kept rubbing his hands along my feet. I think it was disbelief that kept me quiet, mixed with fear of what he would do. He might have had more than 40 years on me, but I was completely trapped and totally at his mercy. Needless to say, I didn't want to do anything to piss him off. Eventually, he seemed to get tired of messing with me and disappeared behind the curtains once more. For obvious reasons, I sat awake for the rest of the night, watching and waiting for him to show his face again. Every now and then, I could hear my name being groaned out. By morning, it was a mixture of furious and terrified. I'm not the kind of person who assumes the role of victim very often, so I hated how easily this old man had reduced me to a paranoid wreck. Every time he got up to stretch his legs or get some water, my entire body would go rigid, expecting him to appear at my bedside once more. Instead, he went back to devoting all of this creepy attention to the new guy again. That afternoon, Mick was called away for a scan, so I finally had some time to speak to the 3 other guys in the room about what had happened. None of them had any idea about Mick's nightly visits. One of the guys had been there a lot longer than I had, though. He had been around when the wards were divided by gender. I asked him about what had happened. To cause this. He responded that he wasn't totally sure. He just knew that something had happened during the night, and the very next morning everyone had been in separate wards. For obvious reasons, I had a pretty good idea of what that something might have been. When Mick got back, he glumly announced he had been cleared to go home, and had an ambulance booked to take him there in an hour or 2. He started making his way around the ward, saying goodbye to everyone, and he left me till the very last. He placed his hand on my foot. "You look after those legs in the future. They're fragile things, you know." I half smiled and told him I hoped he felt better soon. I was assuming the interaction was the last one I'd have. I'd finally seen the last of this man. I picked up a magazine and started reading. No sooner than I had done that, though, I looked up. I was about to yell out until I saw what Mick was doing. His hand was clamped around my foot, squeezing it so hard his knuckles had gone white. Thankfully, this was not the area where the break was, or that might have seriously damaged me. After that, his stare was back, completely vacant. Before I could respond, his mouth opened, and out came the same raspy voice I'd heard saying my name in the night. "They're very, very fragile." He let go of my foot and turned around, then shuffled back to his bed to pack. A couple of hours after that, he was finally gone. I did fill the nurses in before I was discharged, but none of them seemed to care all that much. They dismissed what I'd experienced as either partly drug-induced or just misinterpreted behavior. This happened a while back when I was 15 years old. I just discovered the rebellious act of sneaking out. This was probably my 4th or 5th time doing so, I believe. This one night, I decided to go and meet up with my boyfriend. At this point in time, we weren't together yet, but we really knew we liked each other. You know how that sort of thing goes. When you're with someone you like, you tend not to really pay attention to what's going on around you. The night started out pretty fine, actually. We were both having a very good time. I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, because we had both gotten pretty damn high. I do remember what happened, though. We'd met up and snuck to this elementary school that had a decent-sized field, with some hills and trees toward the end of it. From where we were sitting, we had a very clear view of the school, as well as the basketball court. The school was illuminated from the sidelights, so we could easily see anyone walking by. It wasn't easy for people to see us laying there, though. To our left was a little pavement path that led to a townhouse complex. So here we are, sitting at the edge of this field, just gazing out at the stars and talking about random shit together, when we started to hear the crunch of gravel coming from the school. Because we were both high and paranoid, we immediately turned our attention to the illuminated basketball court. We watched as a man walked by with his bike and didn't seem to notice us. After he passed by, we almost instantly forgot about it and resumed talking, laughing, and being a bit loud. Perhaps 10 minutes later, though, we hear that same crunch of gravel go by. We go silent immediately and look out toward the school. Once again, it was that same guy. This time, though, when he reached the courts, he didn't keep on walking. He stopped at the edge of the field we were sitting on and stared out at it for maybe a minute or so. It looked like he was searching for us. We were a little bit creeped out at this point, so we started to quietly pack up our things to leave. All of a sudden, the man began to walk towards us. As soon as he'd stepped out onto the field, it became so much more difficult to see him. The light from the school couldn't reach that area. We took this as our cue to get the hell out of there. The only way to leave without being extremely visible was to take the path into the townhouses. We jumped up and tried our best to be quiet. We walked through the pitch-black path that led to the townhouse complex. We were not sober, by the way, so we were extra freaked out. I kept on checking behind us constantly. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling something bad was going to happen. We finally reached the end of that pitch-black path and made it to the decently lit complex. We started to ease up a little bit and began trying to find our way to the main exit. That was the closest way out besides the way we'd come in. As we were walking throughout the complex, we started to relax and talk a bit more. Once we turned the corner to leave, though, just as we were about to reach the exit, we saw the same man with his bike waiting there for us at the exit. We stopped for maybe 2 seconds. The man dropped his bike on the ground and started to sprint directly at us. I muttered a quick, "Oh shit!" My boyfriend and I began sprinting as fast as we could away from this guy. We turned down random corners and down little back alleys, not once checking behind us. I don't know when or where we lost him, but we became very tired. We had to stop and hide in some bushes. We noticed after a while that there was no man in sight anymore. Still though, we stayed in that same position for about 20 more minutes, just trying to calm down. At this point, we had both pretty much sobered up, so we decided to try and leave once again. We began walking through the complex once more. When we made our way back to the main entrance, we both saw the man's bike was now gone. We were unsettled by this. We had no clue where the guy could be, or when he was going to just randomly appear again. Lucky for both of us though, we made it home safe and sound that night. I'll never forget the feeling, though, of my heart sinking when we saw that guy blocking our way out. By far one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. So this happened to me in 2009. I was 22 at the time, but I'm very short and small, and can oftentimes be mistaken for a young teenager. I had just had a driving lesson, and while normally my instructor would drop me off in front of my home at the end, that day he had somewhere to be straight after, so he dropped me off at a nearby bus stop instead. My apartment block was about 500 meters away, at the end of a very long stretch of quiet road. It was an area that was still being built up at the time, so all there really was a couple of abandoned old houses to the left and right, my apartment block at the very end, and that's pretty much it. It was rare to ever see cars going there that weren't just going straight to the apartment block, because really there was nothing there to go to, maybe a clinic a couple of streets away, so you would occasionally get someone who was lost looking for directions to that place. It was around 8 p.m., and it had just gotten dark outside. The street was barely lit. Still though, it only took a few minutes to get from the bus stop to my house, so I really didn't think that much of it. That was until a car drove past me, but then started backing up in the middle of the street until it was driving slowly right beside me. I looked over and could see a woman was driving. There was a man in the passenger seat. I sort of slowed down, thinking they were going to ask me for directions to the clinic. The woman instead asked this: "Do you live here?" Now I was thinking they definitely wanted directions. I stopped to help them, but then she said, "It looks like you're lost. We're the police. We're gonna take you home now." Mind you, this was a totally normal vehicle. These people weren't in uniform or looking in any way official. I was incredulous. I was literally stunned. All I could say was something like, "You're taking the piss." Immediately, I was thinking these people must have mistaken me for a 10-year-old or something and were trying to kidnap me. The woman was getting very agitated. She kept on telling me, "You have to respect the police. Get in the car right now." I was shocked. I was angry. At this point, the car stopped. I saw the woman moving to open the door. I burst into the fastest sprint of my life while fumbling with my phone to call my mom. I screamed at her to buzz me in because I was in danger. My dad ran out of the house to meet me and started to look for them immediately after, but the car was already nowhere in the area. He informed the police, but nothing ever came of it. Years ago, I lived in a condo with just my 2 dogs, Smokey and the Bandit, brother and sister from the same litter I'd gotten as puppies. For reference, their mother was a Sheltie, Smokey's father was a German Shepherd, and Bandit's was a Husky. They were both good-sized with long, thick coats, which made them look a lot bigger than they actually were. Personality-wise, though, they were both big babies who loved people and attention, and would happily lick you to death if given the chance. One night, I got home late, around 2:30 in the morning. I took them out for a quick run and a piss, something I had done many times before. I lived in the back side of the condo on the ground level. The backyard was basically a huge park-like setting, divided into intersecting pathways, kind of like a square with 4 quadrants. That was surrounded by other condos and houses. The area in front of mine was a big field with a pathway about halfway through, running just parallel to the condo. To the left of that was an area around the same size, divided between a large playground area and a big forest with a pathway running through it. I headed straight out of my condo and across the pathway that divided that big open field. That was when I noticed someone, a tall, skinny man, dressed all in black, whistling while walking along the path I had just crossed over. As I ran with my dogs, I noticed the whistling had suddenly stopped. I looked back over my shoulder, only to see the man had diverted off the path as soon as I was in front of him and was now walking in a direct line towards me. Immediately, I thought to myself, "Oh shit, this can't be good." I took a hard left and ran to the playground area. It was well lit, but there were also big hills I assume were leftover dirt from construction or something. I ran around that hill into the dark, where I thought he wouldn't be able to see me. I stayed there in the dark for a minute, trying to formulate a plan. Luckily, I knew the area very well, having spent hours walking everywhere with the dogs. I snuck towards the forested area, creeping towards the trees to where the path ran through, circling back around towards my condo. I kept close to the shadows while praying that I had lost him. The forested area ended basically where the backyard of my condo began. Still hidden in the darkness, I looked around the open area ahead. I couldn't see anyone. I made a break for it and started running out of the forest like hell. Up to this point, it was just like any other walk for my dogs, who'd happily galloped alongside me the entire time, seemingly unaware of any danger. As soon as I left the protection of the forest, though, I saw that fucker jump out of waiting from a nearby group of bushes. I had a good head start on him, thankfully, but I didn't know how fast this guy was. I kept on running. What happened next still amazes me to this day. As I was running, the dogs still at my side. Smokey all of a sudden stopped dead in her tracks, turned around and assumed a snarling stance. She began to growl at the man, which stopped him dead in his tracks. Bandit stuck right by my side like glue until we got to my patio. I turned around and looked back, almost laughing at that fucker. Smokey was standing her ground in full-on guard dog mode, while the man was standing there looking at her, hands up in surrender. I called Smokey to come back to me. She backed away slowly, barking and growling at the man, until she decided it was finally good. She turned around and ran right back to me. I kept my eyes on that guy the entire time. He never moved until the dogs went back inside, at which point I followed them soon after. I immediately called 911, and within minutes the entire backyard area was swarming with cops. The cop who interviewed me said there had been numerous reports of sexual assaults in that area, and they figured it was all that same guy. Unfortunately, other than tall, skinny, and wearing all black, I had zero info on what the man looked like. I don't know if they ever caught him or anything more on it really. When everyone was gone, I had a good long cuddle with my wonder dogs, complete with them licking away my tears. After the adrenaline and everything wore off, the gravity of what could have happened and how damn lucky I was finally hit me. I got off work at around 10 p.m. and headed home. I lived alone and always made sure my front door was locked before I left. When I arrived home, though, I found the door was now unlocked. I knew for a fact I had locked up tight when I left, because like I stated, I always double check. I have severe OCD and would not have forgotten to do so. I was too obsessed with my routine to ever forget. I was thoroughly unsettled by this. Immediately, I retrieved my pistol from the drawer right next to my front door. I set down my bag of fast food and looked around the dark living room, fumbling for the light switch. Once the light flicked on, to my utter horror, my apartment was in complete disarray, paperwork thrown all over the floor that had been put away in my office. My social security card lying out in the open, and my birth certificate too. I quickly made my way to my office. Once I entered the room, I found all the drawers were open. My computer had been turned on, and it was at the lock screen, as if someone had been trying to log into it. I checked the rest of my apartment, but I didn't find anyone there. I put my gun back and immediately phoned the police. They arrived fairly quickly and took a report of the break-in. They asked me if I had any enemies, or if I'd made anyone mad recently. I responded that I hadn't. No such thing had occurred, and furthermore, I'm not the type of person that quarrels often with people. Needless to say, I was quite dumbstruck as to what I'd stumbled home to. I cleaned up the mess and attempted to go to sleep, but I tossed and turned most of the night, laying with my gun under my pillow. I'd like to add that I was already a somewhat paranoid person, so the whole thing naturally freaked me out. The next day I had off, so I left to go hiking with my girlfriend. I left around 9 a.m. and stopped by the Starbucks right next to my apartment. While I sat in the busy drive-thru line, I looked up, only to notice a man staring at me from across the street, on the same side as my apartment complex. The strangest thing about looking at this man was, though, just how much of a resemblance to me he bared. The guy had done up his hair the exact same way as me. He was about the same height and weight, too. He even wore the same glasses and looked to be about the same age as well. He didn't have any expression on his face, just stood there still as a statue staring at me. It was my turn to grab my order, so I grabbed my stuff, and when I went to pull out of the drive-thru, the man was now gone. The day went on as planned, and my girlfriend and I had a very great day together. I told her about the incident at my apartment previously, and the weird man who looked just like me. She joked that perhaps my doppelganger had broken into my apartment or something. After I'd parted ways with my girlfriend and made my way home, I was a little bit nervous to return there, fearing that whoever had broken in before might have returned. Whatever they had been there for that night, they seemed to be looking for something in particular. I arrived at my apartment and made my way back to my unit. I lived upstairs, and as I approached those stairs to my front door, I could hear someone moving around upstairs. I was a good distance from the stairwell at this point and was alarmed. I didn't have any neighbors that lived upstairs, so no one should have been up there. I stopped to see who it was, and to my shock, it was none other than that same man I'd seen earlier that morning. He walked fairly quickly, and it looked like he was trying to be as quiet as possible. I shouted at the man to stop, but as soon as he heard me, he took off running. He hopped the fence that separated the complex from a large field and disappeared into the night. I ran upstairs to my apartment and tried the doorknob, once again unlocked. I went inside and was horrified. All over the walls of my living room were pictures of me and my girlfriend from that day. Pictures that looked as if they'd been taken right from the tree line next to the trail she and I were on. I once again called the police. They came and searched the apartment, as well as the entire complex. I told them about the man I'd seen running into the field. When they searched it, they returned with a pair of eyeglasses and a wig. The police took the items they found into evidence and opened up a case. They stationed 2 cars outside my apartment and informed the manager about what was going on. It's been almost a week since this started, and nothing else had happened since. No more random break-ins or creepy photos of my girlfriend and I. To be fair though, I'd been staying with a coworker of mine until things died down. I have no idea why whoever this is targeting me. Based on the items the police found in the field, my guess is this person is trying to pretend to be me for some odd reason. I don't know what that means. I have 2 Australian Shepherds. One is my personal dog and the other is a foster dog. Both are roughly around 60 pounds. I took them on a walk today at a local wilderness area. that consists of about 50 miles of trails in total. I'd been there many times with my dogs and never had any problems. Anyways, we're walking down the trail, and they did bark at the few people we saw. Every time I saw someone, we'd step to the side off the trail and let them pass me by. I'd apologize to them, the person would smile and keep on walking, and we'd all carry on with our merry days. So when I see this one guy approaching, and the dogs go into alert mode, we stepped off the path so he could pass us by. The man instead walked up to us and then stopped in place. "Oh, I don't think your dogs like me." I told him they were just nervous around everyone. I apologized for them being so loud. At this point, I was barely able to hold them by their harnesses, so they were super close to me. They were going absolutely crazy. They were angry even. I know it was not great behavior, but nonetheless. The man began to whisper, "I'm sorry they don't like me. I'm so sorry." At this point, I was weirded out. He'd not broken eye contact with me or blinked at all, and seemed rather unfazed by the dogs all said. I again told him it was not his fault. I told the dogs to go with me, and began to guide them away. The man told me he was going to keep moseying on up the trail. I said alright and told him to have a good day, and we walked off in opposite directions. I thought it was a very strange interaction, but hey, we can all be a little bit weird at times. I tried not to think too much of it. About 2 minutes later, though, I heard the man suddenly call out from behind me, and I turned around to see him quickly approaching. "Hey, I really want to be friends with your dogs. I don't want to leave them on bad terms. I want to make some new friends." He walked right up. If I came upon nervous dogs, I'd always leave them alone. Or if I did try to make friends, I'd squat down, talk gently to them, extend a hand. He never did this, though. He never even looked at the dogs, because he was staring at me without blinking once the entire time. This time, the dogs went absolutely nuts again. I didn't grab their harnesses, though. I let them have the full length of the leash to put some distance between me and this man. The man was going insane, shouting now how he just wanted to be friends. I told him I didn't think that was going to happen. He tried to approach still, but the dogs were having none of that. He began to whisper to himself, "I'm sorry. I don't think they're going to be friends with me." Again, he was not even looking at them, though. He was just staring at me unblinking. I told him to go away. He finally turned around and left, and I called my sister for the remainder of the walk. It was so strange. I guess I don't know for a fact that that man had bad intentions, but I'm sure glad that my dogs were there and made it abundantly clear he was not going to follow me anymore. I work at a retail store and I detest my job with all my heart. Because I was a dumb shit and said I was always available, though, they'd routinely fuck me over and put me on nights. I whine and bitch and moan and digress. I'm okay working nights since I get to see my boyfriend when he picks me up at least. Boyfriend usually gets off at 10:30, but he doesn't leave until 11. Most nights I'd have to wait for him to arrive. On top of that, he had to make a 10-minute drive as well, so I'd have to wait around an hour and 40 to 45 minutes. That didn't really bother me that much, though. He'd call to tell me he was coming and make sure I was still alive at least. Earlier in the week, an Uber driver had kept on asking me if I was someone named Lenore. I told him no, and he did it again, but this time kept asking if I was sure. How the fuck am I not gonna be sure of my name? Fortunately, at that moment, my boyfriend pulled in and honked at me, causing this Uber creep to speed away. I'm a paranoid penny, so this made me wonder if he'd been watching me or something, and knew my boyfriend always came late. Then I tweaked out, since I'd kept on getting these weird phone calls from a telemarketing agency or something. Whenever I'd answer, though, no one was there, and they'd hang up immediately. Was this connected? Was the government watching me? Did I only have 7 days left to live? Well, fast forward 3 days later, and I'm just standing there listening to some music, waiting for him to pick me up and call me. He finally did and started cracking a joke about how he was glad the creepy Uber driver didn't answer. As we started chatting the shit with each other and joking around, suddenly this Indian woman walked up to me. I didn't hear what she was saying at first, since I had noise-canceling headphones. I could tell she was getting closer and closer though, and kept on calling out to me. Finally, her hey reached my ears. I looked over to her, smiled, and went back to talking to my boyfriend. She did it again though, so I excused myself. Yes, may I help you? Do you need a ride? She asked. She looked nice enough, but something was off about her. Her car was parked at the stop sign, and I could see there was someone else in it. No, my friend is coming to pick me up right now, actually. Thank you. I noticed there was a man in the driver's seat, and she wasn't wearing a uniform from either of the stores near us. She started to ask me again. Are you sure? I can give you a ride. Do you need a ride? Get in, come on, you need a ride, right? I was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable. My preschool don't get in a stranger's car training kicked in, so I politely declined again and went back to talking to my boyfriend. Hey, are you close? I just pulled out, I'll get there, just stay on the line. That woman's gone now, right? No, she was not gone. In fact, she was standing 6 feet away glaring at me. She looked very annoyed. I told him in code that no, she had not left. She had in fact remained there leaning on the car watching me. She was looking angrier with each passing second as well. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the man tell her something. She looked at me and began to interrogate me. Your friend's not here. You need a ride? Where's your friend? He probably forgot about you. That's okay, we'll take you where you need to go. It's cold, come on, tell us where you live, we'll drop you off. At this point, she got closer to me. I tried to avoid her by moving to the farther end of the plaza strip. Honey? Yeah, so about my sister? She's gotten closer, but I'm pretty scared she's too far away from home. Something might happen. Hurry so I can tell you. I said a code as the car drove up next to me. Now she looked extremely pissed. Get in the car now. At this point, she opened the car and began trying to push me inside, pulling me, yanking on my jacket. She was a taller and bigger woman than me, so she even tried to pick me up. At this point, I'm pretty sure my bowels threatened to release. I was screaming and kicking and wiggling. Meanwhile, I could hear through the phone him yelling that he was on his way and he was calling the police. Now my mind was running 1,000 miles an hour. I was panicking, thinking I was going to be raped or presented as some weird present for her husband. He looked very content with her efforts to kidnap me. Get in! Shut up! I will hit you! I started crying as she managed to push my torso into the car. My right hand was locked to my phone. She began trying to pull it out of my hand. My boyfriend was panicking, telling me the police were sending an officer right now. She shoved my face into the leather seat. My airway was obstructed, and she was not letting me go. She was bigger than me, stronger than me, and she knew it. Her whole weight was pressing onto me. I tried not to panic so I didn't black out from lack of oxygen. All of a sudden, I started getting mad as shit. Her husband said something in Punjabi. She lifted one hand up and leaned down trying to get something out of the front. Immediately, I used the arms I'd been using to push myself off the seat to jab her in the stomach. She recoiled, letting go of me a little. I headbutted her, tossing my melon back as I screamed, fear-stricken and adrenaline-hazed. Finally, my boyfriend pulled in. I bolted to his car as the Indian woman was sitting stunned on the ground. After I shut the door, he sped off towards his house. When we got inside, I broke down, babbling about how scared and terrifying it all was, and how if I hadn't had that opportunity, she might have taken me to her house and done God knows what. After this incident, the police officer they dispatched got there 20 minutes later, and of course didn't find anyone. My boyfriend talked to his boss and was granted the ability to leave early to come get me. I'm still weirded out by cars stalling in the plaza. This happened about 3 weeks ago. I'm generally a slightly paranoid person as it stands already, and I've listened to many of these types of stories. I'm a small woman in her early 20s who lives alone in a smallish condo/apartment with her cat. It's on the second floor of the building, where I moved in a few months ago. There are 2 doors one must enter to get inside my apartment. First is outside leading into the building, and second is obviously my apartment door itself. Tenants have keys for the first outside door, which only has 1 lock, whereas the actual apartment doors have both locks and deadbolts. Otherwise, a visitor has to be buzzed in to be allowed inside. For some clarity, there are 8 apartments per building in my complex, with an outside door on either side of the building. Mine is closer to the back, and is situated directly above a currently empty space. My downstairs neighbor to the left is around my age, and the only neighbor I'm actually close with. She's often away though, staying with her boyfriend. This means that while I technically live near others, my home is very isolated. There is an outdoor light situated next to the door, but I'd noticed when returning home that the bulb had either broken or burned out, and hadn't thought to contact maintenance to fix it. It was already pretty late at night, and I was tired anyway. There hadn't appeared to be many others home in my building, as the parking lot on my side wasn't particularly full. I was taking care of a few chores around the house at around 10 p.m. It was Friday night, so I was running the dishwasher and folding up laundry. I'd had a pretty long week at school, and arrived home probably an hour to an hour and a half before. My cat was kind of keeping me company as I puttered along. It was hard to hear much outside when the dishwasher was going, and I was already distracted. But I did notice a sort of soft rustling sound coming from outside. It didn't sound too strange aside from being fairly repetitive. I didn't really know what it was at this point, but being constantly anxious, I was too frightened of the dark to look outside the window to that side of the building. This might very well have been totally unrelated, but I still think it bears mentioning. Fast forward a bit. I was standing at my kitchen counter working on a report on my laptop. Over the sound of the dishwasher, though, I heard a soft knock on my door. I was unsure at first if I'd even actually heard anything. I went still and waited for a moment. There it was again, quiet but a little longer and faster. This made me pretty uneasy. It was late at night. My first thought was that it might be one of my neighbors. I approached the door silently and looked out the peephole. As I mentioned, the only neighbor I know well is the young woman who lives downstairs, but I am familiar with what all the others look like. The man standing outside was completely unfamiliar to me. Tall, wearing either a dark blue or black jacket, Caucasian, and with very dark hair. I had no idea who this guy was. What was very unusual was just how close he was standing to the door, even distorted through the peephole. He was so close I would guess him to be standing right up against it, leaning his face in and staring through the peephole. There was an odd sort of energy in his stance, if that makes any sense. I felt extremely unnerved. I was glad I'd made very little noise when walking over. I backed up about 3 feet from the door and waited. I'm not totally sure how much time passed, but he stood there a couple of minutes, even longer than that, before I heard him go downstairs and through the outside door. Now, I've had a neighbor from downstairs knock on my door in the evening before to ask if I was experiencing a power outage like him. He'd brought his wife with him, probably to reassure me, and had stood a reasonable distance from the door after knocking firmly. That's exactly what this strange guy didn't do. I know I'm paranoid though, so I try to convince myself I was making a big deal of nothing. I told myself this was probably just a similar situation. I was far too immediately uncomfortable though to consider answering the door. I decided to listen to my gut instead. I texted both my mom and my male friend about the situation. My friend offered to come keep me company, but by that time I had talked myself out of my nervousness and assured him I was fine. I went to sleep about an hour later and woke up having almost completely forgotten about it. Shit got weird the next day though. Only in the context of what I saw next morning did that knock begin to seem frightening. I had agreed to accompany my mom and her boyfriend to a yard sale that morning in some nearby neighborhoods. They were picking me up early, around 7:30. My mom gave me a call from her car when they arrived on my side of the building to let me know to come down. I grabbed my bag, went out my door and downstairs, but as soon as I opened the outside door, something was very clearly wrong. The handle turned very loosely in my hand, and the door popped open very easily. Upon shutting it again behind me, the handle itself completely fell out of the hole. Looking back, I wish I'd taken a picture of it, because it's a little bit hard to describe. It had obviously been tampered with. The outside portion of the door handle held in place with screws was now completely missing. The lock component of the handle was missing too. Essentially, all that was left behind was a stripped handle with a hole in the middle where the keyhole should be. My mom, having heard about the knocking incident from me the night before, was not cool with this all and insisted I report this. I contacted maintenance and the police, but there are no cameras situated near my apartment, and definitely not near my door. I've gotten no additional information as of now. In talking with my neighbors, who were obviously made aware of the vandalism as well, nobody who was at home or awake around that time heard anyone knock on their door, or came in contact with, or saw the man I described. Maybe I'm overthinking a bit, but this does make me nervous. It makes the approach seem much more targeted and less random, as if the person knew I'd be there alone. For what it's worth, at least the outside door handle was replaced very quickly that afternoon, and nothing like that has happened ever since. This is definitely a childhood memory of mine that I will never forget. I'm female and 22, by the way. Growing up, my aunt and uncle owned a beach condo. My favorite way to spend the summer was to stay there with my family, specifically my cousin Charlie. We were absolutely inseparable growing up. There was a 1-year difference between us. The beach we stayed at was a very popular tourist beach on the SC coast. So, in the summer, it was incredibly busy. I mean, barely any room between you and the family next to you. Now, my family would spend all day on that beach, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. The beach would stay crowded until about 5, when everyone would go back to their rooms to shower and go out to eat. This meant from around 5 to 7 every day. That was my favorite time to be outside. We would have all the room to run wild, build sandcastles, dig huge holes. We wouldn't have to worry about people knocking them down or being too close. Around 5:30 p.m. one day, my family decided they wanted to walk to the pier about 2 miles away. Charlie and I, though, begged to stay behind so we could build sandcastles together. We were 9 and 10 at the time, so they said we could stay as long as we didn't get in the water or leave our spot. The condo we stayed at was 1 row back, and we were not allowed to cross the street without adults. We agreed to their terms and continued to build a row of sandcastles as they walked off into the distance. Around 5 minutes later, though, this extremely tall man wearing this floppy beach hat, sunglasses, and with a dollop of sunscreen on his nose came running straight up to us. He started by commenting how beautiful our sandcastles were, asking how long it took us to build them that high. He also asked if it was just the two of us working on them. We were both extremely introverted kids. We thanked him and kept our answers short, and tried to ignore him as he stood there watching us. All of a sudden, he got real quiet and started to glance around at the mostly empty beach. Then he said he had to go meet a friend of his. He told us to stay right there so he could bring his friend back to look at how great our sandcastles were. Then he jogged away from us. When he'd gotten a safe distance, Charlie and I both looked at each other and said, "We've gotta get out of here." Side note, hell yeah at us for being smart kids. We immediately started weighing our options. We knew our family wouldn't be back for at least another 30 minutes. We also knew we weren't allowed to cross the street, and quite frankly, we were scared to. About 100 yards away, though, was a tiny ramp overlooking the ocean. I believe it was a handicap access to the beach, as well as just a place to sit down, I guess. We grabbed our big shovels and decided to hollow out underneath that thing enough to where we could crawl under and not be seen. It didn't take us very long, since the high tide over the years had taken out a good 3 feet of sand underneath. Our adrenaline was rushing mad fast, too. We took our shovels inside with us and crawled underneath. The man was still yet to be seen. I assume it took us all of 8 minutes to climb under the pier and bury it again. Our heads were partially visible above the sand horizon, and we started freaking out, thinking he would surely be able to spot us if he just looked hard enough. There were 2 boogie boards lying about 50 feet away, though. It looked like some kids had abandoned them there. We grabbed them and propped them up against the ramp, covering our crawl space and the top of our heads from sight. Charlie curled up in a ball and cried, while running scenarios by me that we were definitely going to get taken. I tried my best to calm him down and say everything was going to be okay. Our parents would be back soon enough. I definitely felt like crying myself, though. The whole thing was so weird. I knew that since we both had such a bad feeling about the situation, especially at such a young age, this man was definitely having sinister intentions. Charles and I tried to peek out of the tiny slits where the boogie boards curved, and eventually saw the man walking back. He didn't have anyone with him, which we definitely thought he would since he said he was going to bring friends. As we observed, we noticed the man had seen we were gone. He turned around several times, checking to see if we were in the ocean or by the dunes. Once he realized and didn't seem to notice us that we were gone, he got extremely angry. He started huffing, puffing, stomping around. He looked over to our sandcastles and kicked them all down. We'd built a ton over the course of the day and basically had a gigantic wall of them. He made sure to kick every single one down before storming away. We stayed under that ramp thing for 45 more minutes until our family got back. We were way too scared to come out, especially after seeing the man's irrational reaction. We cried and told our family what had happened, and of course, they didn't believe us. We still talk about it sometimes at family gatherings or holidays. Both of us still remember it like it was yesterday. So I can't entirely say I know what's happening here, as to this day I still have no clue who did and is doing this to me. This all started when I was in 8th grade, the very first time it happened. This was a good 6 or 7 years ago, mind you. I live in a sweet southern suburb outside Austin, Texas with my family. Being as I'm the oldest of the 4 of us, I was always home alone because my siblings had parks and rec, sports, things like that, and I didn't really do any extracurriculars. It was a weeknight and my family were all at my sister's gymnastics tournament. I had been supposed to go as well, as all of the members of the family had to attend all our siblings' stuff, but I was sick. I've always been a fairly cautious creature, one who makes sure the doors are locked when I'm alone. Because of my lifelong love of anything and everything scary, naturally I had watched more than a few episodes of Criminal Minds and the like before heading to the 3rd floor, where my parents' room is, to take a bath in their fancy tub. It was about 8:30. It was in the winter as well, so it had long since gotten dark outside. About 20 minutes into my bath, though, I started to hear footsteps, loud ones like big work boots, walking up the steps. My dad, being a construction worker, did wear some big boots, so I thought it might have been him. I called out, though, and heard nothing in response. The steps kept on going, though, before reaching the top. Then all the sounds stopped and I didn't hear anything else. I turned the water off and listened for a while, but there was still nothing. I turned the water back on and went back to reading my book in the tub. The next night, one of my sisters had their final game. This game was a very late one in a town about 25 miles away, so again my family went together after making me dinner. I almost decided to go since I was feeling a little bit better, but I didn't because my mom didn't want to risk getting people outside the family sick. I really wish I had gone with them though. Like usual, I locked up the side door and ate some ice cream while watching a bunch of scary shows. I then headed up to my parents' room to take another fancy bath and read more of my book. This time it was a bit later though, almost around 10 or so. I was taking a very long bath and had already forgotten about the night before, until that sound happened again. I heard those same footsteps creeping up the stairs. Mind you, our stairs are hardwood, not carpet, so you could hear when someone was stepping on them quite clearly. The house was dead silent too, except the sound of the TV, which I had left turned on in the room outside the bathroom. I automatically turned the water off again and felt my heart almost stop beating. I was so scared. The footsteps this time seemed quite hurried, like the person was skipping up the steps in a rush. Once again, they stopped when they reached the top. I waited for almost 5 minutes, and nothing. I turned the water back on and picked up my old track phone and dialed my mom's number. She picked up and I started talking right away, asking if it was her. She didn't reply, but I could hear someone on the other end breathing. I started to get a bit mad. Why was she messing with me like this and not replying? All of a sudden, though, a deep voice called back through the phone, which made me almost drop it in the tub. It snapped at me. "I am not your mom." Then they hung up. As if instantly, banging started on the bathroom door. I burst into tears. This was not just knocking. They were smashing that door like it was going to fall down. This entire person's weight was being thrown into it. I dialed 911. Right when I hit send, the banging stopped and I hung up. I really didn't know if my family was just playing a trick on me. The last thing I wanted to do was have the cops come. I was already a troubled kid, so I might get in even more trouble. I stayed there in the bathroom, sitting in the corner wrapped in a towel for over 30 minutes before I heard my family's minivan pull up into the driveway. At that moment, I started crying even more. I knew that whoever was just in my house was not a member of my family. My mom called out my name, and I responded by telling them I was upstairs. I was not leaving this room until I knew I was safe. I told her what had happened, and she didn't believe me at first. The door was still locked when they got home, so how could someone have just gotten in? It turned out she had left her phone at home on the counter by accident, so when I told her to get it, she went to right where she'd left it. There it was, sitting right on the counter. No incoming call in the phone's memory either. I showed her my phone though, which clearly still had the outgoing call on it. This didn't add up. For a while, she thought I must have had some sort of mental break that night, or hallucinated everything. To ease my mind though, we added a chain lock to every door in the house. For 5 years, nothing extreme like that ever happened again. Life did get pretty busy though. I got involved in activities that made sure I was never home alone again. I joined sports in every season, volunteered, anything and everything I could do. Every month or so though, I would hear these distinct footsteps on the porch below me. I lived on the second floor in the bedroom on the far left side directly over the front porch, so I could hear everything, even my dog sighing. It would always be someone like pacing back and forth. Then my dog would start barking and immediately the steps would stop. It got so bad one night when I was 15, I woke up myself and the twins. We all met in the hall, fully prepared to go down and attack whoever was on our porch. My brother equipped with his baseball bat. Once we got downstairs though, it stopped. It wasn't until this last summer, just as I'd turned 18 and finished my first year of college, that the scariest moment happened to me. It was a weekend night, and my parents had gotten accustomed to going out of town pretty much twice a month, leaving me, my brother, and my sister home alone. They took my other brother, who was only 9. This night, the twins were going to a party in the neighboring town, though, and would not be coming home until the next day. I saw this as the perfect time to camp out downstairs in the living room, make a bunch of food, watch a bunch of movies, and get high. I FaceTimed my boyfriend. Somewhere into the call, though, he said something that kind of creeped me out. I really didn't think much of it at first since I was so high, but he called out to me and asked, "You're home alone, right?" I was confused and laughed. Of course I was. Why? He shook it off, saying he thought he'd seen something in the porchway behind me. but he wasn't really sure what it was. I got up right away and walked to the laundry room. I made sure the door was closed, I double-checked all the locks, I passed down at around 1 a.m., TV on and all. All of a sudden though, I woke up to a loud banging around 3. Immediately, I was pierced with fear. It was the same loud body-slamming banging from years ago, a memory I had blocked. It started at the side door directly to my right. I couldn't move my body. I was too scared. I looked over and saw a light flashing inside, like someone was shaking a flashlight into the door. Then the same noise started at the front door, and again at the side door. All 3 doors to my house were lit up, banging so hard the entire house was shaking. Then I heard it on the front porch, like a knife or something sharp being dragged along the door. I was bawling my eyes out. I dialed 911 and started frantically explaining what was going on between my sobs. The person on the phone told me to scream out I was calling the cops, and if needed, he would send someone over. I did, and right away the house went still. Then I could hear someone laughing from all the doors, multiple different voices. This automatically made me think someone must be playing a prank on me. My friends and siblings had been known to try and scare each other. I told the man that everything seemed fine. I thought my siblings might just be playing a prank on me. I laid there and called my brother. When he answered though, I could tell right away it was not him. I could hear the party in the background, which horrified me. I told him what had happened. The twins caught an Uber and immediately came back. We spent the rest of the night texting our friends, trying to figure out who it could have been, but nothing. Almost all our friends were accounted for at that party, nearly 20 miles away, so it couldn't have been any of them. We all slept on the couch with no more occurrences that night. It's been about 5 months since then, and I've since gone back to school. I've only come home once between then and now, and currently I'm home on winter break. Nothing else odd has happened, as I've tried not to stay home alone. Last night though, I was awake for no reason other than scrolling around on Reddit when around 2 a.m. I heard someone pacing back and forth on the porch. I texted my brother, and he confirmed that he heard it too. This happened to me in 2008 in Las Vegas. I was living with my husband and our son, who was about 2 years old at the time. I would frequently take our son to the grocery store early in the evening with me to do some shopping and give my husband some alone time. I never really worried much. The store was literally just outside my neighborhood, plus we lived in a very nice area. I finished up my shopping and put my son in his car seat. By the time I'd finished loading the car, he was passed out. I decided to quickly fill my tank at the gas station on the other side of the lot. While I was pumping gas though, a big truck pulled up on the opposite side of my pump. The man pumped his gas and seemed to take no notice of me. Then he left. Just as I was finishing up though, his truck suddenly pulled up next to my car once again. The man inside, who looked like he loved his meth, said, "Excuse me, miss, but I just felt compelled to tell you how beautiful you are. As a matter of fact, the only reason I came to get gas here, it's 'cause I saw you come here from the grocery store, and I just had to be nearer to you. I've been trying to find the courage to approach you for a while, actually." I was flattered and thanked him for the compliment, but quickly informed him I was off the market. I know, it was worth a shot though. He began to pull off. Suddenly he backed up again though, and said, "If you tell your husband what I said, I'll kill him." Then he drove off. Needless to say, this freaked me out, so immediately I called my husband. He told me not to come directly home, in case the guy followed me. I drove around a bit until I felt I'd lost him, and then I went home. My husband and I went over it over and over again. How could the man possibly kill my husband if he didn't know him or even where we lived? Then, some of the things he said started to ring in my head. How he'd been watching me at the grocery store. I started to think that maybe he hadn't just meant that night. How long? How many days had he been watching me there? When I told him I was married, he said he knew. Is it possible he had followed me home on previous occasions even? We put extra locks on the doors and took extra precautions. We tried to forget about it. He was probably just some crazy guy, right? Well, about a week later, around 8 or 9 p.m., my husband decided to run up to the gas station to get some cigarettes. I was sitting on the computer in our dining room as he left through the garage door. Our son was sleeping in his bedroom on the other side of the house. About a minute after he had left, though, suddenly I heard the garage door into the laundry room open and somebody coming inside. Immediately, I assumed my husband must be grabbing something he'd forgotten. I called out to him and didn't get a response, so I called his name again. I received no answer, but I could hear someone moving around in the laundry room. I started to get worried. All the guns in the house were in our room. I would have to walk right past the laundry room to get to them. Suddenly, I heard my 2 pit bulls in my room start growling. Both dogs started barking viciously and ran toward the laundry room door, at which point I heard the laundry room door to the garage open and slam shut very quickly. At that point, I grabbed my phone. I ran into my son's room and called my husband to ask if he had just returned home for something. To my horror, he was still at the gas station. I told him someone was in the house, but I thought the dogs had scared them out. He instructed me to stay in our son's bedroom with the door closed. He was on his way home. So I sat there in the dark next to my sleeping son in sheer terror. 2 minutes later, I heard the dogs barking again and someone barging into the house through the garage door. After what felt like forever, my husband came into our son's bedroom. He checked the whole house and all around our property, but couldn't find anybody. We came to the conclusion that the stalker from the gas station must have finally taken his opportunity to catch me alone. Based on what that creepy tweaker had said to me, who else could it have been? What really freaked me out, though, is not knowing how long he had been watching me before that. How long had he been watching me before he approached me at the gas station and before he barged into our home? It really opened my eyes that someone could stalk you without you ever knowing about it until it's too late to do anything. I firmly believe my 2 pit bulls saved my life, my son's life, and possibly my husband's too that night. That had my husband not let the dogs into the house before he left, I wouldn't be here right now, nor would my son. To this day, anytime I have to be home alone, or my new husband and I are sleeping, I have to have my pit bull beside me to watch over me. Another good old story from South Africa. As people from there might know, there are a lot of game farms, lodges, and those sites of facilities, especially around the area of Kruger National Park. This incident took place on a very tranquil 4-star game farm close to the southern tip of the aforementioned park. We frequented this lodge often over the 5 years before this incident. It was a favorite with me and my wife, actually, who was at the time still my girlfriend. The lodge had a very nice central area, with a pool, restaurant, and then tented chalets were spread around, with the furthest one about 1 kilometer from the restaurant. They were very private, and set up in the bush as well. You couldn't see the next one over because of this, and could only really hear your neighbors if they were very loud. Sadly, the lodge had fallen on some hard times and gone backwards a bit. The weekend this incident took place, only 2 of the 25-plus units were occupied for that Friday night, and we were the only ones there on Saturday. Honestly, that made me feel a little bit uneasy. To make matters even worse, the lodge/farm manager came by on Saturday morning, saying he would be leaving for the weekend as well. He told us if we needed anything to just help ourselves to the restaurant fridges and leave a note. We could settle the bill at a later time. Sure, no problem, I guess. We had the pool and jacuzzi and the rest of the facilities all to ourselves. We left to go for a visit to the KMP after the manager left and stayed out most of the day. We got back around 3 p.m., and right as we got out of the car, I immediately got goosebumps. It was 35 degrees Celsius out, over 100 degrees in Fahrenheit, so I definitely was not getting those from being cold. We had parked about 150 meters away and had a little path we liked to walk down. As we approached, though, I noted some large shoe prints over me and my girlfriend's prints from that morning. That put me even more on edge. I approached further and noticed the prints turned around suddenly and walked back the way they had come. Everything seemed to be in order when we got there, though. We went for a bit of a swim and a bit of a game drive around the farm as well, and returned at around 5:30. I started to make the fire, barbecue the meat, and prepare some other food. Those footprints still had me and my girlfriend on edge, though, and we were both very quiet. We sat down at around 8 p.m. to have dinner together. As we sat down, though, I could tell my girlfriend looked very worried. I asked her what was wrong. She said she had a really bad feeling for some reason, and we had to go right now. I felt the same, honestly. We needed to leave now, not after we ate, right this moment. We checked the food in the cooler, grabbed everything we could, and ran to the car. We jumped in and raced out of there. As we went out the gate and started to drive away, the feeling of dread slowly left us as well. We made the 150-kilometer drive home in the dark and slept in our own beds that night. We woke up on Sunday and went about our day as normal. About 4 p.m. that afternoon, though, my phone number rings. I saw it was the number from the lodge manager. I answered, and he frantically asked if we were okay. I said, yeah, why? He started explaining what happened, and I got ice cold. Apparently, that very same night, the lodge was broken into and ransacked. They took everything of value, and what they couldn't take had been destroyed. It seemed it was a group of men that had done it. Apparently, there was evidence they had ransacked one of the abodes as well. Only one. The one my girlfriend and I had booked into. The one we would have been sleeping in had we not left so abruptly the previous night. That means they had been watching us the whole time. The lodge had cameras, but the part we were staying in did not. We left just after 8 p.m., probably about 8:20 or so. Cameras caught the first signs of movement at the lodge just before 8:30. At least one was visibly armed with a firearm in the footage, and a few had machetes as well. I shudder to think what would have happened had we actually been there. The nearest people would have been over 3 kilometers away in a straight line, and we were completely alone out there. There wasn't any cell reception at the lodge either. We wouldn't have been able to call for help. Needless to say, we did not go to lodges or isolated areas for a long time after. And sadly, even though we loved that place, it went under not long after too. I saw some ads it was being sold on bank auction. That incident shocked us both a bit, and we vowed to always trust our instincts and intuition from then on. Also, to tell each other if something ever felt off to one of us. We both had had that uneasy feeling since about 3 that afternoon when we came back, but the reason neither of us said anything was because we didn't want to spoil the trip for the other. The cost was almost the ultimate price. Lesson to be learned here: trust your gut and tell your partner what you're feeling. If something feels off, it's probably because it is. It may just save your life. This story happened when I was a junior in high school. I'm a girl and was a friendly/curious person. 1 month into the fall semester, we got a new transfer student. He looked very nervous. Seated behind me, his name was Joe. I, of course, introduced myself to him, trying to ease some of his tension. I helped to teach him what we'd learned so far, and I helped him look over his class schedule as well. We had 2 classes and lunch period together. Naturally, because of all this interaction, we got to know each other and become somewhat good friends. He was a quiet kid on his own, but he talked quite a lot around me. I assume that just meant he was very comfortable with me. I made it very clear we were just friends, by the way, and he seemed not even interested in anything else. We started hanging out with my group of friends as well. Fast forward to spring break. I told Joe I was going out of town with my family. He seemed very disappointed we couldn't spend the break together, but he said it was understandable. A while later, though, I ran into Joe in a restaurant. I hadn't told him where I was going, so I thought to myself, wow, well, what a coincidence, right? He said he happened to be visiting family in the same town. Going along further in senior year, Joe and I were now hanging out at least once a week. Then that turned into 2, then that turned into 3. I started to notice we were spending a bit too much time together. I wanted to make time for my other friends too, you know? That's when things started to change. I would run into Joe everywhere, or should I say it was more like I'd see him out of the corner of my eye whenever I was spending time with someone else, or hiding behind something when I was by myself. It was obviously very obsessive and clingy. The first 2 or 3 times, I didn't really think that much of it. It all became clear, though, when I questioned him on why this was happening. He told me he was accidentally following me because he wanted to make sure I was safe. Well, now I felt really creeped out. He apologized and asked for forgiveness, but I told him I didn't want to be friends anymore. He got furious and stormed out. He didn't come to school for the next 2 or 3 days. My friends had told me he'd begun harassing them for snitching on him or something. I don't really know how that made sense. He did come back to school eventually, only to pretend he didn't know me. One particular day on my walk home, I began to hear Joe calling my name in a low and unfamiliar tone. When I looked around, though, he was nowhere to be seen. I didn't know why in that moment, but my gut told me I needed to run away as fast as I could. I started sprinting and kept running until I got home. I was too scared to look back. I made sure every door and window was locked up tight. Actually, I hadn't seen him the entire way. I almost convinced myself I was just being paranoid. When my phone screen lit up, Joe was calling me repeatedly. Then I heard him calling my name again. I went to check. He was in front of my house now. He began to bang on the door. I called my dad and told him what happened. I pleaded for Joe to just go away. Everything went completely silent after 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The last words I heard from him as he left were, "You'll always be my best friend." The issue was brought up to the school, but Joe never showed up again after. Now 4 years have passed by, and just a few days ago, I got friend requests on 2 of my social media accounts. It was Joe. I blocked him and changed my names to something else. I don't live in the same town, I don't live in the same country. Now I'm on the other side of the world. Still though, I can't help but feel scared like 18-year-old me again. I've become much more cautious around other people because of him. I did report him and get a restraining order against him when that happened. Warning, this story has some graphic details. So I'm just gonna get it out there because it's been heavy on my shoulders for about a month now. The night of National Day here in my country, after having a nice meal with some of my friends, my boyfriend asked me to go check on one of his friends. They had a father-son kind of relationship, and his friend was not feeling very well. He had some heart-related conditions, and my boyfriend was quite worried. On our way home, we decided to stop by his place real quick, around 10 at night. We got there, drank a beer, had a friendly chat with him, his wife, and his stepson for a moment. After about 45 minutes, we were just about to leave when we heard a crazed howling coming from outside in front of the house. In retrospect, it almost sounded like a zombie's growling. His stepson cautiously opened the door and asked what was going on. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before a man erupted at the door. He was covered in blood. I mean dark black, dried blood. So much of it, I almost thought he was a different ethnicity because his skin had such a dark tone from all that blood. It took me about 30 seconds to realize that all that blood was coming from 2 gigantic, gaping wounds in the side of his head. I must say, he looked and sounded like a living corpse. There were 3 gashes. The biggest was on the middle from his forehead all the way down to the back of his head, 2 inches wide at the largest. The guy began to scream and yell and thrash around before falling to the ground and freezing just like in the movies. We jumped into action. This guy was clearly not in good shape. We brought him out without looking back. I can't really explain what went through my mind in that moment, but I knew that if we were not on our way to the hospital right now, this man would not survive. I sat him down on the front passenger seat and did my best to keep him awake while my boyfriend drove. We called 911 the minute we got onto the road so they could send an ambulance to meet us on the way there. The agent on the phone started asking me to pull the car onto the side of the highway and wait for the ambulance to get there, but we couldn't do that. The man was clearly going to die very soon. We kept on going as fast as possible. We arrived to the hospital before the ambulance and the police. As soon as we got there, medics rushed outside and came to help him right away. The police then arrived too, and took our disposition. Guess what happened next though? The man had been so badly hurt that he fell into a coma only 30 minutes after arriving, before the police could interrogate him as to what happened. From that moment on, police started procedures for a homicide investigation, and we were considered the prime suspects. They finally let us go home at 4 a.m. They came back the next day asking further questions and letting us know that now they knew we were not related to this crime. They informed us the man had also escaped the hospital the next morning. The attack was probably gang-related, and those gashes had been done by a machete. He'd managed to survive the attack because he was completely strung out on heroin. I'll never forget that night, and that man's horrifying screams. At least I can hold on to the fact that I helped to save a life. I've been wanting to share this for a while, so here goes. In 2007, when I was 12 years old, my family and I took a trip to Key Biscayne, Florida, with some of my cousins and family friends. Naturally, while at the resort, my cousins and I would all hang out at the kids' club. Well, there were always a bunch of kids to hang out with, epic chicken fingers with ranch dressing, and tons of fun games for us all to play. There was a director of the kids' club who watched us and facilitated all of the activities. His name was Dan. In retrospect, I'm sure you can imagine Dan was a major fucking creep. He was around 40 years old, super tall, skinny, and was balding quite badly. The worst part is that he always made us call him Dan the Animal Man. Side note, these sorts of memories leave me in awe of how naive and blinded to danger I was. I'm sure most of us were as a kid, really. If I ever met this guy now, I wouldn't want to get within a 5-foot radius of him. At 12 years old, though, I was thinking he was awesome. Time is a wonderful thing, I suppose. Anyway, I digress. It was made clear to all of us suddenly that Dan, for unknown reasons, was leaving the hotel in a week. None of this fazed me, though. On our last day there, I just so happened to lose my cell phone. It was a bright blue chocolate cell phone, if anyone remembers those gems with the spinning wheel. I quickly told my parents I couldn't find it. Considering this was already the second phone I'd lost that year, my mom yelled at me and told me if I didn't find it, I'd be grounded for a long time. I rushed around the entire hotel, looking everywhere for my phone. Along the way, I just so happened to go into the kids' club to see if anyone there had found it. The room that was typically bustling with kids and activity was now eerily quiet and empty. Dan was just sitting on a couch all by himself. "Hey, Dan, did you by chance see my phone?" I asked him. He responded right away. "Oh, yeah. Actually, I found it and put it in the lost and found in the basement. Come with me, I'll show you." Thinking nothing of this, I mindlessly followed behind Dan as he led me all the way to the back of the hotel. We had walked for around 3 minutes before we arrived at the foot of an abandoned stairwell leading into a dark basement. We were now at the very back of the hotel, in a strange area I'd never seen before, and no one else was in sight. "Are you sure it's down here?" I asked, very confused. I was staring down a long flight of stairs leading into pitch black darkness. The walls were made of unpainted concrete. It didn't even look like it could be a storage area, let alone a basement with a lost and found. Dan nodded happily and held the door open for me, motioning for me to head down myself. Something in that moment suddenly woke up. I'm not sure if it was instinct, fear, or just luck, but I immediately knew I could not go down there. Before Dan could say or do anything, I blurted out, "Never mind, I think I left it with my mom." I darted as fast as I could back to the hotel lobby. I was shaken up. Something about that situation was not right. I just knew he was going to hurt me. As a kid who wore rose-colored glasses and was overly trusting of others, that really shook me. I tried to compose myself and figured I'd investigate a bit more just to be sure. I walked up to the concierge of the hotel and asked them where the lost and found was because I'd lost my phone recently. The woman at the front desk was very nice and told me the lost and found was just right there, right next to her. She then asked me what kind of phone I'd lost. After I told her it was a blue chocolate flip phone, she smiled and pulled it right out of the box under her desk. "Don't worry, someone turned it in here earlier," she said and handed me my phone with a big smile. "Wait, so you're telling me the lost and found isn't in the basement?" I stammered. "No, sweetie, the hotel is still under construction. The basement is being rebuilt. There's not even any electricity down there or anything." That scared the absolute shit out of me. I couldn't shake the feeling that man was dangerous. At the time, I was sharing a hotel room with my cousin, and she was the only person I told. Considering she was only 8 at the time, I think all I did was really freak her out. Now I'm 26 though, and I think back on that moment a lot. I wonder what would have happened to me if I'd gone down to the basement with Dan the Animal Man. It truly feels like one of the most critical junctures of my entire life. I'm happy I knew to get the hell out of there before it was too late. I recently contacted that hotel to inquire about past Kid Club employees named Dan from 2007, just to see if he's still around somewhere, or on a sex offenders list, maybe even in jail. I told them this whole story, but they refused to give me any information about him and sounded pretty sketchy about it, honestly. I'll continue to do some research, and if I ever find more information, I suppose I'll tell you guys as well. Recently, I was shopping in a very popular department store when I had the feeling I needed to use the bathroom. The women's restroom was all the way in the very back of the store, right near an emergency exit. This meant it was pretty secluded. I walked in the 2-stall bathroom. One of them was already taken. Without thinking anything of it, I went into the only other stall available. As soon as I locked the door, though, the person in the other stall, without even flushing, unlocked their door and walked over to the sink. I was not really thinking too much of it in that moment. I'm kind of shy, so I was just sitting there waiting for them to leave. Instead, they did nothing. Now I was kind of confused. I pieced together they were not washing their hands, and they'd never flushed the toilet either. I slowly tilted my head down as quietly as possible to look underneath the stall. I noticed that whoever this was very clearly wearing large men's boots and ratty jeans. Now I was really scared. I'm a natural worrier already, and we were in a very secluded area. I tried to calm myself down and count to 15 to give them a chance to prove me wrong. Maybe it was just a girl fixing her makeup or something. As I was counting, though, I realized that even if it was a woman fixing her hair or something like that, I would surely have heard some sort of shuffling or any noise at all. Instead, it was complete silence. I counted all the way to 15 and still no movement. Now I was fully shaking. I realized just how alone we were. I was cornered in a bathroom with what I assumed was a large man based on their legs. I reached into my purse to fake a phone call. I was so nervous I didn't even think to try to make my phone ring by playing a ringtone first. I just put it to my ear and said, "Hello?" I was too nervous to even keep making up conversation because I didn't know what the man would do. Luckily, as soon as I did this, he left immediately. I watched his feet under the stall to make sure he was gone. Even creepier, I watched him walk to the right. As I exited the bathroom as fast as I could, I noticed that to the right of this restroom was the emergency exit door, now propped open. Who knows what this guy wanted to do, or where he wanted to bring me. There could have been a car right out back waiting for us for all I know. I still can't imagine the face I would have seen looking back at me if I'd just finished my business and left the stall. I told the store manager after. They kinda feigned concern, but I could tell they either didn't really care or didn't believe me. I even called their headquarters the next day to report it again. So I made this friend on Reddit named Carl. I met Carl because we frequented a lot of the same subreddits and would always seem to bump into each other in different threads. I used to be quite active on the site, but now I mostly browse every now and then. Carl private messaged me drunk one night, saying he needed a friend but had no one else to talk to, and that he needed to vent some shit about his life. I obliged him, and we swiftly became friends. Then we even became pen pals. We'd email every day pretty much, or message each other on Discord. We shared and talked about all kinds of things. We vented about our lives, about our personal situations. As far as I knew, Carl was a couple of years older than me, originally from Russia, but now living in Colorado. He had a child and a girlfriend as well, it seemed. He'd posted various pictures of himself in different places, and he'd also posted a lot on the genealogy subreddit with his DNA results. Eventually though, as time continued on, Carl started getting mad whenever I didn't reply quickly enough, and he started acting quite strange as well. Things were still fine though for the most part. He seemed to love drama, and reveled in talking shit about people, so he would do that quite a lot. I very quickly noticed as well that he was extremely paranoid about many things. I didn't take this too seriously at first. At one point, I made a forum based on 2007 LiveJournal, where we'd basically just post stories of our lives every day. This other random person joined it, John, who was apparently already friends with Carl. They both claimed that they went to the same high school. It had been about a year of friendship at this point, when I started to notice that some of Carl's stories weren't exactly adding up, and neither were John's actually. Something seemed to be a little bit off here, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what. We still continued being friends, and I got somewhat close to both Carl and John. I must confess though that I did lie to them a bit. I never gave them my real name. I said I lived in Wyoming as well, even though I lived nowhere near there. I just looked up some random information on a city in Wyoming and claimed I lived there. Other than that though, most of the things I told them were true. I was just concerned for privacy reasons. For some reason I didn't quite understand. I didn't want these two to know exact names and details. Carl could be really creepy obsessive sometimes. He would look up different websites to see shit I'd posted and then deleted, and ask me why I'd removed it. I started to get even more suspicious. At one point, I decided to try something. I sent a link on Facebook to both Carl and John. You could only see it though if you joined a private group, which meant you had to use your real Facebook account. John ended up joining. I found out he lived in New Hampshire, nowhere near where Carl lived. I messaged him and asked if he really did go to school with Carl. He claimed that he did, but immediately after I asked, he told Carl I'd been snooping around. I forget exactly how the rest of this went down, but at one point I had sent a picture of an art piece I'd done to Carl. Now that he knew I was looking into him, in the background was my cat, with her tag visible as well. Carl blew up the photo, zoomed in, and saw my mother's phone number on the tag. He used Spokio to find her, then found her Facebook, then found me. Carl then confronted me, saying he knew where I really lived, my real name, my address, and knew everything about my mom as well. He asked why I'd lied, and threatened me for lying to him. He said he was tracking me down, and going to get revenge for trying to track John down too. He tried to backpedal and claim that was a joke, but I could tell he was really being serious. I was so creeped out I didn't know what to do. My first thought was to ask him to talk to me himself and try to figure out a way to resolve things peacefully. He made up a bunch of excuses as to why he couldn't do that. I found out that his name was not Carl. He was also not from Colorado. The pictures were not of him, of course, and most of the details he'd told me were absolutely fake. He was not even Russian. His entire online profile was completely fabricated. I'm not even sure whose life he was trying to fake in that case. And John? He barely even knew Carl. For whatever reason, he just decided to help Carl lie to me and track me down. He was the one that helped Carl find all my information. John's real name was John, in fact, and that was indeed his real Facebook that I'd found, but I couldn't find out anything about who Carl was. Carl began to tell me he knew everything about me, but I knew nothing about him. He was going to find the people in my life and try to make it a living hell. I ghosted him and tried my best to remove my presence from online. As far as I know, he never messed with my family or my girlfriend. He never shipped anything dangerous to my house like he said he would or anything like that. We just never spoke again after. It's definitely creepy as fuck that some stranger knew everything about me, but I knew nothing about them. I guess I got lucky in the end that he wasn't really serious about doing something bad to me. I'm a woman. At the time of this tale, I was 27 years old. I was living with my boyfriend, now fiancé, in the same home we live in today, in fact. Our home is a small beach cottage with multiple windows on all sides. The home was moved in the 70s from a rural beach town just a few miles from here to our quaint neighborhood amongst the sprawling brick branches, in what I imagine at the time to be a desirable little working-class neighborhood on the edge of town. Around the time of my story, my boyfriend would make frequent trips out of town, often for work purposes, but also on occasion to assist his older parents who lived out of state. He'd help them with repairs, remodeling, etc. This typically meant he'd be gone for a few weeks, but sometimes up to 2 months at a time even. At this point, he'd been out of town for a week or so. I was just going along with my day-to-day life like normal. Going to work at my 9 to 5, working out in the evening, doing some chores, rinse and repeat every day. One night as I was lying in bed, on the very cusp of my sleepy melatonin stupor, suddenly I was jolted wide awake with an overwhelming feeling to get up and check all the windows were locked right away. Even in my groggy state, I thought that was such a strange impulse, other than the fact I hadn't checked the windows since my boyfriend had left. I had no logical reason to think to do that right now. I didn't hear any strange sounds, I didn't see anything weird, nothing of that nature. Begrudgingly, I dragged myself from my cozy cocoon, though, to go and check all the windows. Most were locked up tight, but there were a few that had in fact been left unlocked. I threw the lock latches that had been left unsecured and groggily stumbled back to bed, not thinking anything else about it as I drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as usual, I woke up to my alarm blaring from my phone and began to prepare myself for work. I just started a water kettle for my beloved French press when I stood at the kitchen window waiting for the whistle. My entire body was instantly coated in goosebumps as I noticed a single clean slice in my kitchen window screen. Utterly shocked, I ran to the office, then the guest room, then the laundry room. As I'm sure you've already guessed, every single screen in my home had a clean slice through it, a slice just large enough to fit someone's hand through. All but 3 out of the 18 windows in my house had been tampered with. The 3 that were left untouched were the windows to my bedroom. The bedroom I'd been peacefully sleeping my butt off in while someone was attempting to break into my house. By this time, my kettle was screeching at me to remove it from the heat. I ran to the kitchen to answer the kettle's call while attempting to not keel over from a second heart attack I was having before even dressed. Needless to say, I was freaked out beyond measure. The cops were called and a detective came out to investigate. On the back side of my house, he noticed a single handprint on one of the windows. He tried to test for fingerprints, but it was determined the person attempting to break in had been wearing gloves. He of course had no proof, but he also believed the person must have known I was in that room. Nothing ever came of the investigation. I can't explain why I suddenly got the urge to get out of bed that night, but I know to trust my gut now. Back a while ago, I used to date this particular guy. After about 6 months of dating or so, he started being gone for hours at a time, with no way to communicate with him at all. Cell phones weren't really a thing back then. Sometimes he did do deliveries out of state, but it only happened every couple of months. At first, I didn't really think anything of it. He always had a perfectly prepped excuse for everything. Sometimes he'd come back smelling like chemicals. He'd come over to my house and shower, then change clothes as soon as he walked in the door. I never met his parents. I never met any of his friends. One day, I noticed his work gloves were kinda stained and rough looking. I just mentioned that he needed some new gloves and didn't really think anything about it. He began to get progressively more creepy, until I finally decided I'd had enough and broke it off with him. He harassed me for weeks after. I had to change my phone number and email address. When he found out my work information, he started calling and emailing me there too. I did my best to try and ignore him. After a while, it just stopped altogether. A month goes by. My car was broken into at work, and they took the change from the cup holder, OTC meds, and my registration. I worked downtown and assumed it was some junkies at the time. About a week later, though, suddenly I was woken up in the middle of the night to someone right on top of me. I could feel their rough gloves wrapped around my neck, and my heart was beating a mile a minute. Luckily for me, my friend just so happened to show up banging at the door that exact moment. My would-be rapist/murderer ran to the sliding glass door, opened it easily, and climbed down the balcony of my apartment. He took off into the night. My friends knew they could come to my house to sleep off a wild night and call me if they needed a ride home. Because of this, it was not an unusual occurrence for someone to show up on a Friday or Saturday night. Lucky for me, this was pre-Uber and Lyft, and cabs were gross and expensive. I drove my friend home and stayed there for a few days. I moved after and got a different job as well. While I still lived in an apartment, I kept my registration and my purse after that. I swear the person who did that was my ex, and I never heard from him again after. My friends Jessica and James have been together for roughly 6 years, and they've lived in their house for over a year now. I'm over quite often as well. I've been friends and co-workers with Jessica for 4 years. They're both wonderful people, and they've kind of adopted me into their family. They keep me alive by feeding me a few times a week, so I'm very grateful to them. I was over for dinner after work a few weeks ago. We all arrived at their place within minutes of each other. We all drank and caught up, and after a little while, James went outside to grill up some steaks. He came inside, though, and asked why I'd kissed the door. I was pretty confused, of course. I went over to the sliding glass door where he was. Sure as the world is round, there was a kiss print on the outside of the door, lipstick and everything. Few things first. James and Jessica are both shorter than I am. He's about 5'8" and she's 5'2". I'm 5'11". The kiss print was at a height that if I popped up my balls on my feet, I could just barely reach that spot with my lips, far above where either of them could reach. I hadn't worn any of that sort of stuff in many, many years. They both thought it was me playing a prank on them for some reason. Jessica owned the lipstick. I guess they thought I could have just been trying to freak them out or something. Spoiler alert, it was not me. I happen to be a smoker, so I did frequent their back porch through that door. I guess that made it all the more suspicious. Their porch was pretty difficult to get to as well. We got 3 sides, right? Well, the right side is a 30-foot drop, the left side is a 10-foot drop with a spiked fence, and inside that fence is immediately James' grill and some workout equipment. It was a pretty narrow, not easily navigated space. The front of the porch, I suppose, would be the easiest way to get in, but you'd have to be quite dedicated to climb all that way. They had real thick, tall hedges around the entire thing, too. You'd get pretty scraped up trying to do all this. At this point, I was thinking Jessica just climbed up on a chair and was trying to prank me or something. James cleaned off the glass, and we quickly went on with our night. A few nights later, though, I'm back at their place. I was going outside for a smoke when I saw another kiss mark on the glass, in the same place as before. About a foot below that was a smudgy heart drawn in dirt crudely. I'm not sure if this person had really greasy hands or if they used spit or something, but that was extra creepy. I pointed this out to my friends, and again they thought it was me. James even insisted I clean it off. None of us were the type to prank exactly. I still felt the most logical explanation was Jessica was doing this for some reason. The next time it happened, a few days later, I hadn't been there for a while. Jessica called me up. She was a little bit accusatory and rattled, of course. I did have a key to their home. She asked me if I had used it to go inside and write something on the glass again, because when they'd woken up, they noticed some writing on the door. I told her it was not me. She let it go, but I could still tell she was kind of suspicious. At this point, I knew it wasn't her either. It could be, but she would have given up the ghost already. She seemed to be genuinely mad and scared of me. It didn't seem funny at all. It happened many more times as well. Once even when I was over there. Then there was a break for about a week. Then it started up in earnest when I wasn't there for a while. I had to go to another state for work. While I was gone, Jessica video called me. She saw I was in my hotel room, not there, and just started freaking out. She said this whole time she'd really been holding out hope it was me. At least then it wouldn't be terrifying. Alas, I was 1,000 miles away. There was new writing on her back door, seemingly made that very same night, with a heart drawn underneath as well. She apologized to me for being so adamant it was me. She just hadn't wanted to be wrong. I told her it was okay, but also told her the person she should really be calling right now was the police. She did call them. They came several hours later, looked around for 5 minutes, and pretty much just told her, "Hey, that's weird." They told her she could take some pictures and submit them online. Wow, thanks guys, what a big help. We were all completely freaked out. We don't really know what's going on. They ordered a camera and it came a couple of days ago. They put it on the porch, but so far nothing. I'll let you know if anything further happens. About 10 years ago, after graduating from high school, me and 5 of my friends, all girls by the way, decided we were going to rent out a house together right by campus. We were all fairly young, 17 to 19 years old, and very broke as well. The house wasn't exactly in the best neighborhood. One night, we had some people over. Nothing crazy, just a few of our friends. We were all hanging out on our front porch and having a few beers together. We called it a night around 1 or 2 a.m. All of our friends went home and we all went to bed. The next morning, we were woken very startlingly to a knock from the police. One of the girls let us know the cops were at our door, so we all came downstairs in a panic. Naturally, we thought we were in some sort of trouble. The officer informed us there had been some sketchy activity on our front porch last night. At first, we thought he was talking about us having a party with people over, but no. Apparently, sometime after we'd gone to bed, there was a man in his late 40s or early 50s, looking through all our windows. The officer had just happened to be driving by and saw the man peering in. When the man saw the officer, he frantically grabbed an empty beer can off our front porch and sat down on one of our chairs. He pretended to be drinking. The officer obviously thought this was even stranger, so he stopped to see what was going on here. He asked the man if he lived in the house. The man had told him he was a close friend of ours and that all of us had just turned in for the night. He'd decided to finish his beer before he took off. He started describing things about us in a horrifying amount of detail, even some things he shouldn't have known. It seemed he'd been watching us for some time. I'm sure the officer could tell some sketchy shit was going on here, as he offered to give the man a ride to wherever he lived. The man hesitated for a moment and insisted he simply wanted to finish his beer. The cop just told him to come with him. When he did a search of the man's name, tons of charges came up. The scariest part was all the charges of pedophilia he had, quite a lot of them. Thank God for that officer driving by. We checked our windows the next day, only to find they'd been unlocked, and some of them had been tampered with. This guy would have had no trouble at all climbing through one of those windows while we were asleep. Needless to say, we made sure every window was secure in that house, and we were a lot more cautious of our surroundings from then on. The cop actually gave us the name of the man, so we could look him up along with all of his pages of charges. This guy was terrifying. One of those people where you can just tell from a look in their eyes that they're not someone you want to associate with. Still gives me the chills to think about. When I was in high school and I first began driving, I began doing deliveries for my father's business. We lived in town, and most of the deliveries would be in town as well. However, there were definitely some orders that required me to drive out into the more rural areas around there. This was around 40 years ago, so it was long before people were ordering things online every day. In order to get some things, my dad would have to order them for his customers and then have them either picked up or delivered. They were mostly mechanical parts and computer parts, which were a little bit more difficult to get back then than they are now. Around the time that I had been doing this for just over a year, I began having some issues with a group of guys in school. They would give me a hard time because I had my dad's car to drive around in and would never give them rides in it. My dad had forbidden that, and he was the kind of guy who would be quite scary when he was pissed off about something. Because I denied them, though, they started being real jerks to me, especially after they'd asked multiple times and I had to turn them down each one. I started looking forward to working more often in my free time. I wasn't dating much or at all, so I really enjoyed the time I had to myself driving. One of the strangest orders was for a computer part. I had gotten it with a phone number and no address on it. I had to call and ask for the delivery address when the part came in. It turned out this guy lived really far out in the hills and had to give me some very elaborate directions to get to his place. I was surprised by just how far out it was. It was a bit late once it arrived, and it was so far out. It was getting dark, so I offered to bring the part by the next day instead. He offered me a really good tip to get it to him that night, something I just couldn't turn down. It was already getting dark as I was heading out, and I wasn't used to driving at nighttime. I also didn't drive out into these hills very often, so this was a very new experience for me. I didn't like driving at night around here. It was so hard to see where you were going. I would occasionally fear things jumping out of the dark at me. I was pretty worried about getting lost out there. The roads were very thin and easy to lose track of. I was surprised by the time I got to the house. I got out with a flashlight and made sure the letters on the old mailbox were the correct ones. There were no lights on at the house inside or out, and the place looked like it was abandoned. I was worried I had somehow gotten it wrong, but the numbers I'd been given were correct. If there had been a driveway leading up to this house, it had long since grown over. Rather than drive right up to it, I had to walk a fair distance. I grabbed the part and the flashlight and began to walk up to this dark and scary home. I was walking slowly up to the house. Part of this was because it was so dark and hard to see, but also because I wanted to put it off as long as possible. A large part of me wanted to just leave the part in the yard and not walk up at all. Of course, then I wouldn't get the tip the guy had promised me. That was the only thing that kept me moving forward. About halfway up the front yard, I did notice a light turn on in the home. At first, I felt some sense of relief, but that went away when the front door opened, and a dark figure emerged onto the porch. I could only see the figure because of the light on behind him, clearly holding some sort of rifle in his hands. I didn't feel very welcome. For a few moments, neither of us moved. I took another step forward, but no sooner than that, I noticed him pointing the rifle right at me. I strongly suspected this was not the same person I had talked to on the phone just shortly before. I didn't know how to react. The only thing I wanted to do was run back to the car. I was on shaky legs, however, and felt unable to do that. It didn't take but a moment for the man to begin yelling gibberish at me. I really didn't understand anything he was saying. It was all just jumbled and scary sounding. At that point, I dropped the part on the ground and just ran back to the car as quickly as I could. I kept expecting to get shot in the back on the way out. Fortunately, no shots came. I got back to the car. The man had walked off his porch and out into the yard, but it didn't seem he was pursuing me really. I was able to drive off and out of there. I was still shaken pretty badly. The whole ride until I got home was terrifying. When I did arrive, I explained everything to my dad about what happened. I'm not sure how much he believed me at first, but he accepted that I was telling the truth eventually. There is a little more to the end of this story. I found out much later what might have happened in this case. A former friend of mine, one who had gotten pissed at one of the other guys who were bullying me, told me that it was a setup to get me shot. They had ordered the computer part and given me the wrong address to deliver it to. The owner of the house was one of these guys' great uncles or something, and he hated whenever anyone came onto his property. The bullies knew that at the very least the old man would scare me, but also he would likely shoot at me. I never confronted them on it. I knew the guy who told me would deny it if I told them that he'd said it, so I never found out if that's really what happened. However, it did make a lot of sense. I had always grown up in an urban and suburban environment. I liked it and always felt I would remain in such an environment. There was a short period in my life, however, when I got really fascinated with the idea of being out in the country or camping, just communing with nature in one way or another. I have some Native American roots, and I think that although I hadn't paid much mind to them growing up, they eventually became more interesting to me, and thus I became more interested in exploring nature as a result. I should probably point out that I know not all Native Americans are interested in nature or anything like that. It was a pretty uneducated belief. Around that time, people always equated being Native American with nature and spiritualism. I got myself really deeply believing in things like that. I was not experienced with nature or camping or anything like that, but I wanted to go out and try it and see what it was like. A cousin of mine was also into this sort of thing, so we set up a time that the two of us could maybe try and go camping. The weather was supposed to be absolutely beautiful for a week. That was when we decided to go out and camp. He thought it would be a good idea to try and camp without tents, but I wasn't quite ready for that yet. My cousin was probably pretty happy that I did bring one, though. The camping trip did not turn out anything like we thought it would. Immediately, we could sense that we were not alone in those woods. My cousin's dad owned the land for miles and miles, so no one was supposed to be on it. There were tons of things that led us to believe that someone else was out there with us. We heard a bunch of things, and none of them were very pleasant sounding. I wish I could describe them to you, but other than the sounds of footsteps and breaking sticks, all the other stuff was so weird that I don't know how to word it. It was like there was some person making strange noises with their mouth to try and scare us, because they were definitely not sounds that animals make. Some of the things I could have written up to our imaginations. We were trying to have a fun time, and maybe we were looking for things that may not have been there. It began to get too weird for that pretty quickly, though. On the second day, during the afternoon hours, we were shocked when the sky started getting darker. Dark and violent storm clouds began moving in. These were not forecasted to happen. The wind picked up and the lightning and thunder began shrieking and booming in the sky. Because of the sheer speed of the storm that was rolling in, I mean very, very fast, we had to struggle to put up the tent. My cousin had slept outside the previous night and had neglected to bring his own tent, but I would let him stay in mine for the duration of the storm. Because of just how fast and hard the wind was blowing, it was difficult to try and get everything set up. We did the best we could. Fortunately, there was a lot of build-up for the storm before the rain actually started hitting, so we got into the tent a good time before that. The storm was a real violent one. It was scary being out in it. The wind was slapping up against the tent, and many times we thought it would be ripped out from the ground. Somehow it held up throughout. Unfortunately, the tent staying on the ground was the least of our concerns. It was dark outside the tent, even though it was still daytime. During some of the lightning strikes, my cousin began to get very paranoid. He thought he had seen someone outside the tent. He kept trying to look through the tent flap windows to see if he could get a better look at what was going on. It was just too hard to see out there in all that darkness. At one point, though, I guess he happened to be looking out when a bolt of lightning lit up the entire outside of the countryside. My cousin yelped out in fear, as he must have seen something. He told me that there was someone out there in the rain, standing and watching us, a big guy that he had only seen for a moment, but he had seen them very clearly. I pushed him away and looked out the window as well, but I didn't see anyone out there, not even when the lightning flashed again. Not long after my cousin had seen the person, though, something pulled one of the stakes of the tent out of the ground, and that part collapsed. I was worried, but most of the tent was still up, so I thought everything would be fine. Whoever was outside pulling them pulled up the others, and suddenly the entire tent collapsed onto the two of us. My cousin kept yelling that someone was out there, pulling the stakes up. He was terrified and wanted to get out and run. I couldn't stop my cousin. He was able to slip out of the tent, and I did too. Suddenly, I no longer wanted to be there myself either. We both began running through the violent storm, doing our best to get back as fast as possible. That was the only thing on both of our minds. Turning around, another bolt of lightning flashed. I was looking back in that moment, and there was absolutely someone there, standing by the camping area. It was hard to get a good look at him in that brief moment, but he had definitely torn down our tent. We came back later in the week when it was dry, and went looking for our stuff. When we found it, it had all been slashed up. It was definitely done by a person. We were with my uncle, who owned the land and was pissed off as hell that someone had done this on his property, but he was never able to find out who it was or do anything about it. This happened to me when I was going on a hike a few days through a park. I don't want to say where it happened exactly, because I'm still not really sure what exactly happened, and I don't want to speak badly about a place if I can't know exactly what was going on there. I went hiking all on my own. It was a specific hiking trail, and it was not unusual to run into other hikers all the time. I was doing this during a time when I had some time off. I had deliberately picked this time because I was less likely to run into others. I like sticking to the official trails because they were safer, and I was less likely to get lost, so I tended to do all my hiking when others wouldn't be. I must have really picked a good hiking time this time, because I wasn't encountering a single other person at all. Starting that first evening out there, though, I began experiencing things that made me feel like I wasn't alone. The first was sounds of other people walking. The first few times I heard it, when I looked around or waited to give the person time to catch up to me, I never did see anybody. What's more, the sounds would stop shortly after I quit walking. I wasn't too scared at first, though. It was just kind of strange, really. There were no more noises or anything at night on that first night. Although I couldn't explain it, I no longer had the feeling of being watched or not being alone. By that point, I decided it was all in my imagination. I was in my tent and had a peaceful sleep that first night out. Those feelings didn't last too long, however. The following day, things started out much the same, but it got even stranger. A few times I could have sworn I saw someone when I heard the noises stop, but whoever it may have been, they tried to stay far out of the range of my sight. I could barely tell if I was actually seeing someone there, or if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. It was very disconcerting, and it really just amplified the feeling of being watched, and the fear that came from it. Things got a little weirder that night. At first, I thought it may have just been me being worked up from the whole day. Fear has a tendency to do that. You can work yourself up over time and your mind can begin playing tricks on you. That unpleasant feeling of being watched only got worse as it got darker outside, and even worse at night while I was trying to go to sleep. Things didn't get better the next day either. Although I was able to get some sleep, I didn't end up sleeping very well. I wasn't feeling great, and felt myself becoming a lot more paranoid. Once again, I thought I was catching a glimpse of something keeping out of my field of view. Almost like someone knew I was having a difficult time believing I was alone in the woods, and was preying upon those thoughts. The third evening was when I really began to get a little worried. I actually heard something that I couldn't just describe away. While I was trying to get rest in my tent this night, I heard what was undeniably another human being whistling outside in the dark. What made it worse was that it would occasionally stop, and then when it started back up again, it would be from a different portion of the woods than it had been before. It truly convinced me that there was someone else out there, and for some reason, this person was messing with me. These sorts of things continued into the next day. It was from the way they continued that kept freaking me out about what had been going on. If I had run into some other hikers, I may have felt better about it. It was overwhelming, though, being alone in those woods with someone clearly tailing and messing with me. By the time I was heading back to my car, I came upon a pretty narrow portion of the trail. There were branches that had been reaching across, and it had almost grown over. When I'd first seen it, it didn't seem like a safe place to move through, but I knew I had to do it. No sooner than I came upon this area, I saw the figure once again, this time up ahead of me. He was standing beyond the area I had to walk through and very quickly ducked out of my sight. I froze and didn't want to move forward. I knew I had to, though, in order to get out of these woods and back to my car. I slowly began making my way forward, worried the entire time. I can't even tell you what was going through my mind as I got there. As I squeezed through the end of that area, I noticed something on the ground that terrified me. There was blood splattered all over, and what looked to be some sort of mangled up small animal. I don't know what it was, though, because it had been so torn to shreds. I knew it had been left there to either scare or warn me. Either way, I wanted nothing to do with this. I think a lot of people may have run the rest of the way out, but I didn't want to do that. That would have made me more scared if I had begun running. I always had this thought that if something really was after me, running would only cause it to run after me faster. It was quite an unnerving and long walk through the rest of the wooded area until I got back to my car. As I did get back and began to drive off, I looked back at the area I'd come from. Once again, I noticed a black figure standing in the woods. When I got back to the cabin that you had to register in before going into the hiking area, I made sure to make a report of what I had seen. I let them know what I had seen and how the other hiker had been behaving. But for the time, I was the only hiker that had been registered to be on that trail. Whoever had been out there must have been out there without permission. This story takes place just last week. It was a Saturday evening just before sunset when I went to the dollar store to get a couple of snacks. I had been there a number of previous times. It was pretty close to my apartment. The store was called Dollar Tree and everything inside was around $1. I got to the store and parked my car. I got out and was walking in, and literally in the first aisle, a man began to approach me. He was wearing a green shirt with a Dollar Tree logo on it. The man approached me and told me that I wasn't allowed to be in here. I was really confused when he told me to get out of the store, and I asked him why. He said that it was because I was banned now. I knew for a fact that I had not been banned, though. I'd never had a bad interaction with anybody there. I told him he must have the wrong guy, and the man told me again to leave or he was going to call the police on me. I really couldn't believe it. I asked the guy what I'd done to get banned. He told me that I knew exactly what I did, and then motioned for me to leave right now. At this point, I really didn't know what was going on, but I figured that I would just leave anyway. This guy seemed to be pretty angry about it, and it didn't seem like he was going to listen to me no matter what I said. I started walking out of the store, and the man followed me the entire way. We both made it outside, and that's when the man told me to leave the property entirely. I asked him once more what was going on, but he wouldn't answer me. Instead, he told me not to get smart with him and asked me if I wanted to try him. I was not interested in fighting this guy, but as I was starting to walk back to my car, I noticed that out on the road a police car was starting to approach. The man who was with me turned around and just took off running, going around the side of the Dollar Tree building and behind it. There were some other businesses back there. I was still extremely confused, even more so at this point. The police car then pulled into the parking lot, and I just kinda stood there. After the police parked, 2 officers emerged from the vehicle, and one of them asked me if I had seen the guy who was pretending to work there. That's when I realized the guy who tried to kick me out of the store was a fake employee. I guess the police hadn't seen him running away when they were driving up. I said yes, and told the police where the man had run. One of the officers headed off in that direction, and the other officer went back inside. I went back to the Dollar Tree and found an employee. When I told her about what had happened, she said the guy had been pretending to work there, harassing multiple people. When they asked him to leave, he refused. They called the police. Then he went out of their sight. They thought that maybe he had left, but apparently he came back to harass me. I was able to complete my shopping, and by the time I was done, the police had left to catch up with that guy, wherever he had gone. The man's behavior was very bizarre. That experience was certainly something I'll never forget. A few weeks ago, I was at home with my wife. We had gone for a walk around the neighborhood, which we often do after getting home from work. During the walk, we took note of the dark skies approaching, and in the last part when we got back to our street, it started to sprinkle. We quickly got inside. After getting inside the home, I started to prepare dinner. I was cooking a meat and pasta dish, and just beginning, when it really started storming. There was pouring rain, loud thunder, and within 5 minutes of this big storm hitting us, the power suddenly went out entirely. I had to stop and quickly put everything away. Obviously, I could not cook without power, and I couldn't see anything in the dark. We went around the house and found a couple of lanterns to use for some light. When we checked the weather radar on our phones, the storm did not seem like it would be staying around for too long. That was good at least. I was hoping it would blow over soon. In the meantime, it was pretty nasty out there. I remember that a short time later, though, there was this really loud banging at the front door. It took both of us by surprise of just how loud it was. I went over to see who was out there, and when I looked out the front window, I saw that there were 3 large men standing there. I watched as one of them started banging on the door loudly again. I moved out of sight from the window in case they could see me. I didn't know who these men were or what they wanted, but based on the way they were pounding on the door, I didn't have any interest in finding out. I was hoping that they would just go away. I stood in a location where I could sort of see them from the window where I was, but didn't think they would be able to see me. After the men were at our door for about a minute, I saw 2 of them disperse in different directions. One of them went toward the side of my home, and the other went towards the window that I was looking towards. I quickly moved away from that area. I went over and found my wife near the kitchen and told her what was going on. She suggested that we call the police. Moments later, I began to hear a loud thudding coming from the side door, which was about 15 feet away from us. I called the police. There was now banging at the side door, front door, and a knocking on the window all at once. Suddenly, all the lights in our house came back on, and the power was restored. The instant this happened, all 3 men started sprinting away. They ran off of our property and out into the rain. I informed the police of this incident, and the storm lightened up a bit. After that, the men did not return. It was very strange, to say the least. Many years ago, a friend and I decided to take a bicycle trip together. Our goal was to bike most of the day on bike trails, then find a place to camp at night. We had made good progress towards our destination and arrived in about 2.5 days. We were going to relax in the small town that we were in for the rest of the day by swimming in the lake and getting a nice dinner in a restaurant. After eating beans and bread for the last couple of days, that was all we really needed to enjoy ourselves. We had been biking for quite a while. The bike trails that we were on didn't really have any good camping spots though, so we had been finding places that would work, like the edges of parks and backs of cemeteries. On this day, we found a quiet spot in the cemetery to camp for a night, before starting the last half of the trip back home the next day. The spot we found was really nice. It was at the back area of the cemetery, out of view from the main street. There was a nice area of mulch which we set up our tent over to sleep on. That night was also the night before the 4th of July, so there were a decent amount of fireworks going off. My friend and I watched them go off, sitting outside of our tent. The sun had already set. While we were sat outside, there were multiple instances where we felt like we saw something move, some sort of motion out of the corner of our eyes. My friend and I had already slept in graveyards earlier on this biking trip, and we had gotten into the habit of walking around and reading the graves. It was something to do to pass the time. Partly because of the odd movements that we felt like we were seeing, and partly because we were bored, we grabbed a flashlight and began walking around, checking out the area. We even stumbled across one grave that really saddened us. It was a baby's grave, with a bunch of toy cars on the ledge of it. We normally didn't get spooked in graveyards, but we both glanced at each other. It got really windy and chilly for a second, then stopped as soon as it started. Thoroughly spooked now, we went back to the tent and had a restless night of sleep, waking up often. We were both relieved when we woke up as the sun was rising. We could begin to pack up and start our ride home. I opened the flap of the tent and was about to step outside when I saw something lying on the ground right outside of it. There were 2 toy cars laying outside, the same type from the grave we had seen last night. Both my friend and I swore that neither of us had done this during the night. We walked them over to the baby's grave, and sure enough, there were 2 empty spots where the cars had been last night. We finished wrapping up our stuff, and were on our way, leaving the graveyard. This happened back when I was a teenager and in high school. I was a freshman and lived in a house in the suburbs, not too far outside of the city. It was a densely populated area, and we lived about a mile away from a pretty large mall. It was also about a half-mile from my school, so it was a popular hangout for a lot of the kids. I would go there with friends after school some days, or on weekends other times. One weekend, I was at the mall with 4 of my friends, Jesse, Alex, Martin, and Lisa. We walked around and did some shopping. We were all hanging out in one of the food courts, sitting at a table and talking. It was at this time when a random woman suddenly approached the table. She appeared to be in her 30s and had dark blonde hair. She was wearing sunglasses inside. We all looked up at her, but the woman said that she needed to speak to me specifically. I didn't know why because I had never even met her before. I asked her what was going on, and she told me that I needed to follow her. I got up and asked her again what was going on. She said she had to talk to me. The woman then told me to follow her and she would explain everything, so I did. By now, I was very curious. We went to the end of the food court and turned down a random walkway in the mall. After walking for longer than I expected, the woman turned down another hallway. This one, though, was long and skinny, and there were no stores at all down the entirety of it. Just some storage closets or possibly janitor's rooms. I was very confused, but for some reason I kept walking. I also remember that at the end of the hallway there was an exit sign. When we got about halfway down, I actually saw the door to one of the storage closets open up. At least that's what I assumed those rooms were. When it did, 2 men emerged. They were both looking at me, and they were starting to approach. At this point, I still didn't know what was going on, but something about the situation gave me a bad feeling. I stopped where I was and asked the woman what was happening. She told me to just come on and follow her. The men were now moving faster in my direction. My instincts were telling me to leave, so I just turned around and started moving away. I heard footsteps moving after me and heard the woman yell at me to come back. I ignored it. This only made me go faster. I was able to make it back out to the normal walkway, where there were a few other people around. I did not see the woman or the 2 men leave that small hallway we had been in. I walked back to my friends, and they all asked me what that was about. When I told them what happened, they were all very confused. The 5 of us went back to the hallway to look, but the people were all long gone. We started walking around the mall and doing a little more shopping, but about 30 minutes later, I noticed the woman was now trailing a ways behind us, obviously tailing us. At that point, we decided to just leave. It was very weird. Luckily, we were not followed out of the mall after that, and I never saw any of those people again. I'm not sure what was going to happen, if the woman was setting me up to get robbed or something. I really don't know, but it was very suspicious. I live in a quiet neighborhood out in the suburbs. I enjoy going on walks around the neighborhood because there's a nice park area that goes in circles around a small pond. There's a playground there as well. Most evenings, I would take a short walk through the neighborhood and around the pond. I would get my exercise in for the day, and it was very relaxing to be out there in nature. One Saturday during the summer, I couldn't take my walk until later in the day because it had been raining all day. The rain finally stopped sometime close to 10 p.m., and even though I don't usually take these walks in the dark, I thought it would be nice to get out of the house after being inside all day long. I began taking my normal route through the neighborhood and toward the playground, which would lead into the path and walk around the pond. As I approached the playground area, though, I noticed there was a figure sitting there on the bench, dressed in all dark clothing. It was odd to see somebody out in the playground on this rainy night, but I thought it could be somebody like me, getting out of the home for a bit. As I continued and began to enter the path that would lead around the pond, I was surprised to see the person from the playground had gotten up and was now heading my way. It appeared they were going to take the same path around the pond that I was taking right behind me. I immediately felt uneasy, especially since this person was moving pretty quickly. I was nervous because the walk around the pond area was very dark. There were no lights in that area at all. I was extremely nervous about having this person behind me in the dark. As soon as I entered the darkness of that path, I began to run. Not a full sprint, mind you, but a speed considerably quicker than a jog. My fears reached a new level. When about halfway around the pond in the distance behind me, I heard footsteps pounding on the pavement. The person who'd followed me onto that path had also begun to run, and it sounded like they were gaining on me. With less than half of the walk left, I increased my run to a full-on sprint so I could at least get back to the lighted area on the sidewalk by the main road. I managed to make it out of the wooded path before whoever was running behind me could catch up to me. I ran down the main street a bit back toward my house and kept looking back to see if someone would exit the path. Nobody emerged from that area. It appeared they had stopped and were staying in the dark area. I didn't see anybody for the rest of my walk home, but just in case, I took a different way back than I normally do. It involved many more turns through the neighborhood. It seems that whoever had been chasing me wanted to catch me on that stretch of path around the pond where it was completely dark and wooded. I'm glad I trusted my instincts and began running as soon as I entered that wooded area. Otherwise, the person may have caught up with me. That was the last walk I ever took after dark around my neighborhood, and I was still skeptical taking that path around the pond even during the day. A while ago, I would deliver pizzas for my summer job. I became a school teacher out of college, but the pay wasn't so great for my first couple of years. Over the summer months, when school wasn't in session, I worked a part-time job in pizza delivery. I worked at Domino's, and they stayed open quite late. Most of my shifts were night shifts that I would work into the early morning hours. It was on one of those early morning deliveries that ended up being the scariest encounter of my life. The order started out normally. I put the pizza, which had been ordered, into my vehicle and drove to the address listed. One thing I noticed when I was turning onto the street, though, was that there were no street lights at all. There was a row of 4 or 5 houses on one side, and on the other side of the street was the start of a wooded area, only about 10 feet away from the road. I parked in front of the last house on the block and walked up to the front door with the pizza in tow. There was no doorbell at this particular home, so I knocked as loudly as I could a couple of times. I waited a minute or two, but nobody came to answer the door. I couldn't exactly just leave the pizza on the front step, because we hadn't received any payment for it yet. I pounded one last time on the door, making it as loud as I could possibly be. Finally, a dim light turned on somewhere inside, and an older gentleman opened up. He grumpily told me that he hadn't ordered any pizza. I felt bad because it was obvious that I had woken him up from sleeping. I apologized, thinking I had the wrong address potentially. Still standing on the man's front step, I pulled out my phone to double-check the address, which was written down for the delivery. The address was correct, however, so it must have been a customer entering their address wrong. That did happen every once in a while. There wasn't much I could do, especially since there was no phone number given for the order. I had to just bring the pizza back to the store. I headed back to my car and went to the passenger side, putting the pizza in the front seat. I had just closed the door and was going to walk back around to my driver's side when I felt cold metal being pressed into the back of my head. I was being robbed. A deep-voiced man instructed me to give him all the cash. I instantly complied with his demands, handing him the cash pouch from my front seat that I carried around for deliveries. We fortunately emptied it fairly often, so there was only about $100 or so in there. The whole time I was grabbing the cash for the robber, I hadn't been allowed to turn around or face him. I held the money behind my back, and he took it forcefully. The man instructed me to not try and follow him and pushed me hard into the side of my car. I turned around just in time to see a figure disappearing into the woods and out of sight. I was breathing fast, and my heart raced the whole drive back to the store. I had never had a gun pointed at me before. It was a terrifying altercation. It was so odd to me for this whole elaborate plan to be set up. Scouting at a house in a good location near some woods and waiting for a pizza order just for not even a guaranteed small sum of money. The rest of the time I spent delivering pizzas, I never had another experience like that. Just in case, though, I always carried mace with me and got a better eye for my surroundings from then on. I'm currently a high school gym teacher. This is something that happened just last school year. One day, I was preparing for a class that I was about to teach. In the class, we were going to be using the high school gymnasium and doing some activities. For these activities, I needed to get some equipment, such as orange cones and whatnot. The school is kind of old, though, and the storage room for all that stuff is, for some reason, really far away from the gym. You had to walk down this really long hallway nearby. There were a few storage rooms toward the end of it. On this day, I left the gym and started walking down this long hallway to the storage room. When I opened up the door, it was mostly dark inside. Now, these storage rooms are very cluttered. Things are not organized at all. There are several shelves with random things on them, and various other things strewn all about. After getting inside, it was very dark. I didn't bother to turn on the light, though, because I knew exactly what I needed and where it was supposed to be. After taking a couple of steps inside, suddenly I heard a noise. Next thing I knew, one of the equipment shelves was falling over right on top of me. After landing on me, basically everything fell off the shelf on top of me as well. I wasn't badly hurt, but I had been knocked down and was now covered in random things. It all happened so quickly, but I knew that somebody was in here and had pushed over that shelf on purpose. It was not the sort of thing that would just suddenly fall over on its own. I pushed the junk off of me and looked around. I heard somebody moving around there, but I couldn't see who it was. I got up to my feet and was about to back out of the room into the hallway. That was when I heard another voice. I turned and just barely saw what looked to be a random man. He ducked out of view quickly and started to push over another shelf at me. I was able to get out of the room just before it came crashing down. As I left, I heard the guy coming to leave the room as well. As I was walking away, I saw the door open and saw the man emerge from the room. I knew this guy didn't work for the school, and this was obviously no student at all. I sprinted down the hall and ran back into the gym. When I got there, I took out my phone and reported the incident to the police. The school was put into lockdown. For the lockdown, I went into an otherwise vacant classroom that was really close to the gym. This classroom was not being used and did not belong to any teacher in particular. When I went inside, I was all by myself. I locked the door. As I was inside, maybe 5 minutes later, there was a sudden banging on the outside. I had a bad feeling about this. I walked over and tried to peek and see who was out there. I saw the same man from before. As soon as he saw me, he tried to open the locked door. He began to pound on it and acted like he was trying to break the door open. Luckily, the school's doors were very strong. I went back over to my desk and reported the guy's location. I hoped that would get him to leave me alone and that he would be caught soon. He continued to attack the door for a good 5 minutes. When the police arrived, they were able to get the man and leave the school with him. I'm not sure how he even got in the first place. Maybe he'd been hiding in that storage room for a while, possibly as long as a day. I still can't believe he pushed the shelf over onto me. If he hadn't done that, I might have never known he was there. I'm glad that I and everyone else in the school was okay. Every time I go to those storage rooms now, though, I still get worried that some random person will just be hiding in there. This happened back when I was in high school. It was during my senior year in the fall semester. I remember that I had study hall, and during this time I would often go to the library. We were allowed to, but I was one of the only students that took advantage of this. Most of the other kids just liked to stay in their classroom and work there. If I didn't have any homework, I would stay in the classroom myself. But when I was working on stuff, I'd go to the library. It was much easier to focus there. One day, I was in the library doing homework during study hall. I was listening to music on my headphones, and I was able to finish my work with a little bit of time left over in class. I was going to leave the library early to go to my locker before the final class of the day. At my high school, the rules were not really that strict. You didn't even really need a pass to walk in the hallways during class periods. I headed out from the library, I think about 4 or 5 minutes before class would be let out. I walked back to my locker, which took a few minutes. I put my books away and grabbed the one for my final class, then stood around at my locker and looked at the time. Class was supposed to be out by now, but I was not seeing any students in the hallways at all. This made me confused. At this point, I took out my headphones, which had been in the entire time playing music. Things around me were eerily silent. I was really confused. I walked to my next classroom, but when I got there, the door was locked. At this point, I still hadn't thought of the possibility of a lockdown. I started heading back to my locker, thinking about what could possibly be going on. I hadn't heard the lockdown announcement because I had my headphones in when it was made. I made it back to my locker and saw the halls were still empty. I checked my watch and phone for the time, and my times were not off at all. I couldn't understand where everybody was. That was when I finally realized there must be a lockdown going on. At first, I was thinking and hoping that maybe it was just a drill. I started going to my classroom again. I was going to knock on the door so my teacher would be able to let me in. I had to go down a couple of hallways to get there, but as I went down one and passed by a staircase, I heard multiple people moving down. I looked back and saw 3 men going down the stairs. Each of them were wearing all black clothing and had ski masks on. Instantly, I had an ominous feeling about it. I kept watching and moving, then quickly ducked around a corner. When I did, I looked back for a moment and saw all three of the men were now looking in my direction and starting to move toward me. They were a long ways back, but it was still terrifying. At this point, I could only assume the school had been locked down because of them. I quickly went around the corner and hoped the men wouldn't follow me. As I made it to the end of that hallway, I looked back. I thought for a second I was good, but then I noticed all three of the men running around the corner and coming towards me. I was terrified. I started moving fast toward the end of the hallway. When I made it toward the end, I recognized a classroom. It was one of a teacher I had previously, who I knew pretty well. It was a risk to stop, but I decided to start knocking on the door extremely fast. I called out the teacher's name. There was no response. I tried the door, but of course it was locked. I turned around and saw the men approaching me. They looked right at me. For a moment, I was about to turn and run, but then the door opened. I quickly went inside and shut the door, then locked it behind me. The men did not try to enter the room or to knock on the door. They must have passed by. I'm confident the men were going to go after me until I got into the classroom. The lockdown continued for a while after. I told the teacher about those guys, and she called it in. Eventually, after 30 more minutes, the lockdown finally ended. The three men had left the school grounds, but they were tracked down anyway. I never really learned much more about it. I just know that it was one of the scariest moments of my life when I saw those guys chasing me down the hallway. I'm glad everybody was okay in the end. Every year, the village I live in has a weekend-long festival in the fall, just to celebrate the town and have a good time. It's sort of like a miniature fair, with a bunch of vendor tents set up, food trucks, live music, the whole works really. The festival takes place in a big park in town, which I happen to live right next to. I've lived on my own for a while. Now, in this place, we've had some creepy events take place during the weekend of the festival. 2 years ago, on the first day of the festival on Friday night, I had been sitting out on my balcony outside of my bedroom, watching the fireworks as I do every year. There was plenty of light to illuminate my backyard from the fireworks. As I was watching, I suddenly saw a hooded figure come up the path from the park and walk down the property line between my house and my neighbor's yard. I assumed it was somebody from the festival, taking a shortcut to get home by going through people's yards. Needless to say, I was a bit shocked when the hooded figure suddenly took a sharp turn and approached one of my downstairs windows and looked inside my home. It appeared this person hadn't seen me up on the balcony. They continued around the house toward the door, which was directly under my balcony. I couldn't see them from where I was, but I heard my screen door quietly open as the person attempted to open the main door. Thankfully, it was locked. I yelled out from the balcony, using some vulgar language for them to get out of here. The hooded figure bolted from the door and ran out of my yard back into the park. Fast forward to exactly 1 year later, to the day. I did my normal routine of going to the festival, then watching the fireworks from my balcony. The fireworks ended close to 11 p.m., and I went to bed soon after. I was woken not much later by the sound of my screen door opening. I quietly descended the stairs to the living room and approached the door. From what I could tell, there was nobody there. When I turned back to go upstairs, though, I saw a hooded figure staring at me through the living room window. I couldn't see much, but I could tell that it was a man. What was scariest about the situation was when he noticed me looking at him. He didn't flinch or duck out of view at all. He simply continued to stare at me. At this point, I was truly spooked, remembering the incident from last year, which happened on the same night of the festival. I had my cell phone on me, so I called the police immediately. I was still standing in the living room. Once the hooded man saw I was talking to somebody on the phone, he dipped out of view. The cops came and didn't find anybody still around on my property. I explained to them the nature of the scenario, of the multiple incidents which happened back to back years now, and how I was convinced it was the same person. There wasn't really much they could do. This year, the village festival is coming up in a couple of weeks, and I've arranged to have a friend stay over with me that night. I'm hoping that nothing will happen for the third straight year in a row, but I've definitely been on edge about it as the festival draws near. This is something that happened back when I was a kid. I was about 8 or 9. Back then, I used to play out in the street with my friends during the summertime. Most of the neighborhood kids would all hang out there as well. I remember that we would all have to go inside by sunset typically. So one evening, I was on my street a ways down from my home. I was hanging out with about 3 or 4 other kids who lived nearby. I don't remember exactly what we were doing. All I know is that the sun was starting to set. After a while, 2 of the other kids had to go. I was thinking that I should probably start heading back soon as well. However, I did not immediately go inside. Instead, me and these 2 other kids were still in the street talking. We were a ways down from my house. Normally, the street would be really quiet, and not very many cars would drive down it. I remember, though, that right when it was starting to get really dark out, we saw this truck enter the street from the other end. We all moved over to the side of the road and noticed the truck was going very slowly. Soon, we saw that it was an ice cream truck, and it began playing the typical ice cream truck music, except it was at a very quiet volume. Must have been turned almost all the way down. As the truck approached, I personally had mixed feelings. I was always happy to see an ice cream truck during the summer, but something felt odd about it driving basically at nighttime with the volume down so low. The 3 of us kids remained on the side of the street. We were going to let the truck pass by. I realized that the truck most likely was not going to sell ice cream at this hour. When the truck got close to us, it started to slow down even more, and then stopped altogether. The 3 of us just continued to stand there, now staring at this ice cream truck in the road. The truck sat there running for what felt like a long time. I was really curious about this situation. Finally, the driver's door slid open, and a man stepped out and said hi to us. We said hi back to him, and the man asked us if we wanted some ice cream. He said that it was the end of the day, and he had some left over that we could have for free. This sounded good to us. I was quick to say yes. The man then told us to go ahead and get inside of his truck. He moved back and was going to open the back door. That's when I got a real bad feeling about this. There was a suspicion that I probably should not get inside of that truck. The other 2 kids started to walk over, and I didn't know what to do. I just started following them. I was telling myself that nothing bad would happen. I remembered that as we made it around to the back, the guy was just standing there inside the truck. I heard my sister's voice and looked over to my house. It was probably 100 feet down the street. My older sister was yelling at me to come inside because I wasn't supposed to be out past dark. When I saw her, she was standing at the edge of the yard. She then seemed to notice the ice cream truck. My sister would have been about 15 at the time, so a lot older and more mature than me. She asked what was going on and started to move closer. That's when the ice cream man suddenly slammed the back door of the truck. The other kids that I was with took off running in the other direction to go back to their houses. It all happened so fast. My sister started yelling at me to get away from the vehicle. All 3 of us kids ran away. Meanwhile, within seconds, the ice cream truck started driving off. I got back to our house, and my friends went back to theirs. I went inside, and my sister told my parents about what just happened. They didn't let me leave the front yard without supervision for a few weeks after. I'd learned my lesson though, and I was always suspicious whenever I saw another ice cream truck. This happened last night, about 1:15 midnight. I was in my bed trying to get to sleep when I suddenly heard a frantic knocking on my door. I walked out of my bedroom while the knocking continued on. I heard a woman whispering through my door, "Please, help me," along with crying. It was very faint though, almost inaudible. I looked out the peephole, only to see no one was there. No other doors were being knocked on either, only mine. This was already quite odd by itself, but I was on the 3rd floor of my complex. Why would someone walk all the way up to just my apartment if they were in such distress? Immediately, I took note of something odd sounding about this voice as well. I thought it must be a recording. If someone really needed help, wouldn't they be banging on everyone's door? I called the police immediately, and the dispatcher told me not to open the door no matter what. He asked if I had a weapon as well. I'd heard of this tactic before, albeit with a slightly different variation, that being a recording of a baby crying outside. It's just insane when thinking about the statistics. Stranger abductions usually result in murder. Just so sick to try and prey on people's empathy. Police drove by and I saw them using their spotlight to look throughout the entire complex. As of now though, no one was found out there. If by chance someone really was hurt, I hope they did find her. I've barely slept with all the possibilities of how this person found me, where they saw me, and when they followed me. Did they live in the same complex maybe? I'm 4'10" and live alone, and don't know many people in my area. No close family either. Had someone been watching me and known all this or something? It's just making me go crazy. Stay vigilant and don't fall for these sorts of tactics. This happened about a year ago. If I hadn't already heard of that baby recording thing, I may have actually opened the door. I don't know where I would be right now if I would have. Update. I've talked with the management to let them know what happened. As of right now, not a single other person reported anything similar happening, and nobody else heard that voice either. I'm gonna call the police again for an update too. I was redirected to another PD, but they weren't the ones who initially responded. I know it takes some time for reports to be filed, so I'm trying my best to be patient. I want to know if this has happened to anyone else. As far as it being a prank, I guess it could possibly be. I'd be more inclined to believe that though if it had happened to anybody else in the apartment complex. Maybe it had, but they hadn't said anything. This happened when I was in college. I was home for the summer working, and my boyfriend was also home for the summer living with his parents. They were about an hour and a half away. We finally had a rare day when neither of us needed to work, so we drove down to spend the entire day with me. We were saving for the coming school year, so we tried not to spend too much. That ended up meaning we ate lunch and dinner with my family at my house. We didn't get much alone time because of this. After dinner, we wanted to have some time to ourselves as a couple, so we decided to pick up some root beer floats at Sonic and drive out to a local state park where young couples like to hang out. We parked and walked out to one of the little covered picnic tables in the woods. While the parking lot itself was well lit, because of how thick the woods were, it was quite dark sitting at the picnic table. We'd hung out there late into the night before though, and it had always been perfectly safe. For some reason this time though, I felt really nervous sitting in the dark when another couple popped out of the woods just past where we were and started making out leaning up against each other at the other end of the table. We moved to my boyfriend's pickup. My boyfriend turned on the radio for some ambiance, and we sat in companionable silence attempting to eat our ice cream before too much of it melted. Due to the heat, we had the windows rolled down as well. After a while, the couple we'd seen burst out of the woods and left. Looking around, I realized something quite odd. Although there were normally at least half a dozen vehicles parked in this particular lot on any evening, we were the only vehicle in sight tonight. Even so, I didn't really think too much of it and continued to finish up my ice cream. All of a sudden, out of nowhere though, I got the most horrifying feeling. You know that feeling when your hair immediately stands up on the back of your neck? You can feel someone looking at you when you thought you were alone. It was just like that, except so much worse. I had the distinct feeling I needed to run right now in the pit of my stomach. I started looking around the woods frantically and realized my boyfriend was also searching as well. I asked him if he also got a bad feeling. His reply was an emphatic hell yes. He started the truck and began to drive out of the park. Since we were facing into the park, he had to make a U-turn to turn around. As we passed back by the area where we'd been parked, a man stepped out of the edge of the woods. This happened on a Wednesday night. About a week later, someone found bodies in the woods just past where we'd been seated at the picnic table. When the crime was eventually solved, it came out a man was living in a hidden shack on the property. He was working as a maintenance worker for the park during the day and killed a couple on that Saturday night just after we left. The photo of the killer in the newspaper was the photo of the man we'd seen step out of the woods and watch us leave. This experience happened to my roommates and I in our second year of university. The city we went to school in was considered a very safe university town. The most we had heard of happening was some drunk morons doing typical drunk moron things. This was also the first time we were really living on our own. First-year residences are nice, but it's basically an extended summer camp rather than a typical living situation. The four of us girls lived in a nice townhouse that never once had a creepy vibe or weird neighbors or anything like that in the months we lived there. The only eerie part really was that every weekend we were the only people who actually stayed in the complex. All of our neighbors either went home or stayed elsewhere until returning Monday for classes. This was never something we had given a second thought to though, considering this was fairly normal for a university town, especially because our complex was only made up of 4 other townhouses. The complex itself was surrounded by walking trails and farm fields, which we all quite liked actually. It was like a nice quiet spot away from all the chaos of other college kids. There were a few farmhouses we could see from our backyard, but other than that, we were pretty secluded. The university was about a 20-minute bus ride away. That was never a big deal for any of us though, especially because the rent was far cheaper here than other places within walking distance. Being 5'6", I was the tallest by a considerable margin. I was also the only one of the entire group who had been in a handful of scary situations. Due to this, I was the only one who would ever remember to lock the doors, window, and garage before leaving or going to bed. My roommates all grew up in small, very safe towns, so it was very uncommon for them to lock their doors back at home. They were also incredibly kind and trusting to everyone. You know the type, never considering anyone has hidden bad intentions. The night in question started off very normally. We had planned on having a wine and movie night together. This was kind of a weekly tradition for us. We would pick some dumbass movie, get takeout, and get a little bit of a buzz going after a week of long classes and work. At this point, it was early November, so we had been doing this for several months with no issue. By 8:30ish, we had all settled on the couch in our living room and started up a comedy. With it being November, it was already completely dark outside now, other than our porch light you could see from the small window at the very top of our door. None of us were tall enough to actually see anything out of that window anyway, so we relied entirely on our peephole. It took a great deal of effort for me to convince my roommates to ever check the peephole before opening the door. This was a talk I had to have with them after one roommate had opened the door for our neighbor's very drunk friend, who proceeded to vomit all over everything. Not long after ordering some takeout, we heard a banging on our front door. My friend Jess made a joke about how the delivery guy must have taken a helicopter or something to get here this quickly, especially considering the place we ordered from was very close to campus. This was not a typical delivery guy's knock either. Between the few glasses of wine and carefree attitude of the night though, we didn't really pay it much mind. It was my roommate's turn to pay this week. I'll call her Meg for the purposes of the story. Out of the group, she was the smallest, less than 5 feet tall. She was also the most naive, trusting person I've ever met. She ran up to her room to grab her wallet. This took at most 30 seconds. During this time, the banging continued and was getting even more aggressive. I figured maybe it was cold or he had other shit to do, so we yelled at her to hurry up. The banging, though, continued to get harder and harder, and I started to feel a bit uneasy. When she came back down, I told her not to open the door just yet. Check the peephole before opening it, as she was usually the one to just open it up the most. She got to the door and tried to peek out the peephole, but she could barely reach it on a good day. When she said she couldn't see anything, my other roommate and I got up to help her. My second roommate, Jess, was kind of a funny gal. There are very few things she would not turn into a joke. She got to the door before I did and looked out the peephole. The person on the other side was still banging away. The way she turned to look at me, I instantly knew something was wrong. She looked confused, a look I had rarely ever seen on her, as she was very clever. Within a second, she went back to look. This time, she looked afraid. This made my stomach knot up. She was not a person to scare easily. "I think someone is covering the peephole," she whisper shouted at us. This time, I looked out too, and yeah, something was covering up the peephole so we couldn't see outside. We could still see the porch light shining through the window at the top, so we knew it was not a case of being too dark to see what was going on outside. By now, our other roommate, who I'll call Annie, walked down the hall trying to find out what was going on. She was easily the drunkest of the four of us. Even sober though, she seemed to always think she was invincible. "What's your problem, guys? Open the door. The poor dude has his hands full already." Jess and I explained what was going on. That's when Jess was sober enough to ask Meg to check the website she had ordered our food on. Meg was so drunk she'd never even placed the order. She had selected our food but never finished the last step. The banging continued as the situation started to sink in. Anne was so drunk though, she still seemed to not grasp what was happening and went to go unlock the door. "Stop!" I snapped at her. Immediately, I knew I had been too loud. For the first time, the person on the other side of the door spoke. "Ma'am, this is the police. Open the door now. We have some questions for you." That sobered me up right away. I looked over at Meg, who was already welling up and panicking, then at Jess, who had gone completely pale and was no help either. The banging was getting increasingly harder, to the point we could physically see the door banging in with each hit. Meg took Anne upstairs, trying to calm each other down and check if there really was a police car parked outside. They made sure our windows were locked too. Though it was hard to do, there was a possible area to get onto part of our roof that made it possible to get to Anne's window. We heard a window slam, immediately knowing it had been Anne's. Being a bit of a thrill seeker, Anne had jumped out her window screen in order to sit on the roof and check out the situation. "Show me your badge and then we'll open the door," I yelled back. Instead of a response though, the man started to try and kick in the door. I told Jess to call the police and ask if they had an officer dispatched to our address. She was shaking so badly it was hard for her to dial. Now Meg had come back downstairs, sharing that there was no police car parked outside. Anne trailed behind her, standing on the stairs trying to get a look outside the window at the top of the door. At that moment, my blood ran cold. I just remembered the man at the other side of the door had said "we," not "I." Jess came to the same realization. She sprinted to our back door, a large sliding glass door, which she double-checked was locked. Thankfully, it was. She drew the curtains shut as well, trying to minimize the chance of them seeing in. Within just a minute, knocking started at our back door as well. Thank God she closed the curtains, because the idea of seeing whoever was doing this still gives me chills. "Uncover the peephole and show me your badge," I yelled again, trying to sound as intimidating as I could. We were met with sudden silence, so much worse than the previous banging. "What's your badge number, at least? Prove to us that you're the police!" I screamed, trying to keep my voice from breaking. The only response I got back was a very quiet, "I can't do that." Jess handed her phone off to Meg, who was sobbing now, trying to speak to the dispatcher. The banging coming from both sides of the house must have been heard by them. They asked if someone was trying to break in. Meg frantically asked if the police had been sent yet. The answer, we all knew by now, was no. Meg babbled that at least 2 people were trying to get us to unlock the door by impersonating officers. The operator then told us police would be there in no more than 10 minutes. That made us all even more wary. We realized just how long 10 minutes really is. The door was now being hit so hard, I was worried it would actually break the frame. Jesse ran toward our back door, making me worry perhaps our kitchen window had been left open. Trying to think, I slammed a chair underneath the doorknob, hoping the door would hold now. Jesse came back to the front door, holding a kitchen knife and a fire extinguisher. We had nothing to really deter whoever wanted in. No prods and no backup until the real police showed up. It was not anything like they were used to. All of them had grown up having family as neighbors their entire life. If anything were happening, their uncles and grandfathers were at their front door in a minute flat. Now, the invincible farm girl attitude was long gone. Everyone was scared. There was only some wood and glass keeping these men out now. And with the force of the hits against the back door, I was worried the glass would break any moment. "Open the fucking door!" the man yelled at us, not even pretending to be police anymore. Then it got silent again. The only worse thing than what was happening in that moment was not knowing where the men were now. The idea of both men moving to the glass back door made me terrified. If they really wanted to, they could easily smash through that plate glass. After, there was no more knocking at the back door though. Within seconds, the front door was being slammed even harder. I was trying to wrap my mind around why they would leave the easiest entry point for a heavy wooden door. Then I realized the back door was visible by the main road. Whether they'd seen a car or heard us talking to the police, they were smart enough to move to the other entrance. Jess then said something I hadn't thought of at the moment. "I don't think they want to rob us, guys. There are houses all around us that are empty, so why did they come to the only house with the lights on?" My whole body went cold. I didn't have an answer. Meg started hyperventilating. The 3 of us stayed quiet for a minute, awful scenarios running through our minds. Anne moved back up the last steps and out of sight of us. The operator, who we'd forgotten was on speaker, spoke, which practically made me jump out of my skin. "The police are just 2 minutes away. They have their sirens turned off and the lights are on. You should see them very soon. Stay on the phone with me so I can confirm when they're outside for you." The men outside were starting to get desperate. The sound of glass suddenly shattering had me turning back to the back door. I was fully expecting someone to burst in. The door was still intact though. Instead, our porch light, the only thing illuminating our area, was suddenly put out. We put 2 and 2 together. They had destroyed the only way we would have been able to identify who was on the other side. "You fucking little whores." A voice we hadn't heard before suddenly shouted through the door as well, much worse than the initial speaker. It was full of hate and venom. It scared me more than the other person. This person had a goal. I didn't like how this sounded. Up until this point, I could have possibly convinced myself they just wanted our things, but this voice made me understand they wanted us. To this day, I've never heard someone come close to that level of malice. It sounded like he hated us for some reason. Somehow, I wish the first man would speak again instead of this guy. Until now, I had done a half-decent job of hiding how scared I was, but that voice ruined my ability to stay stone-faced. If they got in now, there was nothing we would be able to do to stop them. Not me, not my friends. We would have been at their complete mercy. Jess had practically stopped breathing. It was like the oxygen had been sucked out of the air. It was so quiet, it sounded like a gunshot when we heard our mailbox open. Anne suddenly ran back down the stairs. "I see the sirens, guys. They're coming down the main road now," she whispered, hoping the men didn't hear. The same man spoke again, one more time, so slowly I thought he was almost done after each word. In that same awful voice, he read out a letter addressed to the four of us, one our neighbor must have put in the box today. She had planned a potluck for the next week. None of us had thought to check the mailbox after we had talked to her in the driveway this morning. Jess, Meg, Ann, and LP, huh? Those are nice names. I'll be back soon, girls. Then we'll have some real fun. Tears started rolling down my face. I hadn't realized I'd started crying. I knew he meant what he said. I tried to pull my mind out of that dark pit that sentence had sent it to. I was waiting, praying the police had surprised them and caught them, hoping they wouldn't ever get the chance to come back. The silence continued. None of us dared to speak, worried we wouldn't hear if they moved to another point of entry. Instead, the silence persisted for what felt like a lifetime. The operator was the one to break it, telling us the police were now out front. She told us to stay in the house while the police searched the area. That kind person stayed on the phone with us for several more minutes, while the police searched everywhere. Finally, the real officer showed their badge through the peephole, before even knocking. They did their best not to scare us. The operator told us we had done well, and we were in good hands now. We opened the door to be met by two kind-looking, older officers who we let in. Glass shards covered our front stoop from our porch light. It looked like it had been ripped out of the wall and smashed on the concrete below. There were several cars out front of our previously quiet home. The headlights on all of them were shining down the street, toward the walking trail. We spoke to the officers who took a report from us. They asked us to describe the night's events in detail. They asked us if we'd saw the men at all, and we explained how the people had been covered up and the light had been smashed before moving away from the door. The officers advised us to speak to our landlord about, at the very least, some security cameras. An older officer then closed the pad he had been writing in and looked up at us. He then spoke a phrase that made me understand how much danger we had been in. Look, if any of you were my daughters, I would have wanted the officer to tell her, if you can get out of your lease, do it right now. These people know where you all live, and now they know the response time for us, especially after telling you they would be back. After that, they asked if we had heard a vehicle, something I hadn't considered. We didn't hear any type of motor until the police arrived. Even when Meg and Ann had gone upstairs to look for a police car, they had seen no vehicles on the street at all. That meant the men had come from the walking path, which would explain how they left without passing the police on their way back to the main road. The older officer of the two had a look that told me he had an idea of what was going on. He looked sad, which was worse than if he had looked scared. I knew he had seen this kind of situation and far worse in the past. We pushed for an explanation, but were only told it had been an issue years ago in the area and did not elaborate past that point. The officer stood up, exchanged a glance I didn't understand how to read, and then spoke again. We'll have a cruiser parked in the driveway, as well as a plain car around back. They won't have the chance to try again anytime soon. They didn't catch the man in the 2 more weeks we lived there. We had a few creepy things happen, but nothing close to this. The reality was, they had never been caught, and they could return at any time. After this night, we spoke to our landlady, who was thankfully very incredible. She owned several more properties around the city, and when we explained what had happened, she let us move to a different apartment she owned closer to campus. She told us our safety was more important than making a couple extra $100. She even left that old house empty for many months in order to make sure cameras, better locks, and reinforced doors were installed. She didn't want the people who moved in next to have to deal with anything shady either. Thankfully, those guys never came back, and we were able to enjoy our new apartment without much worry. It's still so scary to me though. Make sure to always lock your doors and check who's there before opening them. When I was probably 13, my family and I were on our way home from a Wednesday night church service. My mom was in the driver's seat, and I was behind her in the back. My 5-year-old brother was in the middle, and my 10-year-old sister on his other side. We were just down the road from the church, but it was a country road and late at night. This meant there was no light, and no one else on the road either. We were just coming up to our turn when all of a sudden, a car came swerving from our turning spot. This little car was taking the turn so fast, they came into our lane and almost slammed right into us. We swerved as they tried to get in their own lane before we collided. Unfortunately for them, they overcorrected. Their car flipped and landed on the driver's side door in the ditch. My mom, of course, hit the brakes and immediately jumped out of the car to go help whoever was in there. She got about 3 steps away from our car before she stopped dead in her tracks. My sister and I were just sitting there, our mouths hanging wide open and having no clue what to do. All I could think to myself was, this can't be happening. This kind of stuff only happens in the movies. But why wasn't my mom going to help this person now? It was summer, so we had our windows halfway down. I could hear a person yelling for help from inside. My mom started moving again to help them, but for some reason, she stopped again in the center of the road. Another car flew past us. This guy didn't hesitate to jump out and run to the crash to help. The man got to the car and started prying the passenger door open so the man inside could climb out. I could see my mom wanted to run and help, but it was like she was rooted to the spot. That good Samaritan that pulled up behind us was able to get the door popped open. The guy from inside crawled out and got into a frog-like crouching position on top of the car. At this point, my mom started shuffling back to our vehicle. When I looked back at the man, he had this crazy look on his face. He looked directly at our car, and my mom as well. He launched himself off the top and started attacking the guy who was helping him. While that man was down, he turned and started sprinting for our car at the same time. My mom turned and made a run for it. He must have known he couldn't get there before my mom did, because he changed directions and moved to grab the car behind us. My mom jumped in and locked our doors, just as this man jumped into the empty driver's seat of that good Samaritan. He slammed on the gas before he'd even closed the door and almost hit us, taking off a second time. Next thing we know, the guy who was just carjacked ran up to my mom's window and started screaming and knocking on it. My mom was of course shaken and didn't want to roll down the window now. She settled for cracking it open just a bit so he could understand what the man was saying. He was yelling for us to call 911 because he'd left his phone in the car along with his girlfriend. Of course, my mom started searching for her phone. She was so frantic from what had just happened though, she couldn't seem to find it. I took a break from keeping my little brother and sister calm and dialed 911 on my own phone. While she was explaining what happened to the operator, we heard a woman screaming down the road. The man that was out our window took off running. A few minutes later, he came back with a severely scraped up woman in his arms that turned out to be his girlfriend. My mom unlocked the doors at this point and let the woman sit in the passenger seat while we waited together for the cops. The girlfriend told us he'd noticed her while he was speeding off and tried to attack her too. She managed to scratch his eye and punched him while trying to plead with him to stop the car. He kept on trying to attack her though. Finally, he rolled down the window and pushed her out while going 60. The cops finally showed up and talked to all of us to get our stories. While talking to one officer, he told my mom the man had apparently shot and killed the man behind some apartment complex. That's why he was driving so fast and trying to get away. When we finally got home, we were all told to just go to bed. But of course, I wouldn't be able to sleep that night. I went downstairs to talk to my mom. I worked up the courage to ask her why she'd stopped running to the car when the other guy didn't. She told me she had such a strong feeling that she should stay in the car with us. It was almost like she could physically hear it. When she heard him start yelling for help, she wanted to go again. But just like last time, she got the overwhelming feeling something was wrong. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if my mom hadn't listened to that feeling. The man could have easily overpowered her and gotten to the car if she had been any further away. I should also mention that man was caught that night trying to steal a new car. He had already ditched the car he'd stolen from behind us, so the thing that really helped him get convicted was that woman fighting him off. She'd managed to grab the wrap off his head before being pushed out. She didn't even know she did because of adrenaline until the police arrived and she found it by where she was pushed. The man did go to jail, but I was never informed for how long or anything else. And honestly, I don't really care to ask. I grew up in a small, rural town where nothing ever happens. The sort of place where it wasn't unusual to leave your doors unlocked, and your closest neighbors were a mile or so away from your own house. Our family had this giant old cat, Tag. He was a bit of a drama king, but we loved him all the same. One summer, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, Tag just suddenly started going ballistic out of nowhere. Generally, he would just sleep in my room curled up next to me until I fell asleep as well. Then he would get up and do whatever cat-like things he'd do all day. Occasionally he would meow or try to wake me up on those unfortunate nights he could see the bottom of his food bowl and needed a midnight snack or something. Usually, if I just ignored him, he would give up or try to go wake up my mom instead. On this night, however, he was banging his body against my parents' bedroom door. He was meowing loud enough to wake everyone up. Our bedroom doors were all right next to each other. I called Tag to come to bed because it was now about 2 a.m. He was having none of it though. He was still just going absolutely crazy. My mom went down to the kitchen, then huffed back up with Tag on her heels, still meowing insanely. When she checked, his bowl still had plenty of food. He just walked her to the door of the kitchen and watched it. Tag was an indoor/outdoor cat, but he had his own cat door through the garage. There was no need for one of us to let him out ourselves. My mom said my brother must have left the kitchen door open or something. Just the screen door was shut. She wasn't going to hold it open forever for the cat to just stand there and not go outside though. Eventually she got fed up, shut the kitchen door and went back to sleep, firmly shutting her own bedroom door and not letting Tag back inside their room. I always kept treats for him in my own room. I offered him one, but he was still meowing at their door, trying to get them to get up. I grabbed him and brought him into my room and shut my door to try and get him to sleep. I lay in bed, trying to go back to bed. Tag just kept meowing at my door, wanting to go back out. Finally, I got fed up and opened my door. He bolted right back downstairs, towards the kitchen, and that's when I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I have 3 older siblings, so someone was always up watching TV or running to the bathroom or something. At first, I didn't think anything of it. The cat finally stalked back into my room, but instead of curling up in my armpit like usual, he sat at the bottom of my bed, staring vigilantly at my door. I fell asleep until morning, when some commotion woke me up. I padded my way down to the kitchen to find my parents on the phone with the police. They got up as usual to get ready for work, and while making coffee, my mom went to grab her rings from the little jewelry dish she had by the sink. She would take them off in the evenings to rinse dishes and load the dishwasher, but discovered that that tray was empty this morning. It was a small town, so the sheriff sent a deputy over right away. When my dad walked out to meet with them, he saw the ATV was missing from out back as well. The key was off the ring. My brothers were all up at this point too. We were all freaked out that while we were just sleeping there, some robber had entered our home, removed the ATV key, and even saw an opportunity to steal my mom's rings. They were asking if we had any clue when it happened, and my parents said no. My mom asked my middle brother, who was a freshman in college and home for the summer, what time he'd ended up off the couch last night, and if he'd heard anything. He'd gone to bed at 10 or 11 and asked what she meant, as his bedroom was in the basement. He wouldn't have heard anything in the kitchen. My mom then said something odd. "But you were in the living room just off the kitchen when I went to feed the cat and shut the door. You left it open, remember? I told you not to sleep on the couch anymore and to go back to bed when I went upstairs." He told my mom he was already in the basement since dinner time and never went out to come upstairs again. He'd watched a movie in the basement instead, before falling asleep in his own bedroom. She went white and realized the cat must have been trying to warn us someone was in our house. The robber had dove onto the couch and covered up to hide when she came to the kitchen. He'd exited right after she went back to bed. The cops said that for someone to be so brazen, they probably knew our family, knew our habits, but didn't count on the fact that the cat was so overprotective. They had probably intended to do more, but were afraid the cat may have woken the whole house. It's been over 20 years since this happened. The robber was never caught. It's unnerving to think it was probably someone who had been in our home before as a friend. Okay, I guess I should start this story by giving a bit of background so you understand the situation a bit better. I'm a 4'9" girl. I was 16 years old at the time this happened. We had 2 dogs who were brothers from the same litter. Being boxers, they were relatively big and quite protective when need arise. Vince was longer and much taller than his brother, and was usually the kind to sleep through a hurricane if there ever was one. His brother Maury was shorter but more muscled, stronger I guess I'd say. Usually these two were with me 24/7, as my mother used to work quite a lot. This meant I was usually alone most of the day, sometimes even well after dark. This never really bothered me though. I'd been left alone at home like this since I was 11 years old. It never really struck me I'd have any reason to be worried. One day, my mom was working quite a bit later. I was doing some household chores, feeding the dogs, doing dishes, random house care stuff like that. I continued doing what I usually did, a routine of tidying the house I'd grown accustomed to every day for years. As I went to take the trash out of the bins though, I started walking toward the door when Maury stepped in front of me suddenly. I tried to move around him, telling him to get out of my way, but he refused to budge no matter what. This was certainly odd. Looking back on it now, a few years later, I realized he must have been trying to stop me from walking outside. We continued like this for a few moments, me trying to move past him, and him, of course, never moving from his spot. He was quite heavy as a big dog, so it was difficult to move him around, even harder to get him away from something. In the time we'd been going back and forth with this interaction, Vince had stayed happily asleep on his dog bed. I should note that from my kitchen, you can see the living room and bathroom. Usually we use the slide door from the kitchen to enter and exit the house, since it was attached to the carport. After a couple more minutes though, I heard something I never expected when I made one last desperate attempt to move Maury out of the way. He growled, which wasn't unusual. He'd growled plenty in his life. What was unusual though was that he was growling at me. He had never done that before, not even once. For that simple reason alone, I decided against taking the trash out that night. I simply tossed it in another room and left it to take out in the morning. A short time passed, maybe a half hour or so. I'd gotten settled into my chair to watch some movie while I waited for my mom to finally arrive home. While I was sitting there in the quiet ambiance of that movie, I suddenly heard a very faint knock at the side door. As I mentioned before, you can clearly see the living room from the kitchen, so I heard the knock pretty well even though it was so quiet. It was already well after dark. I figured maybe it was just my mother, and she'd somehow forgotten her keys or something. I got up and started to go to the kitchen, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the key hook near the door. The keys were not there. To some people, that may not be a big deal, but to me, that meant for sure the person knocking on my door at night was in fact not my mother. My mom was a bit of a routine-obsessed person, so if she'd actually forgotten something, they'd be right where she left them. I took a deep breath, preparing myself to just not answer the door, or if they didn't leave, to tell them I wasn't interested and to go away right now. Thinking back on it, I really wish I hadn't even looked out the window on the door. I wish I just sat back down, called my mom, and stayed out of sight. Of course, I walked in front of the door, and immediately came face to face with a figure on the other side of the window. Now, it was really dark, mind you, with just my neighbor's light shining from his porch. I could only make out a couple of things about this guy because of this. He was tall. I had to peer up at him through the window to even glance at his face. He had extremely long hair that looked like a shadow over his shoulders in the dim light. The only facial features I could make through his messy hair were his eyes. I wish I hadn't seen them. I could see the spark of interest flare up in them as he perked up when he saw who I was. They grew creepily wide, and he began to stare down at me. He took a step towards my door. I heard him say something along the lines of, "My car broke down nearby. Can I come in and use your phone?" Immediately, I thought of every bad thing I'd ever heard happening to a teenager home alone and tried to compose my nerves. I can't put my finger on exactly what it was, but something was telling me not to let this man standing on the other side of my door do anything. I shouted back a quick no and an apology. I hoped he was telling the truth and would simply go to the next house over. He didn't, though. He simply said the exact same thing again, quite a bit louder now. I thought for a quick moment he hadn't heard me. Now I know better, though. I answered back a little more confidently. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Go to the next house." For a moment he paused, as if contemplating what to do. He stared me right in the eyes, and then began to knock again, slowly getting louder than the first time I'd heard it. My heart rate increased as I stared back at him. When I didn't react, he started to loudly slam against the door. I took a step back, praying to whatever god I could he would either leave or my mom would get home early. I was usually a quiet girl. My mom was a redneck with a raptor knife, though, so maybe she could take him. He started to bang on the glass after a moment. My mind was racing 1,000 miles an hour. What should I do? Run? My phone was in another room, but I was scared to take my eyes off this man. I was sure he would break the glass immediately as soon as I did so. The banging was vibrating my eardrums, and apparently it had woken Maury up too. I saw him creeping up past the doorway, teeth bared. He started to growl loudly. The man stopped for a moment, trying to see into the window at the floor where Maury stood. When he stopped barking for a moment, the man tried to force the door handle. That's when Vince went crazy. I swear to God, for a dog that was dead asleep not even 5 seconds prior, I'd never seen him move that fast ever. In only 2 seconds, Vince had his paws up against the door, growling like a hellhound at this man outside my home. The man was very clearly startled. He fell back on his ass and bolted away. I heard him say something as he started to run and saw another shadow move from outside my view. My mom came home shortly after I sprinted across my carport to my neighbor's. We called the police after I explained what happened, and my neighbor grabbed his shotgun out before they even got there. He insisted on looking for the guy himself. I had to stop him even. The police said someone had tried to pick the lock on my front door too, but there was a lot of stuff in front of it and it was really old, so it didn't open anymore. I went to bed that night uneasy and very grateful I had 2 dogs who were not only strong and big, but were vigilant and would practically kill for me if I would have let them. A few weeks went by and we hadn't heard anything from the cops, so eventually I stopped trying to think about it. Another month went by, and although I was still a bit scared of being home alone, nothing else seemed to happen. Then we got another visit from the cops. What they told me made my heart sink in my chest, and still gives me chills to this day. They had caught the guys, and it turned out they had been stalking me. And yes, guys plural. There were 2 that had been apparently stalking me everywhere, without my knowledge for months. They had several photos of me, with words they had written over them. The police had been fairly adamant I change my locks. They'd caught the 2 guys from that incident, but there was evidence of a 3rd man being involved as well. We moved shortly thereafter, needless to say. I still pass by that house sometimes. When I go to visit friends or do stuff around that area, a chill runs down my spine every time. To think they never caught one of the guys was scary enough. The fact they tried to break into my house was worse, but the worst thing was that I hadn't even known they were fully watching me. I still think about it now, even a few more years later. I dread what would have happened if my dogs hadn't been there, and I dread even worse about what they planned to do if I just opened the door or they had successfully broken in. I suppose they weren't expecting my dogs, since our backyard is fenced and they mostly stayed indoors. I thank the universe every day I had them with me. My mom never worked until after dark again after that, which in all honesty was just fine with me. I used to work at a small neighborhood gas station. I was working an opening shift at 6 a.m. with my best friend / coworker. We were doing our normal opening things. As the sun came up, I went to get some ice from out the back. For reference, the gas station building used to have a drive-thru, so we had that kind of drive-thru window back there as well. I happened to glance at the back window before going out, only to do a double take when I realized there was a literal bloody handprint on that window. I looked closer. There were smudges of blood around the window handle. It looked like someone had definitely been attempting to force it open. We were both really freaked out now, needless to say. We went to look around the other potential entrances of the building. I looked at the window in front and noticed dried blood on the hole where we take money for gas from outside. Someone had been trying to stick their hand in to get something inside for some reason. I kept on looking around further. Dried blood on the front door handles. Splatters of blood on the glass like someone had been pounding on it. My friend and I were both freaking out at this point. Luckily, I had access to the security cameras. I checked on them for any motion detected during the night. At around 5 a.m., there was a motion capture. We watched as a man with his entire body covered in blood walked around the store trying to find a way to get in. The freakiest thing was, usually the store opened at 5 a.m., but this just so happened to be Sunday, and we opened at 6 instead. Really dodged a bullet there. There were police lights in the distance on the cameras, so we called the sheriff to see what was going on. He showed up pretty quick, watched the security footage, and confirmed it was a guy they'd picked up just a bit after 5:30, just before we got there. That was the craziest thing that happened to me in my 3.5 years of working at gas stations. My name is Leia. I live in the north of France in one of the houses in a family neighborhood. I was 15 years old when this story happened. My parents were separating. My mother was a nurse, so I was often left at home alone. It was November of 2021, I believe. It would get much darker much earlier around that time, so that meant I was home alone in absolute darkness. Around 7 p.m., I heard some knocking at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone to come by though. I was paralyzed in surprise. A few minutes later, the knocking repeated. I looked in the peephole of my door, but I couldn't see anyone there. I thought it must be a prank by children in my neighborhood or something. The knocking stopped just a few moments later, and nothing else happened for 4 more days. It was a Saturday this time. I had invited 2 of my girlfriends to my house, Luis and Satine. That day, my mother was at work. We were watching a movie in my living room when I went to pick up my charger in my room. My 2 friends were alone downstairs when they heard those same knocks as the night before. Their first thought was that my mother was coming home early. They didn't know about that previous incident. They opened the door, only to see no one was there once more. The 3 of us were confused. We didn't know what was going on. Luis reassured us though, telling us surely we were creating this stress in our heads. Maybe it was just a coincidence with that knocking from last night. The rest of the evening went over quite well, and nobody knocked for the rest of that night. That's what I told myself at least, until next Wednesday night. I'd just come back home from the grocery store after buying some pasta. After eating, I went back to my room to finish my homework with my headphones in. I was listening to some music. Suddenly, I began to hear banging against the walls. Naturally, at first, I thought this was my rabbit, getting angry and thumping because he was hungry. After a few blows, though, I could hear things moving around on their own. I took courage with both hands and decided to bravely go down to the living room. In the reflection of the mirror in the hallway, I saw the silhouette of a man tapping on my window with a crowbar. I was petrified. The man still hadn't seen me. He then came to knock on the door, the exact same patterns as the other 2 times with his crowbar. Still grasping all my courage best I could, I grabbed a knife. I quietly walked over to the front door. The man was tapping with his crowbar louder and louder. I shouted through the door, telling him to get fucked, and that I was already on the phone with the police. As soon as he heard that, he ran away, and he didn't come back after. As soon as he left, I really did call the police. I was bluffing when he ran away. After hanging up, I cried. I thought that would have been the last moments of my life. He looked like he was about to try and break the window in. 10 minutes later, a patrol arrived, but they couldn't do anything except patrol regularly around my home. The man was never caught or arrested. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't heard the noises that day. This was the moment when I was most scared in my entire life, and it changed everything for me. Let me start by saying this is something I've had to go through, and there are still some things about it I don't really understand. I don't talk about this to anyone in my personal life, really. Not because of how painful it is, mind you, but I just don't like people's reactions to it. No matter how well-intentioned the other person is, it tends to alter relationships permanently. And though over the past 21 years, I've learned to talk about what really happened, I'll tell it from my perspective from back then, the way I remember it. I lived with my mom at the time. My parents had been divorced for 3 years, which for a 7-year-old is pretty much your entire life. My mom back then was someone who took extra care with me. She didn't like it when I played in the yard. She didn't like it when I spent a lot of time at our neighbor's house, always personally dropped me off at school, and was waiting for me at the end of the day to take me home. She taught me to lock all 3 locks on our door, and how to see what different cars were parked outside, and which ones were familiar. Of course, stranger danger. She was, I now understand, paranoid. There's lots more things, but I'll just skip all that. One night, we were sitting on the couch watching TV, when a small pickup truck pulled into our driveway. This was really strange. We weren't expecting anyone. Even worse, though, was my mom's reaction. I'd never seen her move so fast. She leapt up from the couch to make sure the door was locked. Then she ran to me, picked me up hard, and carried me to her bedroom and back. She told me to hide underneath the bed. She ran out of the room and closed the door behind her. I heard a man pounding on the front door. Then she started yelling and screaming at him. All of a sudden there was a giant crash. Moments later, the bedroom door flew open and my mom ran inside. There was a big man behind her. I could see the cuffs of his jeans and the toes of his black and brown shoes. My mom was screaming. She tried to turn around and slam the bedroom door shut, but suddenly it pushed open and she was thrown onto the bed right above me. The heels of her bare feet were by my head, hovering just a few inches off the floor, and the man's shoes were in the doorway. There was complete silence for a moment before my mom started to quaver audibly. I heard 2 really loud pops, and nothing moved. The man's feet ran away. I heard his truck start and pull out of the driveway. I waited for my mom to come and get me. Her feet slid down to touch the floor, and the rest of her did too. Her hair was all messy and frizzy. She had her back turned to me, curled with her knees against her chest, and her nightshirt was up in her armpits. I put my hand on her back and was about to ask her if she was okay, when I saw a pool of liquid coming toward me from under her body. I flew away from her, out from under the bed and onto the other side of the room. I was probably screaming at her or something. It seemed like just a few seconds had passed, pressed hard against the wall as I could with my face buried against the baseboard, before I began to hear sirens. It was a big city, so I was used to that noise, but it got louder and louder. Now more feet ran through the front door and into my house. I thought the man had come back. I heard people yelling police, and thought that's what I needed. I needed the police right now. The rest of the night, feet stomping, blankets wrapped around me, I was whisked past my mom so I couldn't see her. I remember really wanting to tell them to help her, but I couldn't find a way to get the words out. It took a long time for me to forgive myself for that. Of course, they were going to help her. and they put her into an ambulance while I stood on the front lawn and watched. I followed in a police car behind. Never really got the chance to see her again. They said she died in the ambulance. I saw her at the funeral, of course, but that wasn't really her. The questions answered later don't really help that much, but here they are. My dad had cheated on my mom, and my mom cheated on my dad in revenge. The guy she was with decided to leave his own wife for my mom. My dad left because everything was so messed up. My mom felt really guilty and broke it off with the guy. He was very upset with how she'd ruined his life. She had been worried about him for years after. He found her through a mutual friend, and that was that. The man went back to his apartment after and killed himself too. There was a lot of time with the police. I talked to a lady in a room in front of a camera. My dad came and took me to his house to live with him. It was an extremely confusing time. I realized in that moment there are two English languages, one that kids speak and one that adults speak, and only adults are fluent in both. They would have conversations with me in that foreign tongue, going above my head, then switch to child language and say, "Now tell us what you saw. You're going to live with me now," and stuff like that. That's my scary story. My dad really wasn't all that into kids. I just kinda pulled inside myself and worked on school. I went to college, have a good job, have good friends, all of that. But I've learned not to speak about this. The internet is great for anonymously talking about things. But I'm not sure if this really helps anyone. It's just a sad and scary story. I've spent most of my life only talking about this to therapists. And despite what you might think of seeing it on TV, it's actually really helpful. I remember every moment of that night, every breath, every footstep, every loud noise and whimper, and I always will. When I was 19, I worked as an Uber driver. I hadn't quite figured out yet what I wanted to do with my life, so I hadn't started college or anything like that. I was just doing Uber to pay my bills until I could figure it all out. This night, I was driving from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., or that's what I was planning to do. Most other drivers weren't working around those times. I was always more of a night person anyway, so this was just when I liked to work. Around 11 p.m. or so, I picked up a woman from a bar and drove 35 minutes away to drop her off at home. It was pretty much right at the edge of the city, in a much more secluded and quiet area. After that, another pickup request came through from somewhere 10 minutes away. I was a bit reluctant to accept this one. The drop-off location wasn't headed back toward the city, but instead even further out. I just ended up accepting it anyway. I hoped the next person would be going toward the city, where there would likely be more work. I pulled onto the road and started driving to the pickup spot. The road to get there was through a bunch of farmland, and there was not much else around at all. The whole area was empty of any other vehicles at all. Once I got to the last turn, it was just down a thin dirt road, going in between a field of tall grass and wheat. At the very end, I could see a farmhouse on the top of a small hill. That was supposedly the location that the app said they were at. I pulled up and parked in the open grass just in front of the home. The lights were all off and nobody seemed to be outside. After a few moments, I honked to let them know I was there. I had my windows rolled down. The crops blowing in the wind were making a really loud sound. I only say that because a sudden tap on the passenger door startled me. I hadn't thought to look back at the road I'd just come from. I obviously assumed this person would be emerging from the home. A man leaned his head in through the open window and looked at me. There was a strange moment as he held a straight face and said nothing. I spoke, asking if he was the one who'd ordered the Uber. His eyes moved to the back seat, looking around before he nodded and looked back at me. "Can you help me carry something out to the car?" Technically, this was a part of my work, so my reactive answer was sure. I assumed it was some luggage or something like that, but I quickly regretted answering without thinking about it. He began walking toward the home, so I got out of the car and followed loosely behind him. Once he got up to the porch, he opened the door and somewhat rushed inside without even looking back at me. I matched his pace and got onto the porch. The wide-open door revealed an empty hallway with no lights turned on inside. The man was now nowhere to be seen. I couldn't even hear any footsteps of him walking around. Standing there, an eerie feeling suddenly loomed over me. "Excuse me, sir," I called out into the house. It remained quiet. There was no response or movement at all. Beyond the doorway, it quickly became pitch black inside, and with it being so eerily quiet, there was no way I was just going to go in there. I turned around and ran back to my car, then drove back through the field and down the main road. I canceled the Uber soon after. My biggest regret from that night was not saying anything. I thought that since nothing happened, I had no good reason to notify the police. But every time I think back on that occurrence, there seems to be less of a chance that it wasn't something horrible. I even looked up some information on that farmhouse about a month after this happened. All I could find was that it was last sold in the 1960s, so the man I saw almost definitely was not the owner of the property. That man probably didn't even live there. What was waiting for me inside that home had I followed him in is something I'll never know for sure, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. A few years ago, I was driving back home from work pretty late at night. I was headed home my usual route. Normally, I don't work quite that late, but it had been really busy on this particular day. It had been a long night. At this point, I was extremely hungry and hadn't had a chance to eat in a good while. On the drive home, I didn't normally pass by many restaurants. I happen to live a little bit out in the country, and there aren't many places to go to. I was keeping my eyes out for anything on the way home to stop by and grab something to eat. I remember I pulled off the highway at some point and took an exit. My options were a gas station, and a little ways down the road, a sign for a Subway. At this point, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I didn't know if the Subway would even still be open, but I thought I would go anyway and check it out to see. When I drove down the road, it appeared as though the Subway was still open. The lights were on, and I thought I could see somebody inside. When I was driving into the lot, however, I realized quickly that there weren't any other cars around at all. I decided to park, get out, and go to the door to see what was going on. When I tugged on the handle, the door opened up right away. I realized that it was, in fact, open. At least, I thought so. After walking inside, though, it was eerily quiet. I didn't see anybody at all. I walked up to the counter where you start ordering. I figured some employee was maybe in the back or something, and after they heard me come in, they would come out after a while and take my order. Just a few seconds after getting to the counter, though, the lights suddenly switched off, and it became pitch black inside. The only light that was coming in at all was from the large windows they had in the front of the store, from lights a fair distance away. I looked around, wondering what was going on. After about 30 seconds or so of pondering, I figured I would just leave. Before I began to walk away, though, I heard some noises coming from the back, which was right around the corner and out of my line of sight. That's when I saw a man slowly creeping into view. It looked like he had just emerged from the back room. I thought it was an employee at first. I couldn't see the man very well at all because of the darkness. With the light I did have from the window, though, I noticed this man was not wearing a uniform in any way. He just stood there for a moment, looking at me. I decided it would be best to get the hell out of there. The situation was becoming very strange. I headed over to the door, but as I did so, I heard the man start walking from behind the counter. I didn't really know where he was going, but it sounded like he was going right toward me. When I reached the door, I glanced back and saw the man suddenly charging right for me. He was only 20 feet away from me. The man didn't say a single word to me, and I didn't say anything either. I just ran from the subway and started sprinting back to my car. I heard the man actually leave the restaurant after me. I looked behind me, and the man was getting closer and closer. I wasn't sure what else to do, so I started running as hard as I possibly could. I sprinted all the way to my vehicle and hurriedly unlocked the door. I jumped inside. Luckily, I didn't have to back out to leave because the parking lot was connected to another one. I just slammed the gas and drove away from there. The man had just about reached my car, but I left him behind standing there in the parking lot. I drove away and kept going all the way back home, not bothering to stop anyplace else. I was too creeped out by that situation. I simply made myself something to eat at home, even though I was particularly exhausted. I don't know what exactly was going on in that subway. I'm guessing that they were actually closed, but for some reason the door was open. Was the man that I saw attempting to steal from that place, or was he chilling in the back for some other unknown reason? I really don't know, but I do know that he chased after me, and I'm glad he didn't manage to catch me. I used to live in this old apartment when I was younger. It was a really old house that was converted into a duplex, I guess. I had a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Then there was a small staircase going down to a very small entryway. On the other side of the door down there, I suppose there was basically the same thing, but I didn't know who lived there or anything. I lived in this apartment for several months. It was cheap and pretty close to my work. Other than that, it was nothing special really. I never knew anything strange to happen over the course of the first month that I lived there. I pretty much would be at work most of the time, but when I was at home, I never encountered any difficulties. Over the course of time, though, there were a few nights where I realized I was waking up in the middle of the night for some reason. I just know that I'd suddenly wake up and then go back to sleep pretty much right away. Another time, I was woken up by what I thought was a noise, but I didn't hear anything more after waking up. I remember sitting up in bed that time and listening in closely, but I didn't hear anything at all. Eventually, I just went back to sleep like normal. This was all very strange. I normally slept really well and never woke up in the night at all. These were situations that I didn't necessarily even remember during the next day. That's how inconsequential they seemed. Eventually, I was woken up in the middle of the night again, for the third time in a week. I was sure I'd just heard a noise, and I found the whole situation really strange. Once more, I got up and listened, but I didn't hear any more noises. I couldn't figure out what this was. Was I just dreaming the noise, or did it really happen? It all seemed so strange. After a while of nothing once again, I went back to sleep. I wasn't really sure what was going on. What was the cause of me waking up like this? One of the very next nights, I remember that I woke up again. I don't remember hearing any noises this time, but unlike all the other times, I was wide awake immediately after waking up. That was quite strange. I rolled over to my side. I was looking at the rest of my room, which was completely dark, but then I heard a small, almost indiscernible creaking sound. It was the sound of my bedroom door being opened extremely slowly. I looked over and saw what was going on. Somebody began to push open the door and silently enter my room. I could see through the doorway that it was a man, but I couldn't make out any details about him. He took a step into the room very quietly, but did not advance any farther. I was too scared to even move. It was so dark in my room that I don't even know if he knew I was awake or not. The man then took out some sort of camera and began to silently snap pictures of me. He then disappeared back behind the doorway, quietly closing the door behind him and going into the hall. I honestly couldn't believe what just happened. I didn't know what on earth was going on. I heard some creaking from the floor in the hallway, and I heard a noise like a door being opened and closed. Every action this man took was extremely quiet, but just barely noticeable now that I was awake. After that, everything went completely silent again. I sat there in bed without hearing anything for probably the next 20 minutes. I wasn't sure if I was being robbed or what, but I hadn't heard anything else in a long time. Finally, I got up and walked around my bedroom. There were still no other sounds or signs of movement. I left and wandered out into the hallway. I turned on a light and looked around. I didn't see or hear anything strange. I went around every room slowly and looked all around my place. It wasn't really that big, so it didn't take me long to realize that the other person was gone. When I got to the end of the hallway upstairs past my bedroom and across from a closet, I realized what must have happened. There was a door leading to my next-door neighbors. I was told this door was not in use and was always locked. It even had a small table with a lamp on it in front of it, and the door was painted the same color as the wall, so it wasn't really that noticeable. I knew that had to be where the person had gone. For one reason or another, that door must not have been locked on the other side. After that, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up the rest of the night. In the morning, as soon as I was able to, I contacted the management from my place and reported what just happened. I started looking for another place to stay as well. The next few nights, I stayed at a friend's. Long story short, there was a man who was living next door, and he was caught. I'm happy that he never got into my place again after that. The times that I'd been waking up must have been just as he was leaving to go back to his side, possibly as he was closing the door. I'll never forget seeing him in my room taking silent pictures of me. It was the creepiest situation that ever happened to me. I remember back when I was in high school during my junior year, a new kid joined two of my classes about midway through the semester. It was the first semester of the school year, and out of nowhere he was just in my class one day. His name was Justin, and he sat next to me in one of the classes. There happened to be an open seat there. I didn't really know anything about him, where he'd come from, or why he'd suddenly started going to my school. But as the semester went on, I kind of became friends with him. We didn't really have much in common, and he did seem a little bit weird, but we sat next to each other in class, and also had other classes together. We would often talk to one another during class time, and sometimes out of it as well. Overall, I'd never really learned much about him. I did ask him a few questions about himself, though. For example, I asked him what school he had come from before my school. I also asked him if he had just moved to the area. He named a school I had never heard of before and said that he had recently moved here, but aside from that, he didn't really share much about himself. It seemed he didn't want to share much of his personal life. Still, I was cordial and friendly with him and didn't mind talking with him here and there. He did get a little bit annoying, though. During the class where we would sit next to each other, he would constantly make comments to me. I figured I might have been one of the first people he had met in our city. After 2 or 3 weeks of him going to the school, he invited me to hang out with him, said I should come over to his house that night, around 7 or 8 o'clock. At first, I wasn't really sure if I wanted to, but eventually I did say yes. I realized that we were already friends. I may as well hang out with him at least a few times after school. I went home and he texted me sometime that night to come over. He gave me his address and I got directions to go there. I had a car at this point in time, so I drove to Justin's house on my own, which took maybe 10 minutes or so. He lived in a neighborhood that was not the greatest and had a lot of smaller houses in it. I parked and texted Justin that I was there. He didn't respond right away, so I got out of the car and walked toward the front door. I knocked on it, and there was no response. I texted Justin again. He told me to come inside. I opened the door, which was already unlocked, and walked in. After getting inside of his home, at first it seemed like nobody was there. All the lights were off and it was pitch black inside. I didn't think his parents were home either. I called out saying hello, but I didn't hear any response back. As I looked in further, I could see there was what appeared to be a door leading to the basement that was open. I took a couple of steps inside his house, and I started to hear a noise. It sounded like a TV or maybe a video game, but I could barely hear it. It sounded like it was coming from very far away. As I got closer to the basement door, I realized that's where the sound was coming from. I figured that Justin must be playing video games down in the basement. I knew he liked to play COD and things like that. I started heading down the stairs. The farther down I got, the louder the noises were. I knew Justin had to be somewhere down there. However, it was even darker than upstairs. I could barely see anything. I didn't know where the light switches were or anything like that, so I just followed the sounds. Soon, I'd made it to the bottom of the stairs and headed to what looked like a hallway. I could only see the edges of the walls. As I was walking over, I loudly asked Justin where I was and said that I was here, but I didn't get a response. Something was really strange about this. After I was walking for a few seconds, I suddenly felt myself being shoved from behind. I was pushed so hard that I fell forward onto the ground. After hitting the ground, I heard laughing from the darkness. Must have come from whoever had pushed me, but it was so dark that I couldn't see who it was. They quickly moved away. I started to climb to my feet, but they kicked them out from under me. I was pushed down once again. When I was down, I got stomped on the legs. I heard more laughter from whoever this was. I tried to get up to my feet again. This time, I managed to get away and tried to go back to the stairs. I could hear somebody else moving down there too. I tried my best not to run into anything. I never thought to take out my phone and use it for light. I didn't have a lot of time to think in that situation though. After running back toward the stairs, I was luckily able to make it. I sort of tripped over the first part of them, but caught myself and ran up the rest of the way. I left the house and ran all the way back to my car. Then I drove back home. I texted Justin when I got back, asking him what the hell that was all about. He didn't respond to me at all. The next day was a Saturday, so we didn't have school. The following Monday, he was in class. However, I didn't feel like saying anything to him. I just ignored him, and he did the same to me. He would normally talk to me non-stop and was borderline annoying. I didn't really have many interests in the things he would talk about. This day, though, he said nothing at all. It remained that way for the next few days, until randomly one day he just wasn't in class anymore. He must have changed schools again or something. I never saw him again after. I wonder what was going on in his basement. I believe that was him pushing me, and it makes me angry. I'm glad I was able to get away, though. I wonder what would have happened to me if I hadn't been. This story happened several months ago now. I'm a woman for reference, and was going to Walmart pretty late one night. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but I know the store was very quiet. I was just going to get about 2 or 3 items, and was not going to take very long at all. When I was inside the store, I noticed there was hardly anybody else in there, just a few employees and a customer here and there. I shot for maybe 5 or so minutes, if that, then went up to the front of the store to check out at the self-checkout aisle. Nobody else was really around at all. There was one employee standing sort of near it. I started to walk over, and the Walmart employee called out to me. He said that all the self-checkouts were out of order, and that I couldn't use them at the moment. The man then said he could ring me up real quick, and motioned for me to follow him. We walked a couple of lanes down to the checkouts, and the guy walked behind it. He was sort of short and had long, light brown hair, kind of skinny as well. I put down my items in front of him, and he started to scan them. He asked me how my day was going, like many cashiers do, but after that he asked me where I was going. I just said I was going back home. The man then suddenly asked me if I wanted to hang out with him. I said no thanks. Seemed really strange for him to ask this of me. He then asked me if I wanted to get some food instead or something like that. I just said I really had to be going. The man didn't say anything at all. He angrily handed me my receipt. I started to walk away, weirded out. I found the whole interaction to be very strange and awkward. I left the store and headed to my car in the parking lot. I had to go all the way to the other side, though, because they had closed the doors on the side I had parked on. After walking out, I had just about made it to my vehicle. I was only about 20 feet away from it, when out of nowhere I heard a voice shout from behind me. I looked back and saw the Walmart employee who I'd just seen a minute or so before. It took me by surprise, and he seemed to come out of nowhere. He once more asked me where I was going. As I saw him moving closer to me, I quickly ran to my car and got inside. I started the engine and drove away. Since that happened, I've not been back to that Walmart or any Walmart for that matter. I'm not sure if that guy was off work when he did that or what, but it's so strange to think he followed me all the way out to my vehicle. I wonder if the self-checkouts were really shut down, or if he just wanted me to go to his register. Either way, I have no plans to return to that store, and I'm hoping to never see that guy again. I used to work the night shift at the front desk of an apartment building. The lobby area had a desk, and I was in charge of buzzing people in through the door. I was essentially an extra layer of security. I would ensure that whoever was coming into the building lived there or was a friend of somebody who lived there and had received approval to enter. My shift was from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Usually there wasn't much action at all going on during my shift, especially after midnight. One night I was in the middle of my shift trying to stay awake, when suddenly I saw movement on one of the cameras. It was coming from the garage area. The garage was attached to the building, but to get inside you still needed to come up to the main doors and be buzzed in by me. Someone was walking through the garage toward the stairs that would take them toward the lobby area. I hadn't seen anybody drive into the garage and park their car, or enter any other way, but I was pretty tired and could have missed it easily. I watched as the person entered the stairwell and made their way up toward the door to get into the lobby. They immediately tugged to open the door, apparently not realizing that they had to be buzzed in by me. I could see it was a younger man, maybe right around his 30s or so. He looked in at me through the glass, motioning for me to open the door. It was immediately clear that he did not live here, so I walked over toward the entry doors, motioning for him to leave. The man started explaining that he was here to see his friend and really needed to get in. I had received no warning about this man, and there was no note to indicate that he was supposed to be granted access to the building. The man glared angrily at me when I once again said I wasn't going to be able to let him inside. He began pounding on the door, and while his arms were raised, I saw that he had a gun tucked into his waistband as well. The man was quite strong, it seemed, and I was genuinely worried the glass might break. I scurried back to my desk, alerting the authorities about this suspicious man, letting them know a man with a gun was attempting to break into the building. After a few moments, the man stopped pounding on the glass and once again glared at me. He shouted that he would be back and that I would regret this, and disappeared down the stairway back toward the garage. I watched on the cameras as he exited and disappeared outside into the night. I ended up only working that night shift a couple of more weeks, not seeing the man again after. I have no idea if he ever showed up overnight again, since I had stopped working there. I certainly wish the next night shift worker good luck if they ever did or do see him again, though. Certainly not a guy I'd want to let into the building. This is something that happened back when I was a 10-year-old kid. During this time, I lived with my parents and sister in a very populated neighborhood. It was a residential area with countless streets, houses, and parks. Every year on the 4th of July, there would be a huge parade. The parade route would go down our street every time, so we would go outside and sit on the edge of the yard and watch it pass by. Our house was somewhat uphill from the road, so the yard slanted down a little and gave a really good view of the parade. The parade would be sometime in the late morning. I remember on the year of this story, we went outside a while before it started. Some people had already started to gather around and sit on the curbs of the street and stuff. We went to our usual spot. I remember that my sister and I would always go really close to the street. Soon the parade started. I was really enjoying it. A lot of the people that were in the parade would toss candy at the kids, and I would grab a bunch every year. The parade was going on, and there were tons of people getting involved. There were a lot of floats going by, as well as people doing performances. The first strange thing I noticed, though, was that there was a guy who was dressed in a red, white, and blue jacket and had a very long beard. He was walking and waving to people and stuff, but then when he went past us, he appeared to walk right into our yard. There were these two huge trees at the end of our yard. Well, one of the trees was in our yard and the other was our next-door neighbor's property technically. The man went in between the two trees, seemingly hiding. I didn't really know what he was doing there. There was a really big bush nearby. With all of these people around, I couldn't possibly be the only one who noticed him, but it kind of seemed like I was. He went out of my sight, appearing to go into our next-door neighbor's property after. I went right back to watching the parade at that point, and forgot all about the strange man. As a kid, I really didn't think too much of it. The parade went on for another 20 or 30 minutes, and I had forgotten all about that man from earlier. When the parade ended, people slowly started to clear out. My family was going to my grandparents' house, who only lived a couple of miles away. We went back inside for maybe an hour and then left. We were at my grandparents' until probably around sunset. At that time, I remember we left and headed back home. We got out of the car and headed inside, but when we got to the front door, I remember we noticed a couple of things that were strange immediately. One was that the screen to our house was open a little. We had a screen door and an actual door. The screen door would never shut all the way unless you forced it to, which we always did. It seemed as though somebody had been to our door. There were also some flowers planted below a window out front, and they appeared to have been trampled. We realized somebody had been skulking about in our yard while we were away. This person had clearly tried entering our front door. We figured that with it being the 4th of July, there were probably a lot of people out in the neighborhood. Many people on the street were having barbecues and that sort of thing. It was also possible some people were just messing about. Perhaps some teenagers or drunk young adults playing a prank. Either way, we went inside, but we were a little nervous about it. After turning on all the lights, everything seemed to be just fine. I quickly felt much better and was no longer worried. We were about to go out into the backyard and play with some sparklers. We were also going to have a small fire in the fire pit we had in the yard and make s'mores. I can't remember what my parents and sister were busy doing, but they said they would be out in a moment. I decided to go out first, so I went into the dark backyard, which was only lit by a single light on the back of the house. When I got back there, almost instantly after closing the back door, I heard a strange noise. I really wasn't sure what it was, but I knew that a bush had moved. In our neighborhood, with how populated it was, we really didn't get many wild animals, maybe an occasional rabbit or squirrel. Whatever made this noise was obviously much larger. I looked over in that direction, but I couldn't tell where exactly it was coming from. There were several trees and bushes in the yard all around, and it wasn't well lit at all. I stayed there listening in for a few moments, but there was nothing further. I convinced myself it must have just been the sound of some animal. I started to walk around the yard, waiting for my parents and sister to come outside as well. During this time, I was walking near the back of the house when I saw something strange. I noticed something blue on the ground underneath a bush. I don't know how I even spotted this. I walked over and looked closer. There was a big blue jacket, just like the one the man in the parade had been wearing. It was all crumpled up into a heap. I looked inside the jacket, and there was the fake long white beard the guy had been wearing too. This must have belonged to the same guy, who had at some point entered our backyard. I remembered that I was creeped out immediately and wanted to go back inside. As I moved away from the bush, that's when I saw the guy. There was a man standing at the far back of our yard near the fence. He was walking slowly along the edge of it. I ran to the back door and rushed inside. I locked the door behind me and found my parents. When I told them about the guy, they called the police. We waited inside without hearing or seeing anything from the man. When the police got there, they searched the backyard, but the man was already gone. The things he had hidden in the bushes were also gone as well. After the police left, I was nervous. Maybe this guy would return, but he never did. I think that when he noticed I'd seen him, he must have decided to leave and cut his losses. I don't know what he would have done if I hadn't noticed him. I've owned and lived in the same house for 8 years. It's a normal family-sized home, which was relevant when I had roommates. When they moved out and it just became me living here though, I had nothing to do with the extra space. It was technically a 4-bedroom home, but I only used 2 of the rooms. One was my main bedroom, and the other was the game room. The other 2 rooms were on the far end of the upstairs hallway. One had a few storage boxes in it, and the other was completely empty. After getting out of work at 9 p.m. or so, I picked up Wendy's on the way home and pretty much went right to the game room. I was off tomorrow, so what better to do than to game all night long? I put my headphones on and loaded up some COD. Before I even had time to load into a match though, I thought I heard something that sounded like a knock at my front door. I took my headset off and listened in, not hearing anything further, and figured they would have knocked again if someone really was there. I just went back to my game. A whole 2 hours went by, and then I heard it once more. It sounded either like a knock or a door closing, or something like that. With my headphones on and my room door closed, it was way too quiet of a sound for me to tell. I got up and opened the door, looking out into the hallway and waiting for the sound to come again. After a minute, I went downstairs and looked out the front door. Nobody seemed to be outside, and everything looked perfectly normal. Having been hearing these sounds multiple times, though, I obviously checked the doors and made sure they were locked before going back upstairs. I wanted to be a bit cautious just to be safe. This time I left my room door open, so if it happened again, I'd hear it much more clearly. I put my headset back on and continued gaming. I was playing through a whole round, about 20-ish minutes or so. Right as the game ended and I leaned back in my chair to relax, I caught a glimpse of a figure rushing past the open doorway, just out of the corner of my view. Immediately I threw my headphones off and jumped up from my chair alarmed. I was unsure of what to do. I just stared at the doorway. I didn't get the courage to finally move for several minutes. When I looked out into the hallway and eventually the rest of the home, it didn't seem like anybody was there. When I went downstairs to check the door, I found it was unlocked. When the police came and investigated, it was clear the person had been hiding and very likely living in the empty room. I hadn't been in there for weeks or maybe even months. All this time, they had been just on the other side of the wall from me, and I had no idea at all. It's really scary to think about, especially if I'd happened to confront him. There's no saying what he would have done to me. My name is Caleb Fletcher. I'm 16 years old, and this took place around 8 to 9 months ago, on the 24th of August. It was a Saturday, and school had been going on for about 2 weeks now. To de-stress a little, I decided to see if my friends, who I'll call Griffin and Broly, wanted to hop on Fortnite with me. My mom and sister were out shopping. My dad was working, and I was quite bored. It was around 8 p.m. when we finally got on to play. I had decided to make some pizza rolls beforehand and ended up burning the batch. After a few rounds, I could tell my friends were getting tired of losing. They got off after only an hour. I planned on just lying down with my phone and going to bed. That was until I suddenly heard my 2 dogs begin barking ferociously outside. It's not unusual for them to bark, given how many people typically walk on the side of the road, but I still looked out anyway just to make sure. I didn't see anybody. A few seconds after looking out the window, though, I suddenly heard our garage door begin to open and shut. Usually that would mean my dad was arriving home from work, but his van was not outside, and he had texted me earlier telling me he would be working later tonight than usual. I decided to go downstairs into the dining room and look out the window to get a better view from there. There wasn't a person or vehicle anywhere to be seen. I wasn't the type to go investigate by myself, so I ran back up to my bedroom and texted my family group chat, asking if anybody was home. I told my mom about the garage door, and she told me to turn off the lights, lock my bedroom, and stay there until she got home. I did exactly that. About 15 minutes later, I began to hear our wooden floor downstairs creaking, like someone was trying to be sneaky. I didn't have anything to use as a weapon, so I unclipped my microphone's boom arm from my desk and quietly opened the door. I walked out onto our upstairs balcony and looked over, trying to see if I could spot anyone hiding or anything suspicious. I stupidly yelled out, asking if anybody was there, as if they were going to really answer. I thought everything was fine at first, until I saw a large silhouette of someone standing underneath the balcony. I panicked and ran to the closest room with a door, which happened to be my small bathroom. The intruder must have known I'd noticed them, because I heard loud and fast footsteps running up our stairs. As I locked myself in the bathroom, I realized I had stupidly left my phone in the bedroom, which was right next to me. After I built up enough courage, I bolted into my bedroom, locking the door behind me. After locking my bedroom door, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. Just before I called, I noticed the storage room in my wall was open, just a tad. From there, I saw a dark brown eye peeking through the crevice, staring into my soul. The pure terror I felt in that moment is something I'll never forget. I opened the lock and booked it down the stairs, ran out my front door, and ran up the hill to my neighbor's home. He was actually a police officer. He alerted the other cops while I stayed with his wife, and he went down to investigate himself. I told him exactly where the intruder was hiding in my bedroom. Minutes later, I ran back down the hill to see if the intruder had been caught. When I walked in, I saw a tall, skinny man with a gray beard and dirty black coat being pushed onto the floor by my neighbor. He was getting handcuffed. I'm not allowed to be home alone anymore, and and we have much better security around our house now. My family was happy to know I wasn't hurt, and they were thankful for my neighbor's bravery. I don't wish an experience like that on anybody, not even my worst enemy. One time, 3 years ago, I had a creepy experience at the movie theater. My boyfriend at the time and I would go to the movies fairly often as a date night. This specific night, we had made the hour drive out to where he lived to go to dinner and a movie. It was a Thursday night, and due to both of us having work earlier that day, dinner ended up being later, and the movie we had picked to go see was being shown at 10:45 p.m. We got our popcorn and got to our seats, right as the previews were wrapping up. I don't know if it was just because the movie showing was so late at night or because it was a less popular romantic movie, but when we arrived, the theater was completely empty. We had it all to ourselves. The movie got going, and it was about halfway through when we noticed a middle-aged man emerging from the hallway into the theater. I watched as he stood by the steps for a couple of moments, glancing around the theater before moving his way in and sitting in one of the lower rows a good way in front of us. I immediately got a bad vibe from this man. He kept going on his phone and looking back behind him up towards us every so often. He seemingly had no intention or interest in watching the movie. The man had been sitting there for only about 20 minutes when he got up from his seat and began walking up the stairs towards us. My boyfriend and I were instantly on edge, watching to see what this guy could be doing. He walked up the steps very slowly, pausing at the end of our row. He stared at us for a moment, then continued walking up and sat in a seat 2 rows behind us, off to the side a little. I made subtle eye contact with my boyfriend, both of us agreeing that this guy was creeping us out. For the next half hour, we didn't really have a good time. We sort of half-heartedly watched the movie, while also taking peeks over our shoulder to look at the man behind us. He would immediately glance away and pretend to be watching the movie, as if he wasn't just staring at us the whole time. At this point, I had to pee very badly. I didn't want to leave my boyfriend alone with this guy, though. Still, he urged me to go ahead and said everything would be okay. He'd watch out for the suspicious man. I walked down and out of the theater, heading to the nearest bathroom. As I reached the bathroom, I turned the corner to go inside and peeked behind me down the hallway. As I did, I was shocked to see the man from the theater speed walking toward me. I saw him proceed to start jogging. I was very scared. I quickly decided not to enter the bathroom and walked back out into the hallway. I moved away from the man, who had slowed down to a normal walk again. As soon as I came back into view of the hallway, I saw my boyfriend sprinting down behind the man. He had seen the man follow me out of the theater and decided he was also going to exit and make sure I was safe from this guy. The man had closed some distance toward me, but once he heard the pounding of my boyfriend's feet hitting the floor, he began to run. He wasn't going toward me anymore, but instead rushing straight toward the exit. My boyfriend told me that he had intended to tackle him if he would have got close enough, but the man escaped out the exit door before my boyfriend caught up to him. We decided it would not be best to chase him outside into the darkness of the night. Instead, we notified one of the workers there at the time about the man and his suspicious behavior. My boyfriend and I ended up not going back into that movie theater for a while. In the end, we ended up breaking up anyway, so I didn't have to worry about being back in that movie theater ever again. It was by far the scariest moment of my life. I have no idea if the theater had any further problems with the man. I can only imagine it wasn't the first time he had done something like that. When I was in high school, I worked at a movie theater by my house for a couple of years. Oftentimes, on weekends or during the summer, I would have to work a night shift. These late-night shifts would include selling tickets and food at the front counter, until the very last movie wrapped up, usually just a bit after midnight. The theater I worked at was a small one, with only 4 separate theater rooms. My job at the end of the night would entail doing a quick sweep job of the 4 theaters, then cleaning up the kitchen food area and taking out all the trash. Because of how small the location was, most of the time I worked these late-night shifts all by myself. It would take me about an hour after the last movie ended to clean everything up and start heading home. In the summer of my junior year of high school, I was working one of these late-night shifts on a stormy night. The last movie had just ended, and I made my usual announcement over the speakers that all the movies had ended and the theater was now closing. It was time to exit the building. I locked the doors and began sweeping out the theaters. I had just reached the second one when suddenly the power went out from the storm outside. Even without the lights on in the theater room, my eyes adjusted to the darkness a bit, and I was able to continue my sweeping. I had made my way into the third one now. I was sweeping near the front when I heard one of the doors that led to the theater softly open and close. In the darkness, I was just able to make out someone entering the room. I called out that the theater was now closed, and they needed to exit the building. Frightened by the non-response that I received, I hustled out through the exit door to the other side, then made my way into the 4th theater to distance myself from whoever this person was. I ran towards the top of the 4th theater room and crouched down on the ground in between the seats up there. I looked to see if anybody was going to enter behind me. I crouched there for 5 to 10 minutes and was about to stand up and resume working, hoping the person had heard me and left the area. As I was about to do so, though, I softly heard one of the doors to the theater open and close. I laid down in one of the top rows, completely hiding myself behind the seats in front of me. I listened in horror as I heard footsteps walking back and forth between the rows, climbing closer and closer to my position. I laid in my row frozen and super still as I heard the footsteps enter a row only 2 or 3 away from me. I was ready to make a run for the exit if they walked any closer to my location. After a brief pause, though, I heard the person stop, then walk away and move out of the room. I quietly and carefully maneuvered my way back to the front desk without seeing the individual. They must have either entered a different theater, a restroom, or left the area entirely. I couldn't be sure which. I grabbed my phone and keys from where I had left them on the front counter and ran through the rain to my car. Once inside my vehicle, I called the police and explained the situation. They showed up a short while later, and the pair of them searched the movie theater with their flashlights. They found no one inside. It was very late now, and even though I hadn't finished all the cleaning, I called it a night, locked the doors, and left. The rest of my time working there, I had no further scary encounters like that night. Whenever I worked the night shift from then on, I always had a big light with me and zoomed through my cleaning duties, itching to get out of there. I've lived in the same house for quite a long time. I've rented it for over 10 years now, and in that time I've had a lot of neighbors move in and out of there. I got along with some of them really great, and even the ones I never really talked to very much, I never had any problems with. About 2 years ago, though, a new neighbor moved into the home next door. I've never really been sure who lives there. There always seemed to be different people hanging out on the front porch, and there were always different cars hanging around as well. I think I did recognize a few of the people as being around more often, and I figured they must have been the ones who actually lived there. But still, I didn't know them at all. All I could do was guess. There were some weird things that began happening, but nothing I really thought too much about. After a while, though, I noticed that someone had set up a tent in their backyard. It took a while, but I began seeing the exact same person coming in and out of that tent all the time. Once it had been there for a few weeks now, that's when I started thinking that the person living in the tent must have moved in as well. Still, that might have been the sort of thing that might have bothered other people, but it didn't bother me in any way. I'd lived in a tent in the back of more than one yard in my day. One day, recently, when I was going to the kitchen for a drink, I noticed some movement in the backyard. Curious, I went and took a look and saw a very strange woman wandering around the backyard. She wasn't only moving around, she was saying something to herself as well. She would pace back and forth, occasionally spinning around in a circle whilst doing it. Other than being curious, I didn't really think much else about it. She was in the further back part of the yard, and she seemed to be minding her own business. Was none of mine, really. When she was done with her wandering around and mumbling to herself, she retreated back to her tent. That was when I realized there must have been more than one person living in there. That had been the first time I'd seen the strange-acting woman, and it would not be the last time either. Over the next week or so, I would see the woman wandering around in various people's backyards doing the same thing. She never really caused any problems or tried to intrude on anyone, so it didn't seem like she was a troublemaker. It didn't take very long until she was just another odd sight that I didn't really pay any attention to. The other night, I was in the living room reading a book. I got up to get myself a glass of water, and while I was at the sink, I began to hear some weird noises. It only took me a brief moment before I realized they were coming from my back door. I figured perhaps that an animal had climbed up onto the porch, as that did happen every now and then. I walked into the laundry room, which had the back door that led to the porch behind the house. I flipped on the light switch and prepared to look out the window in the back door to see what kind of animal was out there. Looking down, without having opened the door yet, I saw that it wasn't an animal at all making these strange noises. Instead, there was a person crouching down on my front porch. I couldn't immediately tell who it was because they were bent over, but it seemed like they were clearly doing something and fiddling with the back door. At first, the light coming on didn't seem to affect them at all. All of a sudden, they looked up and met my eyes directly. It was the same woman who was being strange in my backyard earlier in the week. The woman stood up really quickly, and she stared into my eyes for a while. I can't even really tell you what sort of look was behind those eyes. It was so strange. The woman quickly took off down the porch and disappeared into the neighbor's yard where I could no longer see her. I was a bit freaked out. I opened the door a bit, really just to see where she might have run off to. When I was out there, though, I noticed something a whole lot worse. There were all these weird symbols drawn onto my back door. I couldn't tell what kind of symbols they were, or what they might have represented, but that wasn't what scared me. What truly disturbed me was that the symbols appeared to be drawn in blood. Not only that, but to confirm the idea that it was blood, there were drops of it running down the porch. I was able to see what the lady had been doing before. Being weird and minding her own business is nothing really important, but this was freaky. All I could do was run back into the house and call the police. The neighbors told the cops that the woman was just some person who was spending time over as a guest. Apparently, she had some mental issues and would soon be leaving anyway. I didn't have her arrested, because as far as I could tell, she really was quite messed up. As far as I'm aware, she stopped living in that tent, and had since been taken down. I remember I was at home playing video games when I heard a sudden thump upstairs. I went to see if anything had fallen over, and it didn't seem like anything had. I checked the roof and attic for raccoons just to make sure, and there was nothing to be seen. Soon after that, I began to hear the sound of something tapping on my bedroom window. I was starting to get weirded out. Later, I climbed into the shower and heard footsteps in the hallway. The bathroom light went out at the same time. I jumped out of my shower, grabbed the machete from my room, and began to search the house, determined to confront whatever intruder this was. All the doors and windows were still locked, though, and there was no signs of anybody inside. Later, I went to bed. I woke up to a cool breeze and saw a distinct face in the corner of my room, over by the foot of my bed. Whoever it was rushed out the door. I ran over to my dad, and he said he'd seen the very same thing. We found no signs of the person, though, and these strange noises went on for weeks. I almost believed it was something paranormal, but I never really had any evidence either way. This was a few months ago while driving for DoorDash. I only drive as a side gig, maybe 10 to 15 hours a week or so. This night, I was only filling a couple of orders since it was already late. I had picked up a smaller order at around 1 a.m. or so. It was supposed to be delivered to a business building somewhere across town, which was apparent by the address I'd been given. This was a normal thing, usually for overnight workers or whatever. When I pulled into this parking lot, though, it was completely empty. There were no cars at all, and it didn't look like there was a parking lot behind the building for more to be either. I parked in a spot near the front of the building and got out with the food. The place was definitely an office building of some kind, and was much smaller than most I'd seen, being only 2 stories and not very wide at all. All the lights were off in the windows. Aside from a single one behind the front door. I walked up to the door and checked the app. Seeing it had specific drop-off instructions, they said to enter the main hallway and leave the bag outside of room 232. I looked through the door into the building, seeing the hallway filled with a bunch of closed doors on either side. Delivering to specific rooms I'd only done at hotels before, so this was kind of a new experience for me. I tested the front door, pushing on it, and found that it was unlocked. I stepped inside. I expected to hear people working, moving around, or talking, but instead there wasn't a single sound throughout the entire building. Only the white noise from the overhead light buzzing above me. As I passed by the first few doors, I could see they were all numbers within the hundreds, 102, 106. The room the instructions had said to leave this at was in the 200s. I assumed that meant it must be on the second floor, somewhere toward the center of the hallway. I eventually found a doorway leading to the staircase. It was held open by a wedge door stopper on the floor, but the lights in the stairwell weren't on at all. I stepped in and looked up from the bottom of the staircase. The whole stairwell was completely pitch black. Not a single light was coming from above, where the room was supposed to be for me to drop this off at. Again, I noticed the eerie silence. A real chill went through me. I was always one to do whatever the instructions say so I'd get good reviews, but this was the first time I told myself that this was way too sketchy. I stepped out of the stairwell and back into the hallway. Just as I did so, the door right across from me opened. The lights in that room were off as well, but a man emerged from behind the door and stepped into the hallway. He was wearing street clothes and didn't look like an office worker at all. The man stood in front of me and pointed past me at the stairwell. 232 is up there, you know. I nodded but didn't move, and neither did he. He just looked me in the eyes with a look like he was suppressing his anger. After an intense few seconds, I dropped the bag onto the ground and started quickly walking to the exit. The man didn't follow me, but I heard his footsteps go into the stairwell and begin ascending upward. As I left the building, I ran to my car. I got the hell out of there. I didn't know what that was or if maybe I was overreacting about it, so I didn't call the police. The following day, though, the police actually called me instead. Apparently, the building had a break-in, and the CCTV footage showed my car and license plate. They tracked it back to me. They also had footage of the break-in itself, so they called me in to question me about any information I might have. I didn't have much to give. I guess it turned out there were actually 3 people inside that had broken in. One was downstairs who I saw, but the other 2 were on the cameras hiding at the top of the stairs, waiting for me to go up there. Disturbingly, several other delivery orders were made to that same office that night. All the other drivers were smarter than I was, though, leaving the orders outside by the front door. What would have taken place in that office had any of us gone up to the second floor is unknown, but hopefully the police can find those 3 men before anyone falls victim to them. This happened to me just over a year ago. I'm 24 and have a townhouse in the suburbs. I live alone, which for me can get really boring. Because of this, I try to have friends over whenever I can. My closest friends come over a couple of times a week, and sometimes even sleep over to escape their parents' houses. I didn't have any plans on this night, but I did have some plans for the next day with my friend Sarah. She was supposed to be coming over to have a movie night. I was really just trying to get this night over with and looking forward to the next day. I went to bed early, about 9:15 or so. In the middle of the night, though, I was suddenly woken up by something. I looked over at my nightstand and saw it was about 2 a.m. The way I'd woken up was so odd. I was immediately jolted up, and my heart was pounding furiously for some reason. My brain was very alert and aware, as though something dangerous was happening. I thought I must have woken up for a nightmare or something, until I heard a click from downstairs. I sat up and heard a door slowly screeching open. I could hear someone's footsteps entering my home. Although terrified, at first I thought this had to be Sarah or one of my other friends. They all had keys to my home in case they needed somewhere to stay. I got up from my bed and walked over to the door. I opened it and stepped into the hallway. "Sarah?" No one responded. I waited there for what felt like forever, but then a bright light suddenly flickered on, lighting up the whole downstairs area. A second later, a soft chattering noise came from the living room. Whoever it was had just turned on the TV. For a moment, I felt some relief, thinking this must definitely be one of my friends. Maybe they'd had too many drinks or something. I went down the stairs and into the living room, and instantly felt my whole body turn ice cold. I saw that it was not one of my friends at all. Some random man was sitting on my couch, turning the TV to a static screen. He looked maybe 50 years old, with patchy long black hair and dirty clothes. As I stared at him in fear, he glanced over to me and showed me a crooked smile. He waved his hand as if to invite me over to the couch. I turned around and sprinted right out the front door. I banged on my neighbor's door until they let me in and called the police there. By the time they made it out, though, the man was already gone. No trace of him at all. What's even worse is that the police didn't take me seriously, suggesting it was probably just some harmless homeless man wanting a place to sleep for the night. The way I see it, everything points to otherwise. He picked the lock on my door to even get inside, sat on my couch and turned on the TV. Then the sick man smiled and invited me over to the couch. I think he may have been a stalker or something, and now I find it hard to even sleep at night when I'm alone. Every time I wonder if there's a small chance that maybe I'm really not alone at all. This happened a few years ago. I was hosting a 4th of July party at my house. It wasn't actually the 4th, but it was the same weekend. I live in a smaller and older house, not far outside of the city. A few coworkers had been to my place before, and somehow I got nominated to host the 4th of July party. There would be over 30 people coming, most likely about 20 coworkers, many of whom were bringing their significant others as well. My house has 2 stories and a small front yard and small backyard. The entire backyard is basically just a patio with a few feet of grass. That's all, really. The backyard is entirely fenced in, aside from my driveway, which leads to an alleyway. Then my garage. The property is pretty closed off from my neighbors. I got ready for the party by getting a bunch of food, drinks, and things like that set up. When the day came, a bunch of my coworkers began coming over. It was a nice and sunny day, and people could mingle either inside or outside. I remember that after the party started, things were going very well at first. Everybody seemed to be having a good time. I was outside for a while, but then I went in. I was talking with a few people in my home. When I went into the kitchen, though, one of my coworkers approached me and said that there was a weird guy there. She thought that maybe I knew him and said that nobody outside seemed to have any idea who he was. I was very confused and asked her to show me to this mystery man. We both went over to the doorway leading to the backyard. When we got there, a bunch of people were outside mingling. At first, she couldn't spot him, but she was telling me he was saying a bunch of weird stuff and making people very uncomfortable. Overall, something just seemed very off about the guy. Finally, she located him amongst the crowd and pointed the man out to me. I walked outside to get a better look. The man was somewhat large and had messy hair that went down past his ears. He was drinking a beer as if he belonged here, but I did not recognize this man at all. He was sort of standing by himself in a corner, near where the alleyway was. He appeared to just be watching people. I started walking over to approach the man. I was going to ask him who he even was. When I got about 30 feet away from him, though, he looked right at me. The man instantly turned around and started running away back down the narrow driveway, which went from the backyard past my house into the street. Before making it out of the backyard area, he made sure to stop and snatch another beer out of the cooler, then kept running. I never even got to say a single word to the man. He moved at a swift pace down the driveway and out onto the connecting sidewalk. It was such a strange sight. I figured some random guy happened to be walking by and must have seen there was a party going on, stopped in for whatever reason. The neighborhood was pretty busy and did get quite a few people walking down the sidewalks throughout the day. It was still just really weird, though. I went around and asked a few people about this guy. Apparently, he was approaching people asking very strange questions. I was also told he would stare at a few people in particular and not look away for a really long time. At least he was gone now, though. I was outside for most of the rest of the party to make sure the man would not return, and luckily he didn't seem to. After people started leaving to go home, there was maybe an hour before it was just me. I began to clean everything up. Not a whole lot needed to be done. Just take out the garbage, take in a few folding tables and some chairs, and dispose or put away the rest of the food and drinks. As I was doing this, I walked past my narrow driveway to take some garbage out. When I was on the driveway, I happened to look down at it into the street, and I noticed that standing right in the middle of my driveway where the sidewalk intersected it was the same man from earlier. He was just standing there, staring at me. I didn't know what to do. I sort of waved at the man, but he did not wave back. I continued to take out my garbage, which was at the back corner of my backyard. As I was walking back, I noticed the man moving up my driveway toward me. I didn't know what exactly he wanted, but I stayed there to interact with him. When the man reached me, I said hello to him and asked him what he wanted. The man asked me if he could use my bathroom quickly. I really did not want to let this guy into my home, so I said no. I asked the man why he was at the party earlier, and he denied he'd ever been there at all. Clearly, this was the same guy though. He once again asked if he could go inside my home quickly. I said no to the guy again, but he still didn't leave. By this point, I was getting really nervous. I didn't know what to do or say in this situation. I wasn't quite done cleaning, but I just wanted to go inside and get away from this guy. I told the man I'd see him later, and turned around and started moving toward the back door of my house. When I did, the man followed me. I knew I couldn't go inside right now. I turned and walked in another direction. I figured the man would still continue to follow me, but he didn't. He walked right up to my back door, opened it up, and went inside. When I saw this, I ran inside and yelled at him to stop, but I realized that maybe this guy was dangerous. I went back out to the end of the alley and went to my car, which was parked in front of the garage. I then called the police and waited there until they arrived. When they got there, the man was found hiding in my basement. It really creeped me out. The man didn't try to take anything at all. When I heard that, I really didn't know what to think. I had never seen the man before. I had no idea who he was or why he wanted to get inside my home. I remember back to earlier in the party when he walked away from me after I started to approach him. He seemed to already know I was the homeowner somehow, as he had been talking to a bunch of other people, but walked away from me instantly. That was so odd. I wondered if he somehow had seen me before or something. I'm really glad I didn't go back into my house after him immediately. I'm not sure what the man was truly capable of. I spend the nights working as a security officer. My job is to travel around to various buildings, mostly businesses that hire my company for security. I swing by each of these places multiple times at night, ensuring no funny business is going on and that the building is secure. Honestly, my job is quite boring actually, as you might picture. On a night-to-night basis, not much is really going on around an office building. I'm still required to walk around each entry point to the building though, making sure everything is locked up and secure. I have keys to all the buildings as well, just in case I ever need to go inside for some reason. In the 3 months working this night shift, I never had to go inside a building. However, that all changed during a shift I had 2 weeks ago. I had reached my third building of the night, which was a smaller 4-story office building. I made my rounds around the perimeter of the building, shining my light up at the windows, ensuring they were all intact. I also pulled on each door, making sure they were all locked. I circled around to the back side of the building, and when I did, I was shocked to see that not only was a door unlocked, but it was also propped open. I'd never had to deal with a situation like this before, and quite frankly, I was somewhat nervous to go inside the building alone. Still, I maneuvered my way through the building's interior, moving very slowly, shining my flashlight into every room and corner. It took me a while, especially since I was nervous, but I made my way through all 4 floors of the building, not really seeing anything unusual. I made my way back to the door that had been left open, removing the prop and locking it shut behind me. I continued my rounds, making my way through the rest of the buildings that needed to be checked for the night. I decided, though, to head back over to that office building I'd walked through earlier to make sure that everything truly was okay. I pulled my truck into the parking lot and began walking around the building, doing my rounds once more. To my great surprise, the same back exit was once again unlocked and propped open as well. At this point, I was very confused. There wasn't supposed to be anyone in the building this late, and there were no lights on inside that I could see. I reluctantly entered the office building once again and searched it from top to bottom, this time even calling out multiple times to see if anyone was there. Once again, I heard and saw nothing unusual at all. My entire trip throughout the building was completely uneventful. I didn't hear a single noise except my own footsteps and movements. I returned to the back exit and saw the door was now closed shut. I hadn't unpropped the door when I first entered the building, but now it was closed, and the brick that had been used to prop it open was nowhere to be seen. This was my first time having to enter a building while I had this job, so I was more than a little scared at this point. I quickly left, locked the door, and hurried back to the safety of my truck. Nobody was supposed to be in that building. I was somewhat relieved that I hadn't actually encountered anybody during my rounds of it. It was so eerie to me, though. During both of my searches of the building, somebody had been in there somewhere, evading me, and then even managed to slip out the back door without me ever seeing them. I called the office building's manager the next day, asking if anything important was missing or had been stolen, but nothing had been moved or was gone at all that they were aware of. I still currently work the security night shift job, but I haven't had any nights quite like that one at that office building since then. This is something that happened about 5 years ago now, but I still remember it really well. It's probably the craziest experience I've ever had going to Walmart. During this time, I like to shop at Walmart quite a bit. I found it to be the cheapest place to get groceries and things like that. I was not a huge fan of this particular store, though. It was often very busy, and I saw a lot of strange and sometimes unsettling things during my times there. One day, I stopped at Walmart after work, which turned out to be a very bad idea. I arrived to the Walmart parking lot at around 5:30 p.m. or so, and right off the bat, things were not looking very good at all. I noticed the parking lot was packed up, and there were cars everywhere. I drove all along the back side of it looking for somewhere to park. As I was doing so, a car pulled out of one of the parking aisles and nearly slammed into me. I had to stomp on my brakes to avoid them. After that, I found a parking space and started to walk to the store. Right when I was about to go across the crosswalk, right in front of the doors though, a car suddenly blew past me. It came within just 5 feet of hitting me. I was a bit aggravated, needless to say. When I walked inside the store, I grabbed a shopping basket and started to head to the grocery section. I really just had to get some groceries. I would be getting 10 different things or so. I noticed there were multiple long lines for the checkouts, and there were countless people walking around inside the store as well. I walked down one of the main aisles in the grocery section, and somebody popped out and slammed into me with their cart. Already a rough shopping trip by this point, but it only got even worse from there. I was at the far back wall of the grocery department grabbing a gallon of milk, when out of nowhere I heard a voice call out from behind me. I saw this little girl, maybe about 7 years old. She had a full Walmart shopping cart next to her that looked like she had been pushing it by herself. The little girl said hello to me, and I said hi back to her. I was very confused. She asked me if I could pay for the groceries for her and her family because they didn't have any money. I asked her if those really were hers. The cart was literally full. It was easily over $100 worth of items. They were not even all groceries either. There were miscellaneous things mixed in. I said no, I couldn't afford it. I mean, the whole reason I was shopping at Walmart in the first place was because I didn't have much money to spare at the time. If I wasn't worried about saving money, I would have certainly been going somewhere else instead. The little girl didn't say anything back to me. She just pushed her shopping cart away in another direction. I thought this interaction was very strange. What exactly was going on today? I watched to see where the girl would go. The store was busy and a lot of other people were around. I noticed the girl went not that far away to a display with frozen foods. The girl walked up to a woman who I assumed to be her mother. I had to get some yogurt and they were standing kind of near the area, so I ended up naturally moving closer to them. As I was grabbing the yogurt just a few feet away from the mother and daughter pair, I overheard them speaking. I heard the mother say something like, "Now go and ask that man over there." I looked over my shoulder and saw the young girl pushing the shopping cart. She made it over to this random guy who was standing near another section. I saw her approach him and give him the exact same spiel she gave me for about 30 seconds. Then she started walking back. I was thinking maybe they would be able to get somebody to pay for their groceries if their cart wasn't full to bursting, but I didn't like the idea of the mother trying to use her daughter to ask strangers to pay for them anyway. Still, it wasn't really my business. I continued with my shopping and went to another section of the grocery department. I went down several aisles grabbing numerous items. I was almost done now. I would say about 15 minutes had passed since then. I was just about to finish up shopping and arrived near the bakery section. There was still kind of a lot of people around and the store was still very busy. As I was looking at a few different breads, the little girl approached me again. I turned around and she once more asked me to pay for their stuff. I told the girl that she'd already asked me that, and I said I couldn't do it. I leaned in and asked the girl if her mother always made her approach strangers and asked them to pay for their stuff. She said yes. I asked her why, and the girl said so her mom could get stuff for free. After that, I asked her if she liked doing this, and the girl was starting to get visibly upset. Just as she was about to answer, her mother appeared out of nowhere. The mom got between me and the girl and jumped right in my face. She asked me why I was talking to her daughter. I confronted her and asked her why she was making her little girl go up to complete strangers like this. She said it was none of my business, and she was clearly getting very angry. I quipped to the mother that the people might actually pay for them if they didn't fill up their cart all the way. The mother's response shocked me. She became indignant and said that someone had just given them a big pay 2 days prior to this. Made me think maybe she was not so needy at all. After that, I told her to just leave me alone. I started to walk away. That's when the woman attacked me from behind. She rammed into me with all her weight with her cart. It hit me right in the back of my legs and my lower back and was extremely painful. I buckled over, but I got right back to my feet. I turned around and the woman cussed at me a few times. At that point, I yelled at the woman to get the hell away from me. As much as I wanted to get in her face and argue with her, I knew with a person like this that probably wouldn't be a good idea. I started to walk away. By now, several people were staring at the commotion. The woman tossed a few more expletives my way. I walked off, and as I did so, I thought that would be the end of all this. I walked a few aisles away from the woman and tried to just finish up what I came here to do. It was about 5 minutes later, when suddenly I heard something rushing toward me at a fast speed. I looked to my left just in time to see the woman pushing her full weight on her cart and ramming it at me. This time I managed to stop it with my hands, but she still hit me pretty hard. It really banged up my legs, and I could feel the bruises forming already. The woman once again started cursing me out. She actually tried to back up the cart and ram it into me multiple more times. There were quite a few people nearby who were witnessing what was going on. She began shouting at me, and I yelled back at her before some Walmart employees and random shoppers stepped in between us. The argument was broken up for the most part, but the woman would not calm down at all. They had to end up calling the police, who showed up pretty quickly. The woman claimed that I had attacked her, even though she said multiple times she would kill me. It was completely false. After that was pointed out, she got really angry with the police as well, and the Walmart employees. She refused to leave the store, and they had to arrest her. The rest of the witnesses nearby confirmed that she had attacked me multiple times, and that I'd never even done anything to her. I really couldn't believe the whole situation. After that, I was able to leave. The girl, who I think was the woman's daughter, but I'm not even really sure about that, went with the police officers. I felt quite bad for her. Hopefully, she had family or friends who would take care of her and be more responsible than that woman was. After that, I never stepped foot in another Walmart again. This is something that happened back when I was in high school. I'm a woman, and I was a senior during this time. School got out every day at 2:40 p.m. During that time, for about 10 minutes, it would be completely crazy on campus. The school was fairly large, and everybody would be scrambling to get out of there. The lockers and hallways were extremely crowded, and everybody would be in a rush to leave the school. One day, I was able to leave school early. I was in an advanced class during the final period of the day, which only had about 15 students in it. We had a really big test that day, and that was the only thing we had scheduled. When we finished, our teacher said that if we'd driven ourselves to school, we could just leave. Most of the time, even if there was nothing to do in class, the teacher would not let you leave until the bell rang, so this was a nice opportunity. I got done with my test about 15 minutes before class would normally end. I left the classroom and went to my locker. I then walked out to the parking lot. During this time, I parked in the main students' parking lot, which was at the west end of the school, and also sort of behind it. After leaving the room, as I was walking to my car, it felt a bit strange to be leaving without tons of other people scrambling around. Normally, there were hundreds of kids going to their own cars, and there would be a huge traffic jam to leave. Now I could actually take my time. I remember looking around when I noticed something a bit strange. There was this small wooded area at the back corner of the parking lot. I noticed there was a man standing there, right by the side of a tree. He was looking in my direction and wearing these exaggerated sunglasses. It looked very strange, especially because it seemed like the man had just emerged from out of the woods. The guy was obviously too old to be a student, and didn't look like faculty either. I looked back to him. He then ducked behind a tree and out of my sight. I simply continued to my car, got inside, and drove home. I didn't really think much more about it, really. The next day after school, I was walking to my car again. This time, I left school at the normal time with everybody else, and there were tons of other people around. As I was walking to my car, for some reason, I just so happened to remember the previous day and seeing that weird man in the woods. Maybe it was just because I was walking to my car again, but I decided to look over to the woods once more. Surely there was no chance that same guy would be there again, right? But actually he was. The very same man was stood in the exact same spot. It was really hard to see or notice him at all unless you were really looking for him. He was hiding halfway behind a tree. I was wondering who on earth this guy was and what exactly he was doing. I kept looking at him as I walked to my car. For some reason, this man seemed to be fixated right on me. Soon, he disappeared behind a tree again. After that, I simply drove home. It was really strange, but I didn't know what to do about it. I tried just not to think about it until the next day. This time, as I was leaving school, I knew the exact spot to look, but the man was not there. He was not there like he'd been the last couple of days. I figured that maybe it had been a strange one-off occurrence or something. but something strange happened when I left school to drive home 2 days after that. As I was driving back, I noticed this one car seemed to be following behind me almost the entire time. I hadn't noticed until I was about halfway there. It was a smaller black sedan that was right behind me. It wasn't too close, but the car did stick with me going to every area I went, including to where I lived, which was normally a very quiet place. I lived in a large neighborhood, but it didn't get a lot of traffic. I had to make several turns into very residential areas. At that point, we were the only 2 cars on the road. I looked back and noticed in the mirror that the driver was wearing sunglasses. Could this have been the same man? I didn't know, but it sure did seem strange if it was a coincidence. At my street, I turned onto it, and so did the car following me. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just drove to my house and pulled into the driveway. Luckily, the car did not pull in after me. It kept on going. I was very relieved. I went inside, and after that, for the next few hours, everything went pretty normally. I was in my bedroom, sitting at my desk later in the evening. There's a window, which looked out to the front yard and the street. I remember happening to glance out and seeing there was a man walking down it. It didn't take long until I recognized him. The same man wearing those same sunglasses. The man who'd been at my school and who had probably followed me home. He was slowly walking down our street. I noticed him looking in the direction of my house. When I realized this, I left my bedroom and found my parents in the living room. I told them the whole story of everything, and they went to look out of a front window. At that point, I expected the man to have been long gone, but when we looked, he was actually still right there. He was walking now on the other side of the street, very slowly, and eyeing our house as he did so. My dad left the home and started running over to the guy. I couldn't hear what was being said, but it sounded like my dad was yelling at the man. I saw the guy start running away. He went down the street and out of sight. My dad came back in and said the man got away from him. After that, the man did not come back toward our home again, and I never saw him at the school either. I did report him to my school counselor, so if the guy ever did return, he would probably be caught. I really don't know who he could have been, but I'm glad I saw him out my window that night, or who knows what he would have done to me. I live in what I would describe as a pretty standard apartment. The last one I lived in 2 years ago was very similar to it. The building had a few basic hallways and tons of units. I had a parking space in the underground garage, and there were several apartment buildings in the complex. This was about right in the middle of my lease, when I had been living there for about 6 months or so. Weird things began to happen. My apartment was on the second floor of the building, kind of towards the end of one of these hallways. One night, I was awoken to the sound of banging on my door. This happened to be a Friday night at 3 o'clock in the morning. Somebody was repeatedly pounding on my door, and it seemed about as loud as they could muster. I laid there in bed and waited for it to stop, but it continued on and on. After about a minute straight, I decided to get up. Once I made it out of my bedroom, though, the knocking stopped, and I could hear somebody walking away down the hallway. I went to the peephole and looked out, but the person was already gone. I didn't really want to open the door and look out into the hallway myself, so I just went back to bed. I didn't hear any more knocks or anything that night. The next day, I was thinking about it, remembering being woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I figured at that point it was probably somebody coming home drunk from the bars or something. It made perfect sense to me. It had been a Friday night. Probably just got back and started banging on a random door, either to mess with somebody or because they accidentally went to the wrong place. I really wasn't that concerned about it. Sometime next week, though, it happened once more. I woke up to someone pounding on my front door, and I had a bad feeling about this. Not knowing who this was unnerved me. I didn't really know any of my neighbors, so I couldn't be sure if it was one of them or somebody else. This time, I did not get up at all. I just waited for the knocking to end, which took maybe 20 seconds or so, roughly. When it finally ended, I stayed up for another hour. I really wasn't that tired anymore. I was able to get back to sleep a while later, but this was pretty annoying. Several nights went by before it happened once again. This time it was a little earlier though. I was still wide awake and in my living room watching TV, when all of a sudden there was a knock at the door. It seemed normal at first, but then it turned into that same kind of loud banging. I was so confused. What was going on? I really didn't want to get up and check, so I just stayed on my couch. The knocking lasted for 15 seconds or so, and then stopped once more. I once more heard the person walking away, and the rest of the night nothing more happened. A few weeks later, I had almost forgotten about the whole ordeal. It hadn't happened in quite a while. Then it began to randomly happen once again. This time, I was already awake once more. I was in the living room, and it was pretty late, sometime after midnight or so. I sat on the couch in the living room when I heard a loud pounding on my front door. It wasn't like the other times, though. It was crazy how hard they were banging on it, almost like they were trying to break it down. I stayed where I was like usual. This time the knocking lasted a bit longer, almost more than a minute. I decided to get up and look and see what was going on here. I walked over to the door, and it was like the person had heard me. When I got within a couple feet of it, the knocking stopped, and I could hear their footsteps moving away. I looked through my peephole and saw they'd already escaped seemingly. I opened up the door this time and looked out into the hallway. When I did, I actually saw someone there. It appeared to be a man walking away, but I could only see his back. He didn't turn around and look at me or anything. He just started moving away even more quickly. I only saw him for about 5 seconds before he reached the door that led to the stairs and began running down it. I went back inside after that. For the rest of the time that I lived there, I never heard any more suspicious knocking. I have no idea who that guy was. I didn't recognize him at all, and he was clearly not one of my neighbors. Why he always chose to knock on my door specifically, I have no idea. It really gave me the creeps, though. I used to work at Subway years back. The job was exactly what you would expect, and I liked it quite a bit. I remember something really creepy happened one time, though, and I still randomly think about it here and there. One time, I was working a closing shift. I think we closed at around 9 p.m. or something like that. I'd been working since sometime in the afternoon. Our Subway location was in a pretty good spot and would get really busy during certain times. At around 5 p.m., it started to get busy once more, and by 6, there were lots of people in line. I remember that I was kept very busy during this time. I was making sandwiches back and forth on this night. I believe there were 3 of us working. 2 of us would be there until closing, so we had 2 people making the subs and 1 person on register. Even with all this, the line was somewhat long for quite a while. I remember that the restaurant was overall very crowded. At some point, I looked up and noticed this guy in line that was just staring at me. It wasn't like he was just looking around randomly or happened to be looking in my direction, but it was a very intense and purposeful gaze. I didn't recognize this guy at all, and I didn't look at him for very long before looking away to focus back on what I was doing. Sometime later, about 5 minutes or so, I looked up again randomly and noticed the man was still staring at me. I looked away again. I was not looking forward to when it would be his turn in line. 10 minutes went by and I didn't have to make a sandwich for the guy. After a while, I looked around and noticed he was not even in line anymore. Unfortunately, he was still inside of the restaurant. He'd stepped away and was just staring at me. I looked away again and tried to focus myself on work. We were all so busy that I really didn't have the time to point him out to a coworker or anything. I barely even had the time to wonder why this guy was staring at me. I just knew that I had no idea who he was or why he would be looking at me. Finally, a while later, things quieted down a little bit. I realized the man was still there. I decided to take my break, so I went into the back for a while. When I came back out to work again, the man was gone. I thought that would be the end of it at that point. I only had a couple more hours of work left, and things were very quiet for the rest of the night. There were a few customers here and there, but not very many at all. Now it was just me and another coworker that was there until close. At probably 20 or 30 minutes before closing time, I remembered that the guy had come back. This time, though, he was outside the restaurant. There are big windows at the front of the subway, and the man was just staring inside at me. When I noticed him, I got so creeped out. During this moment, I was alone behind the counter. My coworker had stepped into the back. The man outside was just watching me. This was several hours after he'd last been seen inside. I was so creeped out by this that I went into the back to grab my coworker. When we both came back out, though, the man was already gone. We closed up a short time later without getting any more customers. When we left, I looked around the parking lot for the guy, just in case he was hiding somewhere. It didn't seem like he was around, though, or at least I didn't notice him. We left after that without incident. I was a part-time employee, so I didn't work every single day. I don't think I worked for the next few days after this incident. When I returned to work, I did not see the guy again. I still don't know who he was or what he was doing. I'm a groundskeeper at the cemetery in our town. Despite popular belief, the job usually isn't that creepy at all. The only thing I find unsettling about the place is the couple of bells that are still left by some of the gravestones that have been there for almost 2 centuries. Most nights, though, nothing at all happens, and I just go about my routine. Sometimes a group of kids will show up and mess around, but as soon as they see me, they always run off. Since our town is relatively small, this is the only cemetery within several miles. Because of that, the graveyard is actually pretty big, so it can fit all the stones. This was on a Thursday, in the middle of summer. I'd shown up at 10 p.m. like usual, and went into the small brick building that we called the Outpost. It was a single room, with some security screens and general maintenance tools, as well as a small bathroom. To start the night, I grabbed the keys and walked down to the main entrance gate. I locked it up. While I was there, I noticed a man walking in the grass on the other side of the gate. He was wearing a black hoodie and was just walking along the fence only a few feet from where I was. I waited for a minute and watched him walk past the gate and continue along the fence line. Seeing as he was not really doing anything else, I went back to the outpost. I put the keys back on the wall and stayed inside for half an hour while I looked over some things. At about 11 p.m., I grabbed the key to the runner and went out to get it. It was a small ATV with a basket on the back for us to use when doing yard work. I pulled it out and started making my rounds to each headstone, making sure there were no damages, and picking up any flowers or other things left behind. We do this every Thursday, since most funerals are over the weekend. That way, people will have time to collect their items if they want to. Most people just leave them in remembrance. Anyway, I drove around and collected some of the flowers, putting them in the back of the runner. That was when I saw a figure on the other side of the yard. Immediately, I looked around for any more people, trying to see if this was a group or only a solo person. It appeared to be just the one guy. I started driving over to them, but even with the sound of the ATV, which was pretty loud, the guy didn't even look at me. He just stared ahead as he kept walking through the yard. I thought maybe this guy was in distress from a recent loss or something. I pulled up right next to him and tried to be polite at first. "I'm sorry, sir, but the graveyard is closed until tomorrow morning. I can give you a ride out if you need it." He continued walking, not even looking at me. I pulled up beside him again. This time, I didn't go as easy on him, though. "You have to leave now or the cops will have to get involved for trespassing." He finally stopped and looked at me. His eyes were red and wide open, bulging out of his head. He was smiling. It was a sad kind of smile. I don't know, but it really creeped me out. There was a couple of seconds where neither of us said anything. All of a sudden, the guy lunged at me. He grabbed onto the side of the runner. I sped off as he was dragged forward a bit, and then had to let go. I quickly turned around and headed straight for the outpost, calling 911 on my radio as I did. I parked the ATV outside and went into the security room, continuing to inform the police on the situation. The department is only a couple of minutes away, so I hunkered down in the outpost and started looking through the security cameras to get any info on where this guy had gone. Before I could even find him on the screen, though, a loud thud shook the door behind me. The man began to throw his whole body against it, as though his very life depended on getting inside. It was enough to shake the floor and walls of the small building. There was nothing to defend myself with, so all I could do was watch the door violently shake and hope it would not give in. I quickly checked with the dispatcher, and they told me to hold out just a little longer. Officers were only a minute away. Maybe 10 seconds later, the banging suddenly stopped, and I heard the man sprinting away. I looked back at the screens to see which direction he'd gone in. As soon as the officers arrived, I told them where he'd run off to. After a quick search, they did not find him. The way he'd gone was towards a bunch of trees, and there was no way to know how dangerous this guy was. Chasing him any further into the darkness was not a good idea. I made an official report and everything, but the weeks went by and nothing was found. I don't know if he was just in a fragile state of mind from a recent passing or what, but whatever happened that night likely won't ever have any answers. I was living with my brother at the time in a very small 2-bedroom home. It was really outdated and in a bad part of town. Both of us were saving up to move out and get away from this area. Thankfully, we were able to a few months after this event happened. At the time, though, I was working overnights at a hospital, and my brother worked mid-shifts at a grocery store. Because of this, we rarely saw each other for more than a quick hello or goodbye. It was my day off, and since I worked overnights, I usually tried to keep my sleep schedule the same. I woke up at 8 p.m., had breakfast, and greeted my brother as he came home from work. A couple hours later, he went to bed, and I stayed in the living room watching some Netflix and relaxing. Not too long into the show, though, a light suddenly beamed into the room from outside the front window, almost as if someone was pulling into our driveway. I got up and went over, looking out to see what was going on. I saw that a car had parked right behind mine. Their lights were still on and blocking any view of who was inside the vehicle. I didn't have much time to look, though, because just as suddenly as they'd pulled up, a knock came at the front door. I was immediately aware of how odd this was, even more so because it was pouring outside. When I looked out the front door, a man was standing there in the rain, just outside of the porch area. I didn't know if this person was from the car, and maybe he'd just gotten out really fast, or someone else entirely. Either way, obviously I was not going to answer the door to this suspicious person. I went back to the window and waited. A couple minutes later, the man by the porch walked up to the car and got into the passenger seat. Then they backed out and drove away. I thought that was really weird. Maybe they had the wrong house or something. I sat back down and started watching my show again. I didn't really even give it much thought after that. I mean, they'd already left. I spent what I think was the next hour laying down on the couch. At some point, I dozed off, though. I must have not been asleep for long, maybe 15 minutes at most, because the TV was still on and the full episode hadn't even played through of the show I was watching. I paused it and sat up, taking a sip of water and trying to shake off the sleepiness. After a moment, though, I realized the rain was especially loud. I turned my body and looked at the front hallway. The front door was cracked wide open. A rush of panic ran over me. I ran over and looked at it. I knew I'd locked it before, so the only explanation I could think of was that my brother had woken up and gone outside for some reason. At least, that's what I was hoping. In the back of my head, I was thinking about those people who'd showed up earlier, though. I closed and locked the door, then called out for my brother. The house was quiet aside from the rain impacting the roof, and my brother did not respond. I started walking up the staircase and looked down the hallway. The door to his room was open, which was really odd if he was still sleeping. As I got closer, I could hear what sounded like multiple people moving around in his room. Just as I came up to the doorway, a man rushed out, knocking me over and continuing down the hallway. Another man followed him, running around me and down the stairs. As I scrambled to my feet, my brother came out of the room and said to call the police right now. He chased the men down the stairs. I was dazed at everything happening so suddenly, but I did as he said. I followed behind him and the two intruders as they ran to the side of our home and down the road. My brother locked up everything behind them. While we waited, he said they'd woken him up and held a knife to him to keep him from talking. He said all this happened only a minute or so before I woke up. When they heard me coming upstairs, apparently they got flustered and ended up just running. They never said why they were there or what they wanted. Whether it was a planned attack on us specifically is not known either. It seems to me like they were targeting my brother in particular, but maybe they just didn't notice me there on the couch. It's hard to say exactly. Like I said though, we moved out soon after this occurred, and after that, nothing else happened. One time last year, I went to a Subway at night. I was just going to get a sub, and the Subway restaurant was only about 5 minutes away from home. It was located in a quiet strip mall that had several other businesses in it. I went there at about 8 p.m. or so. I remember that it was completely dark out because it was springtime. The area was also pretty quiet. Most of the other businesses in the strip mall were now closed. I walked inside of the Subway and I ordered my sandwich. It didn't take very long because nobody else was in there. As I grabbed up my sandwich, I remember that when I was getting a drink from the fountain, I noticed a man passing by on the sidewalk outside. The man was somewhat tall and had shaggy-looking hair. He was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. I remember that he looked in the window at me as he was passing by, but continued walking on his way and out of my sight. After I got my drink and everything else, I left the Subway. I was walking to my car in the parking lot when I heard somebody begin approaching me. There were footsteps a little behind me and to my right. I looked over and saw the very same man. He was approaching me, and before I knew it, the man was right next to me. I stopped to see what this guy wanted. When I did, he asked me if I could give him a ride over to the gas station and pointed in the direction. The way he'd pointed, there really was a gas station within sight. It wasn't that far away at all and was kind of in the direction where I lived too. Obviously, I did not want to give this man a ride since I didn't know him or anything though. I said to the guy that I was in a real hurry to get home. As I started to walk away though, the man followed and said it wasn't that far away. He just needed to go to the gas station to meet a friend there. Eventually I said yes and told the man I would give him a quick ride. I feel stupid even saying that. Obviously, it's not smart to give a ride to a random person you meet at night for the first time, but that's exactly what I did. I was just hoping it would be a quick drive to drop the man off. I mean, it would likely take less than a minute to get to the gas station, and it was within sight. It was just a little bit to the left of the strip mall and almost behind it. The gas station was open, and there looked to be several other cars there. The man got into the passenger side of my vehicle, and I got into the driver's seat. After getting inside, the man was quite polite and nice, and said thank you to me. He said that he was really cold, and didn't want to walk all that way. It was pretty cold out with it being early spring and nighttime, so I figured the guy was telling the truth. I left the parking lot of the strip mall where the subway was, and drove onto the busier street. After we went to the left, the gas station was just off to the right. The entire drive there, neither me nor the man said anything. It was just some awkward silence. After I turned in, I pulled into a parking space on the back side of the lot. It had been a quick and easy drive. When I stopped though, the man did not make a move to get out of the car. I said something like, "All right, have a good night now," but he still didn't get out. It was really awkward. I began to get a bad feeling about this whole situation. At this point, I was kicking myself for letting a stranger get in my car at all. Finally, I just said to the man, "We're here. Isn't this where you wanted to go?" The man spoke and said this wasn't the correct gas station. He said it was another one that was a ways down the road and pointed to the east. That was not the direction I was going. I had thought the man needed to go to this gas station. In fact, I'm sure that's exactly where he had pointed earlier. I told him this is where I thought he was going, and he said no as if I was stupid for thinking that. I told him I was not going in that direction, and he had to get out now. He didn't respond and didn't get out either. The man seemed to be growing angry with me, that I somehow didn't know exactly where he was going. I told him I could not go there, and I wasn't going any further with him. He did not seem happy about this. He still refused to leave my vehicle. The man demanded I drive him to the other gas station. I was getting pretty nervous. I didn't know if this guy could be dangerous or something like that. I asked him to get out of my car once more, and again he said no. At this point, I wasn't really sure what to do. As we were sitting there, I noticed a police vehicle pulling into the gas station. When I saw this, I was thinking that maybe I should try to get the cops' attention. As I was still thinking that, though, the man next to me suddenly opened my car door. He jumped out and took off running. The guy started heading towards the building. I just left and went home. I told myself I would never let a stranger into my car again. Looking back, I'm not entirely sure what the guy was planning to do. I figured that when he saw the cop, though, he knew that he was up to no good and decided he had to cut his losses right there and then. I'm glad the officer just happened to pull into the parking lot when he did. This is a bizarre experience I had a couple of years ago. During this particular time, I was looking for a new apartment. I'd been living with a roommate in this really run-down, beat-up old place. I had recently got a new job and finally had a little money to get a place all to myself. A place that would be much nicer as well. The kind of apartment I wanted did not have to be perfect, but I certainly wanted something better than I currently had. This would only be my second apartment that I ever got, the first by myself. I was quite excited about it actually. I looked online for the new place. I was still pretty new to living in this general area, and had moved in from another state when I got my apartment with my roommate. I went on to an apartment search website, put in my budget and preferences, and looked through all the results. After looking through some of them online, I selected one that I wanted to take a tour of. It seemed like a really good deal, and looked decent from the pictures provided. I contacted the management for a tour. I filled out some forms and was ready to look the place over a couple of days later. When the time came for the tour, I drove down to the apartment complex, which was about 10 minutes away. After entering the building, though, I was fairly unimpressed. I realized that I may have made a mistake here by even selecting to have a tour. I had pretty much already made up my mind that I didn't want to move here. Overall, the place really didn't look any nicer than where I currently lived. The pictures online were technically real, but they sure dressed up the place a whole lot better. Still, I got out of the car and met my tour guide, which happened to be the property manager and landlord, I think. Really, he did just about everything he said. We met, and he said he would give me a tour of the unit. The people within had just moved out. I went inside with him. The whole building smelled old and musty inside. The carpet was old and beat up. There were spider webs in all the corners, some with spiders in them. There were even some in the cupboards. The guy was talking really good about the place, as if it was super nice. He mentioned that he lived in the unit next door, and we would be neighbors if I moved in. I was nice enough and stayed there for the whole tour. When it was over, the guy asked me if I would take the apartment. I said I had to look at some others first, but would let him know if I wanted it. He did the old salesman technique, saying that he had a bunch of other people interested in the unit. He even said that he had it on hold from them so I could tour the place. I didn't know if that was true or not, but I knew that he was trying to pressure me. He said he had rearranged things just so I could take this tour, so he hoped I would take the place. I simply told him I could not agree to it right away, and if he had to give the apartment to somebody else, then so be it. I had to look at some other ones first. The man seemed disappointed, but we said our goodbyes. I left, and immediately after that interaction, I knew this was not where I was going to be moving to. I went home and continued my search. I decided to raise my budget. I realized that I could actually afford something a lot nicer than that dump. The next day, though, I received a call from the landlord of the apartment I just looked at. I answered, and he asked me if I was going to take the place. I told him I'd decided I was not going to, and would be looking elsewhere. The man sounded very angry. He said that he had it on hold just for me, and claimed he had lost other renters because of it. I told him that I never knew that, but I'd also never made him a promise I was going to move in there. I simply wasn't going to do it. After that, the man continued talking, and tried to convince me. I still said I wasn't interested. I honestly had no desire to live there, even if it was free, especially knowing this guy would be my next-door neighbor. The guy tried to ask me why I didn't want to move in exactly. I found it strange just how persuasive he was trying to be about this. I made it very clear that I did not want this unit. I said bye and hung up on him. It was all very strange. Pretty unprofessional, to be honest with you. It would get even more unprofessional from then on. That evening, the guy called me again. I don't remember the exact time, but I think it was around 7 p.m. or so. So strange. I couldn't imagine what he could possibly want from me now. I didn't answer it. When the ringing ended, he did not leave a message or anything either. The next morning when I woke up, I noticed my phone had actually been called several other times. He had called in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. I was hoping this was just an accident, but this time he did leave a message. When I played it, he simply said that he really needed to get a hold of me and to call him back right away. I blocked his number and thought that would be the end of it. I would never see him again or hear from him again. The story is already strange enough as it is. A couple of nights later, I was at home with my roommate. I was in my room, and sometime at night, maybe 8 or 9, there was a knock at the door. I didn't know who it could be. Maybe somebody there to see my roommate? I knew that I certainly wasn't expecting anyone. I stayed where I was, but a few moments later my roommate came to my doorway and asked if I'd invited some guy over. I said no, and she said some random guy was at the front door. At first, I really had no idea who this could be. I walked over to the door and looked through it. The same guy was standing there, the landlord from the other apartment building. I had no idea what he wanted from me now. As I was standing there, he continued to knock. I shouted from the other side, asking the man what the hell he wanted. He asked if he could come inside. I said no, and he said he would only come inside for a minute or two. I said that if he didn't leave now, I was going to call the police on him. The man began to curse at me and kick at the door, then stormed off. After that, luckily he did not come back. I don't know why that guy kept bothering me. I figure he must have got my address on the forms I had to fill in to look at his apartment. I wish I'd never looked at that place at all. I ended up getting a much nicer place a short time later, and have been living there since then. I thought I'd share a creepy story that happened to my dad and his cousin when they were young. Now, this was about 20 years ago, and wasn't really in seclusion, but nonetheless, it is pretty disturbing. When my dad was young, he would sleep over at his cousin's house during the weekends. The house was all one floor, consisting of the front door entrance attached to the living room and kitchen. The living room had a long hallway for the bathroom, his aunt and uncle's room, and then the bedroom where him and his cousin would sleep. His cousin's room was pretty small, with only a bed, dresser, and closet. The bed was pressed against the window, so when they slept, they would face the closet and the doorway. One night at around 3 a.m. or so, my dad recalled seeing shadows emerging from the closet and tried to wake his cousin up without any success. He didn't see or hear anything else afterward, so he fell back asleep eventually. The next night, my dad heard a noise coming from outside the window, just behind the bed. He woke his cousin up successfully this time, and they ran to the bedroom where the aunt and uncle were sleeping. When they went to check, nothing else happened for the remainder of the evening. A couple of weekends later, my dad was over for another sleepover, and here's where it got real scary. At some point in the night, around 1 a.m. or so, my dad once again began to hear something from the closet and saw more shadows moving around. Something he saw that night must have freaked him out more than normal though, because he started screaming, and all of a sudden, a man just sprinted out of the closet, down the hall and out the front door. His cousin woke up, as well as his aunt and uncle. The cops came and did some investigating, but they never ended up finding anything. The assumption was that some creep had been sneaking into the house and hiding in his cousin's closet. The window behind them was an easy lookout for the creep to look in and inspect the area. Overall, it gives me chills whenever they tell me the story. They seem so frightened of it still to this day. I live at the base of a mountain, which is fairly secluded. No humans really go there, except for me and other people from my family. One summer evening, I decided to climb up to the top. which takes about 2 hours. I set off with my 3 dogs. When we got to the willow maze, which is exactly what it sounds like, basically a field of willows with little trails and very limited vision, the dogs started to act quite weird. While they would usually run ahead on the hike multiple times, this time they stayed right by me and seemed very anxious. Their anxious energy rubbed off on me, and suddenly I felt like there were eyes on me. I could hear rustling in the bushes. And that's when I heard a faint laughter of a man nearby, and that's also when I decided to get the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible. When I got home, I told my dad, and he told me there had been a murder in that area not long ago, but he didn't want to tell me unless he had to, on fear of scaring me from going out ever again. Nowadays, I try to stick to my regular route and avoid that creepy but beautiful willow maze. I love caving. I absolutely love it. I even joined a caving club. They send you an information packet once a month about featured cave tours. One month, they sent out a packet containing a 7 to 8 hour wild man caving tour. I've been on wild man tours before, and they're not too difficult. Maybe some rappelling or mild climbing. Nothing over an hour though. This one had some real danger. Climb too much to the right and you get stuck. Slip too far and you can fall in a hole. Getting rescued in a deep cave is basically impossible. There were 5 of us, 3 tour guides, me and another person. About halfway through the cave, they let us rest on this shallow ledge thing that was right next to the biggest drop-off of the cave. The guides told us how with larger groups, they did the typical total darkness and had everyone turn off their headlamps and just look around. When he motioned for us to follow suit, we did so. After about 30 seconds in the darkness, though, there was this sound. Honestly, it sounded like footsteps, then falling rocks, and finally a screech of terror. Immediately, the head guide flipped on his headlamp and looked around us with a panicked glint. He thought one of us had fallen or jumped off the edge. He turned to the other 2 guides and asked if they'd heard it as well. They did, but they couldn't explain what it was. They hadn't moved at all, and the 2 of us were still there. He radioed to the surface and asked if any of the other tours were missing anyone. This was about 3 hours away from the start of the Wild Man path, and without our headlamps, it was literally like staring into a wall of black. There was no way an inexperienced or even an experienced caver would have made it that far by themselves. The guides asked us if we wanted to continue with the experience and would understand and refund us if we decided not to. We went along and eventually did complete the tour. Everything else was perfectly normal. I have no idea what that could have been. It certainly wasn't animal footsteps, and that screech was blood-chilling. My family has a cabin in a remote area of the Rocky Mountains. There's this one particular hike nearby that we would always go on when I was growing up. It took you up a large hill, cut down into a ravine, and took you down to an abandoned mining cabin. It was really cool, and the cabin itself was full of old antiques, books, cans, furniture, you name it. Last summer, I took my SO on the hike to show off this cool abandoned cabin to them. It had been about 5 years since I'd last been there, and it took us quite a while to find the trailhead because it was so overgrown now. We hacked our way through brush, and luckily I had a really good memory for the general direction we should be going in. As we were heading down the ravine, we saw the roof of the old cabin. Excited that we'd found our way through all the brush, we started to head towards it. Once we went inside, though, it was completely different than the last time I'd been there. Instead of the cool old furniture and antiques, there was some sort of nest. The nest stretched from floor to ceiling and across 2 entire walls of the cabin. The most unsettling thing about it, though, was that the nest appeared to be made of bones. Not small bones either. There were big ones. One was the size of a human clavicle even. I immediately had this terrible feeling and wanted to get the fuck out as soon as possible. We booked it out of there and ran up the ravine as quickly as our dog could keep up with us. We reached the top in less than 30 minutes and were at the top of the hill where we could look down and see the cabin below. We stopped to catch our breath at the top, which was fairly flat and had a lot of visibility. I decided to use that moment to try and get a signal on the satellite phone from the high point. I got a hold of my mom and we were having a quick chat. I kept on hearing this strange noise though. It was off in the distance and I couldn't quite make it out, but my SO was hearing it too and getting increasingly uncomfortable. I could finally make out the noise eventually, and I realized that was because it was getting louder and closer. It appeared to be the sound of 2 metal objects being clanked together, like someone banging a spoon against a skillet or something. My dog started to get super defensive and started snarling and barking in the direction of where we'd just hiked out of. Now we were completely freaked out. I hung up the call, we grabbed our packs, and ran the rest of the 2 miles back to our cabin. We reported our experience and gave our photos of the cabin interior to a local forest service, who concluded that the nest was most likely a bear or cougar den. The noise we heard following us out of the ravine, though, will haunt my nightmares for years to come, especially because they concluded it was totally unrelated. We had this huge family event where everyone would take off for 2 weeks and go camping. The campsite took 7 hours to get to, and was/is one of the most popular places to go camping in my state. I was around 16, so I brought a friend with me. We stayed in the tent together because we like to stay up late and freak each other out. Well, one night, I woke up having to use the bathroom. The outhouse was near the end of the loop, so it was about a 5-minute walk to get there. I woke my friend up and we headed over together. As we were heading back though, we heard this scream that sounded quite far away. We figured people were having fun over near the cabins or something, but decided to investigate and headed out to the lake. When we got out there, all we could hear was coyotes going insane on the other side. We ran like hell back to the tent. Those damn coyotes were going crazy for the next 30 minutes. Then it was complete silence. That is, until we began to hear something walking around our tent. We could clearly hear whatever it was sniffing around. It plopped down on the outside of our tent. You could see the outline of this huge figure there. We could hear heavy breathing, and then this huge growl as well. It did not sound like a bear to me. It stayed there all night, sniffing our tent and lying next to it. We were completely terrified. Of course, we couldn't scream for help either. That would just startle whatever this was and cause more problems. Eventually, we fell asleep out of terror, and whatever it was had left by the time my family emerged from the camper. I know it was probably a bear, but the sound was much different than you'd usually hear. We found out the screaming from earlier was from an actual bear encounter though. Some couple came out of their camper to find a bear tearing up their campsite. They weren't smart enough to hide the food, or stay inside the camper apparently. I often spend weeks alone in the woods by myself. I used to go on group trips about 2 weekends a month. For 10 years or so, I was practically born into camping, and I really love it. Most of my outings are trips to the Ocala National Forest in Florida and other state or national parks. Most of my odd occurrences are with other people and animals. I've stumbled into neo-Nazi rallies or Klan gatherings several times, multiple interactions with the odd hunter and their tracking dogs as well. Last year, however, finally opened my eyes to the danger of being alone. I was heading to my usual spot in Akala, a free primitive campground next to a secondary creek. That was when I noticed a Department of Corrections bus. The officer there stopped me and briefly inquired about my reasons for being there. I asked what was going on because I was going to be camping in the area. He said a body had been discovered by the road and was linked to a case in the area. He and the prisoners were there to search the surrounding area. The case was being built for a local man apparently linked to the murders. I left the scene and went home, rather than camping out there. While I was on the way back, though, I was thinking the entire time about an occurrence that happened last year when I was alone in my tent. I'd heard footsteps outside. Assuming it was a bear, I pulled the slide on my handgun loud enough to be clearly heard. Rather than an animal noise, though, I was startled by a response of the whispered hush of a man's voice, laughing. I thought back on that and realized I'd narrowly avoided becoming a part of that case myself. The man was later caught and arrested and linked to a ton of murders in the area. I think he's still serving time in prison now. I went on a date with a guy from Craigslist. I was 17 years old at the time. I put up an ad looking to meet someone. I don't remember the exact details. A guy responded who lived close to me, and so I emailed him back and gave him my number. He was actually one of the only ones who responded without a creepy message. He said his name was John and that he was 26 years old. This guy John and I spoke for 2 days before meeting. We met on a Friday night. We texted back and forth and he asked if I was single. I said yes, and he asked what kind of food I like to eat because he wanted to take me to a restaurant. I asked him a few questions about himself, and he told me he still lived with his mother but had the top floor all to himself. He was a part-time model, and that made some pretty good money. Judging by his picture, him being a model was a fairly believable story. Friday night comes and John comes to pick me up. He drove a silver 2-door car. He texted me and said he was waiting outside. After checking my hair and makeup one last time, I said goodbye to my parents, telling them I was heading out with friends. Then I left and got into John's car. The first thing I noticed was that he actually looked exactly like his photo. He had pale skin with dark hair and dark eyes. He looked a little bit older in person, but not that much, and he made up for it with snappy fashion sense. Actually, he looked kind of cool, and he was incredibly kind as well. His body language and smile totally put me at ease. Yes, it's really stupid to go on a date you met on Craigslist, but surprisingly, this guy was really normal. We chatted for a while as he started driving away from my hometown towards the highway. He wanted to drive us into the city to go to dinner, which wasn't too far away, only around a 25-minute journey. John started to reveal more details about himself to me on this journey. He told me he was embarrassed to tell me he lived with his mother, that I might think bad of him for not having his own place at his age. John got closer and closer to the highway. I can't tell you exactly what it was. I won't make it up because I don't exactly remember. There wasn't anything creepy going on either. I just suddenly felt put off by him. You know when you're on a date with someone and you're not quite sure, and then they tell you something that's your biggest turnoff? It was that kind of situation. Again, he didn't say anything too creepy, just was very off-putting. As we're getting closer and closer to the turnoff, I tell this perfectly nice guy that I'm really sorry, but I don't feel like going to dinner anymore. I'm not feeling very well. John's initial reaction was one of sympathy. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Am I driving badly? I told him I just didn't feel well. Well, John then kept asking me, what did I say? What did I do? I told him it's not him, it's me. I wanted to go home because I really felt ill. Okay, well, let me just drive you around for a bit before I take you back. I don't want to end the evening just like this. I knew without him driving me home, I'd have to walk over an hour, maybe more. So I told him that driving around for a second seemed like a fine idea. Instead of him turning around and heading back towards my house though, he veered off and started heading to the town I knew he lived in. I should mention it was pitch black out, and the town where John lived was surrounded by dense woods. This wasn't even worth mentioning if you took the highway and the proper turnoffs to get there, but instead he decided he wanted to go via the back roads because it was more scenic, despite the fact I couldn't see a thing. John had gone from being incredibly talkative to almost completely silent now. He kept driving further into the wooded area. A few times I'd ask him questions about himself to break the awkward silence. At one point, I even put my hand down on his knee affectionately, trying to regain the friendly, flirty banter we'd had just moments before he blanked me. For the most part, he occasionally answered with soft grunts or nods. It was like he was having a tantrum or something. John pulled into the parking lot for the forest. It was around 9 p.m., so naturally it was totally empty. He slowly drifted along, looking around for other cars, then parked the car right at the end closest to the woods. There was no one else around. I hadn't even seen anyone pass us. No other cars on the way to get there. For 10 minutes he just sat there, staring into the darkness ahead. It was disturbing. I think I managed to make small talk for about 5 minutes, which is a long time when someone isn't saying anything back. I then joined him in his silence. I was afraid of appearing fake. I didn't want him to think I was scared. So some time of silence goes by, when abruptly John gets out of the car, closes the door, and locks it. I was stuck inside. His lights were on, so I could sort of see ahead in front of the car. There was a field that went on for about 20 feet. Then beyond that were trees and dense forests. To the left was the rest of the car park and the exit at the far end. To the immediate right was some more forest, with a small path. John disappeared into the area ahead. I tried the handle on the door, but it wouldn't open. I began to rationalize this away. Maybe he'd accidentally locked the door. I was telling myself that if he really wanted to do something, he would have stayed in the car. With no sign of John, I decided I needed to call someone. I looked around for my phone, only to find that I could no longer find it. This was an old silvery pay-as-you-go flip phone. I was confused that I couldn't find it, because I had put it right next to me. After looking for it for a good few minutes, it became sure that he had taken it with him. Mind you, I didn't want to start rooting around his car in case he might be watching me. I didn't want him to catch on that I was freaking out. At that point, I started looking for my phone with only my eyes, instead of making it obvious that I was petrified. My eyes were darting all around. There was nothing there. I looked up and squinted into the field and forest ahead. I saw John. He was standing about 10 feet from the car in that small field. He was standing and smiling, but it wasn't a friendly smile. He looked terrifying. This was not the same guy I got into the car with earlier. I looked ahead and smiled back. I was still trying to act like his behavior was normal, like nothing he was doing was scary at all. Still smiling, his tongue began to protrude from his mouth. He stuck it all the way out, then began wagging his tongue up and down while maintaining eye contact with me. I felt myself trembling. I was trying to compose myself, not taking his eyes off me, and with his tongue still out, he started unzipping his pants and then began to urinate in front of me, all while staring me dead in the eyes. This is the point I found it difficult to act like I was in on his behavior. I looked down at the floor, not wanting to watch what was in front of me. He didn't creep or slink back to the car. Instead, I heard his thundering steps and then a slam against the window. I guess at this point I was the luckiest person alive because another car pulled into the parking lot. I don't know what this did to John, but immediately he got back in and laughed at me. Normal laughs like earlier, like nothing had been wrong. "So what music do you like? I'll put it on while I drive you home." He did drive me all the way home. When he pulled up to my house, I went for the door, but it was still locked. "I want you to promise me something," he said. I asked him what it was. If you ever see me after this, turn the other way and act like you don't know me. If you see me with my family, don't you dare say a word. I don't expect to bump into you, but don't say anything." I agreed and then asked him, "Have you seen my phone?" He told me no. I guess my phone was a small sacrifice for surprisingly making it home okay. When I got inside my house, I said goodnight to my parents and went upstairs to my room. I then turned on my computer. I wanted to gather as much information about this guy as I could. Back then, I used MSN Messenger, like AOL Instant Messenger. It logged in automatically whenever I started my PC. Now before I get to the final part of this story, it's important that you know this. One day before, I had been at my best friend's house. We had the kind of friendship where it was like who could pick on the other the most. It was all in good fun, and mostly we just made minor fun of each other and had a big laugh. The day before, my friend had changed 2 contacts in my phone. She replaced the contact mom with the guy I had been texting back and forth with. I knew immediately she had done this because I saw the previous messages come up. I didn't change the numbers back at the time, thinking I would just do it later. When I logged into my MSN Messenger, I had a ton of messages from this guy and a few from my best friend. When John had locked me in the car, he had taken my phone and texted my mom, which was actually still this other guy. He had texted them, "I'm sorry, but I decided to move on. I found someone, so please don't look for me. I'm happy being left alone." The guy I was texting knew this was a big red flag. He responded and texted my phone back saying, "I don't think this is you. I know where you went, and I'm calling the police." Incredibly quick thinking from him. He had absolutely no idea where I was. I think his text saved my life that night, and it explains John's sudden change of behavior. Maybe it wasn't the random car that pulled into the parking lot. Maybe it really was that text. I worked at Six Flags last spring/summer. Well, technically a freelance arts company leasing vending spots there. I was one of the oldest people hired, being 18 at the time. I just started attending college, while most of my other coworkers were still in high school. I took photos in a sort of old-timey dress-up shop. It was honestly one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I was hired back in March of 2018 and started work in April. This was when the park was open on weekends only, before the official opening. I had been working for about a month, and the park was now open during the week as well, for less than 10 hours per day. I was able to work all day long pretty much, but was unfortunately the only one in the shop, as college was on summer break, and high school was still in session until mid-June. I'm sure you can tell where this story is going. I was alone all day during the weekdays, and only had coworkers on the weekends. I was so terribly alone during the day that I'd just walk across the path and watch my other coworkers doing things out of boredom. When I was outside of my shop area during the day, I began to notice that a man had started hanging around my area. I'd mainly see him walking by very slowly and staring at me, not blinking the entire time. I figured he was just a shy guy that wanted a picture inside and was too afraid or socially awkward to come in and speak to me. Deep down, he did give me an uneasy feeling, but I decided to ignore it. He was a customer in the park, and so far he hadn't really done anything to me. I kept a smile and tried pulling in more customers all day, every day. One day, I smiled and waved at him. That was probably my big mistake. He walked over briskly to stand in front of me and just kinda stared at me. I was creeped out and kind of scared of this guy, honestly. After like a full minute of just staring into my soul, he asked about the prices. After days of walking by and staring at me, I breathed a sigh of relief and started going through my memorized sales pitch. After I finished, he started to smile. It was not a normal smile though. It was the kind that makes your skin crawl. He leaned in so close to my face that I could smell his breath. He asked how much it would be for him. I was confused as I'd just gone through my price list, so I stated that the prices were set and non-negotiable unless you were an art company employee or a park employee. He shrugged and just walked off. As I ran through my pitch to others during the day, a family had grown interested and wanted to take some pictures. I gladly took them into the shop and had a wonderful time photographing them. While I was checking the family out and collecting their payment, I looked up and saw the man was back. He was leaning against the chain barrier in front of my shop. The family collected their things and walked over to the chain. The man had to move to the side for me to open it for them. I immediately closed it behind them as he tried pushing his way inside. I told him I was sorry, but only paying customers could come in. He wasn't allowed to do so unless he was considering a purchase. He frowned and walked away. I waited a few minutes, tidied everything up, and stepped back outside to continue working. It was almost closing time, so it was kind of pointless, but I had to stand outside and try to get more customers anyway, or else I'd get in trouble with my boss. I noticed the man one additional time that day. Across the way from me was a kind of carnival game or something. I could see him hiding behind it, peeking his head out and looking at me. I can't tell you just how eerie that sight was. He continued to do all of this for the entire week, and eventually I just learned to ignore him, which apparently he did not really like. On that Friday, as soon as the park opened, he startled me by making a beeline towards me. I was out front organizing outdoor props, and I froze. I hastily dropped what I was doing and went back inside, closing the chain behind me. The man paced back and forth in front of the store, muttering to himself and looking at me. I was so terrified, I was going to run to the phone and call security. He suddenly lurched forward, grabbing the chain in both of his hands. I'll never forget this moment. His eyes were completely wild, and he had that same menacing grin. He started whispering about the things he wanted to do to me. It was disgusting. He started ranting about how much he loved me, and we were meant to be together. How he wanted me to put him in a dress and humiliate him in front of all the people in the park. I was slowly backing up to the wall in my shop as he started laughing and yelling hysterically. I told him to go away and that I was going to call security. He got even more angry and said something that still keeps me up at night to this day. Even if you do, I'll be waiting for you when you get out. Meet me by the employee exit on your way, or else. He gave me that same disgusting smile and walked away. I went behind the counter and tried to compose myself. I never imagined I'd have something like this happen to me, let alone at work. Now that I had, all my knowledge of what to do went out the window, and I started crying like a little girl. I decided to tell my manager at the end of the day because I didn't want to be afraid of coming into work. When I told him, he was completely mortified that I hadn't told him sooner. He walked me to a secret exit of the employee parking lot so I wouldn't have to deal with the man. The next morning, we went to the security office, and I gave a description to all of the park security of what he looked like and what he would normally wear. I went back to my shop with 2 coworkers. Not even 5 minutes later, there he came strolling over with an angry look on his face. I hadn't ran into him last night, and he was furious. My coworkers noticed my panic as I ran and hid in the back. I hadn't told them about my situation yet, and when I did, they told me they would not leave me alone even after their shift was over, so the guy couldn't get to me. I called security and told them what he was wearing, so they updated the information. They posted an officer outside my shop as well. The man seemed to disappear because of that. When the officer had to leave to take care of something for a moment, though, he immediately came back. Security realized that every time a clothed officer was around, he would hide away. So instead, they posted a plainclothes officer across from my shop, posing as a customer. I was being used as bait ultimately, but I felt it was important to get a guy like this out of the park. Security eventually apprehended him later that day as he was heading towards my shop again. They asked me for identification on him, and I remember breaking down and sobbing. The officer comforted me. Finally, the nightmare was over. He never physically threatened me or wielded a weapon, I guess, but he was doing enough verbal threats to make me fear for my life. They banned him from all Six Flags parks in the country, revoked his membership status, and took him into custody as well. Unfortunately, as there was no violent acts committed, they had to let him go. As I drove home that night, I saw him walking on the side of the road. I immediately sped away, in fear he would see me through the window and try to do something to me. At least he couldn't get to me at work anymore. I found a couple of weeks later from one of my security friends that he saw my stalker being arrested in a town over. I went and looked up the public arrest records for that town later that day and saw he'd been arrested for indecent exposure, public endangerment, and public intoxication. I know what happened to me might not be as severe as some other stories, but it was one of the most terrifying weeks in my life. You really don't think something like this will happen to you until it does. I'm a woman and am now 23. This happened around the time that I was 15 years old. I've had a couple of encounters that have been very creepy, but this one had me shaken to my very core. Around this time, it was my sophomore year of high school. A little backstory to understand the story I'm about to tell. At the time, I was kind of going through a phase, as most teenagers tend to do. I wore short shorts most of the time and fishnets as well. My shirts weren't really tops that a 15-year-old should wear, I think, but we still do. I cringe at my outfits back then and my makeup, but that was just how it was. I was involved with my high school color guard. We're a part of the band, except we don't play instruments. Instead, we spin colorful flags. We also used rifles and sabers in our performances. Around this time, it was the fall, and we were practicing our show. We were doing a lot of reruns to try and perfect it before the usual competitions would start. Normally, practice would start at 4 and end at almost 9. Side note, I did not live close to my high school like most people that went there. The drive would take at least 15 minutes. Walking from my house to school would take about an hour, and taking the bus would take 45 minutes. My brother at this time worked late hours, and my parents didn't get off work until midnight. My next best choice was to take the bus home. The neighborhood was not the worst, but it wasn't safe enough to be walking home alone at night. Even before this night, I had always been a little bit on edge going home. On this particular night, I was saying goodbye to my friends and not wanting to bug them for a ride, so I walked over to my bus stop. I had my cell phone out and was scrolling through Facebook. I would occasionally glance up and check out my surroundings when I noticed a car slowing down in front of the bus stop. It immediately signaled to make a turn to my left. I didn't really think that much about it, since there are houses behind that area. It wasn't that weird until I noticed this car doing that again and again and again. I get scared easily and am already a paranoid enough person, so this had my alarm bells ringing right away. It wasn't until he had basically passed me by for the 7th time in a row that he parked on the curb by the bus stop. That's when I got a better look at him and took in his appearance. This happened a couple of years ago, so my memory is not perfect. I do remember he seemed to be Hispanic and reminded me a bit of an uncle of a friend of mine. His first words sent me panicking. To translate what he said to me in Spanish, it was basically him saying, "Hey, come over here. Do you need a ride? Hop in, I'll take ya." He kept saying that for 5 minutes like a robot, then just drove off. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding in. I was trying to calm myself down and tell myself that that was it. But I knew it wouldn't be, and I was unfortunately right. His car showed back up not long later. The thing about my bus stop is that there's a bunch of houses right behind it. Before the houses is a good amount of space with only dirt. Cars can actually go in this area, and I've seen it before. For some reason, it shocked me to see him drive around the back and park right behind me. At this point, I was panicking, and tears were falling down my cheeks. I was already thinking I'd never see my family again, because this man was surely going to try and take me. I was frozen in place. I already knew that in crucial moments like this, my reaction is to freeze, not fight or flight. Freezing is what I do. I still believe it was the prayers I was saying that saved me. At the exact same time the man began to approach me, these two big bulky guys walked close by. They appeared to be walking their pit bull on a leash. I'm a sucker for dogs, but at this time I couldn't speak or say anything. I was still in my frozen state. I knew this was my only chance, and I fought to get those words out. They kept catching in my throat. It was my only chance to save myself, so I spoke out in a shaky voice. "Excuse me, please, can you guys stay with me? That man over there won't leave me alone. I'm very scared." My words were choked up, and I was shaking at this point. The guys were very kind-hearted, thankfully, and agreed to stay by my side. To come off as more intimidating, they even crossed their arms across their chest and flexed their muscles. They stared down the man, who at this point got back into his car and began reversing. He drove off, and the guys stayed with me until my bus arrived. The time when this all ended was 9:59. I know some of you might be asking, why didn't you just go back to your high school? Well, at this point in night, no one would really be there. Mostly everyone else had already gone home. I did have a cell phone, but no one was going to be able to pick me up. The bus was my only transportation at that time, and I didn't know that Lyft or Uber existed. Actually, I'm not even sure it was a thing back then. Overall, I'm just happy to have been saved that day by the kind-hearted men. I hope one day I can see those guys that stayed with me and thank them for what they did. Because of them, I'm still here and able to share this story of mine. I'm still shaken up at the memory because of the scare it gave me. After that incident, I asked for a ride for the remainder of that season. Sometimes, even when you don't want to bug people with things, it doesn't really hurt to ask. It's better to be slightly annoying than to find yourself in a bad situation. You can always apologize to your friends, but you can't come back if something bad happens to you. This happened a few months ago in the beginning of summer. I've held off on sharing it for so long because I didn't want to be judged for my actions. I joined a stupid online dating app. I divorced just last winter. I was kind of living it up, you know. I somehow matched with this man who lived in New York, an 8-hour drive away from me. After texting for a few weeks, he sprung it on me that he was going to drive down to see me. Since I'd been staying with my family ever since the divorce, I decided we'd get a hotel. He told me to find one and he'd pay for it. I already felt super bad that he was driving so far, so I was trying to find good deals and the cheapest place that wasn't sketchy as fuck. I live about 40 minutes outside of the city in the state that I live in, and I'm not super familiar with some areas. The hotel I booked ended up being no bueno, but I didn't know this until I got there. It was dark by the time I arrived after getting lost 4 times. There was a very shady motel across the street, with 2 men smoking cigarettes on the porch. Lots of trucks and truckers traveling through too. I was walking into this hotel thinking, well shit, I fucked up. I just went with it anyway though, because I didn't really have a choice. NY, what we'll refer to the man as, was about an hour away, so he'd be there pretty soon. The hotel was run by Jamaicans, I think a whole family. This comes into play later, which is why I mention it. The woman who checked me in was fairly nice, but the whole place just gave off some weird vibes. The lighting, the heavy smell of bleach, the strange carpet, I don't know. It was really bright but also really dark, if that makes any sense. I started shaking as I was trying to check in. The reservation was under NY's name. At first, she told me she couldn't find it. His last name was Spanish, so I thought maybe I was pronouncing it wrong, even though I'm pretty good with my Spanish. This made it awkward, because now she knew I was meeting a stranger. I thought maybe he gave you the wrong name, she had said. I nervously chuckled. She put me on the second floor. I was expecting an elevator, but as I turned, I saw that behind me was a huge carpeted staircase. I get to my room and just pace around, waiting for this stranger from the internet to show up. It started raining. I was sitting by the window sipping a glass of wine when I see a pickup truck pull up. I think maybe it's him. A man in a black hoodie gets out and locks his truck, about 50 beep beeps or so, then runs inside. I started panicking, thinking it was him. He had no bags or luggage. Maybe he was just coming to kidnap me or something. There was a loud knock at the door. I jumped hard and immediately stood up. I made my way over to the door and looked through the peephole. It was NY. No black hoodie, carrying all his bags with him. I cracked the door and smiled. He came in and I shared my terrifying thoughts with him. We chuckled and had a laugh together. Sex happens, of course. Later that night, we were falling asleep. He was spooning me, but also had his arms all the way around me, with his head on top of my head. I was awoken from a dead sleep, sweaty because he was holding me so tightly. I thought that was what had woken me up, but then I heard it. Someone was fucking with our door. I heard the handle moving, as whoever it was tried to open it, but it refused to budge. NY jumped out of bed so fast, I wondered how long he'd been awake, listening to this to react so quickly. I pulled the covers up to my chin, as he was standing in the dark in his undies looking at the door. He looked through the peephole and said he thought it was one of those Jamaican men who worked there. We had a chain on the door, as well as the locks, so he kept the chain on and opened it a few inches. Before he could even ask what the man wanted, the guy just called out, "Is the white girl in there?" I remember getting chills all over my body. NY said no and slammed the door in his face, almost completely unbothered by this. The man said something about needing a credit card from me. NY yelled back that the room was on his card under his name, and he'd take care of it in the morning. I looked over at the clock and it was 2 a.m. I turned over and stared at the wall, hoping to fall back asleep. NY wrapped his arms around me again and immediately started snoring in my ear. Good thing he was hot. The next morning, we decided to get some breakfast. It was super early, and we were both feeling groggy from last night. I'm hoping that as we round the corner to the stairs that no one is at the front desk. They definitely heard the noises from our room, and I was feeling really embarrassed. That was when I saw him. An older black male, standing a few feet from the exit. Honestly, I don't know if he was Jamaican or if he was part of the family who owned this place, or a guest or just someone else. I don't know. His face was sunken in, and he had a weird chilling look in his eyes. He was staring right at me. I knew without even seeing him last night that this must have been the same guy. NY whispered for me to just keep walking, so I broke eye contact with him and leaned into NY as we made our way towards the exit. As we passed by, the man was silent. Then, as I'm pushing the door open to exit the building, he suddenly calls out, "There's the white girl. I found the white girl. She makes a lot of noise." NY snorted, but I was terrified. I left for work after breakfast. I was gone a few hours and returned to the hotel to find the room empty. I texted NY and asked where he was. He texted back saying he was in the laundry room and he'd be right back up. I sat down on the bed waiting for him. I heard some footsteps outside the door, the floor creaking, like someone was standing out front shifting their weight back and forth. I figured maybe NY forgot his room key, so I got up to look through the peephole, only to see it was not him. The creepy man from before was standing outside the door, just staring in through the peephole. I jumped back and started crying. I called NY and yelled for him to come to the room quickly because the man was outside the door again. He was gone by the time NY arrived. He went down to the front desk and spoke to the woman about this man. She just kept saying she had no idea who he was talking about and that she would keep an eye out for him. That night, obviously, I had a hard time sleeping. I felt like I could feel him lingering around outside the door, but I was too scared to go and look to check. NY was, of course, sleeping soundly. He was still a stranger, but he was the most comforting thing I had. We checked out the next morning. I grabbed his hand as we made our way down the stairs, because guess who was standing right there? Yeah, the woman from the front desk was now gone, replaced by a younger male. The creepy man was smiling as we neared the bottom of the stairs, his awful, bone-chilling grin. "Lucky man with a white girl," was the last comment we heard from this creep. NY spun around and told him to fuck off, then walked me out to my car. He waited while I drove off to make sure no one followed me. I don't know, maybe there's more we could have done. But again, the guy didn't actually do anything technically. It was just a very unnerving experience. About a month later, I was telling my dad about it. He laughed and told me I had picked the worst part of the city. He thought he'd heard about this place being shut down multiple times for either drugs or sex trafficking. This is back when I was a high school freshman. I remember that during this time, I would get a ride to school with my older brother. We both played sports, but different ones. One day, a couple months into the school year, we both had practice. Mine was early after school, and my brother's was a bit later. When my practice got done that day, it was around 5 p.m. My brother's practice was still going on. All my teammates had left except for one. One of my good friends on the team, Jack, was in a similar situation. His brother was also still practicing. We sat around and were talking outside the gym areas for a while. At some point, though, we got quite bored and decided to walk around. School had been done for hours now, so at this point, practically everyone was gone, and the place was almost completely empty. We just talked and walked around random hallways, wandering around randomly. We were both freshmen and still fairly new to the school. We knew most of the place pretty well, though. I remember after walking around for a while, we found this staircase that neither of us knew about. It was in an older wing of the school. There were doors in front of the stairway, but one of the doors was currently open. We were both curious, so we walked inside and started going down the stairs. They led to what I have to guess was the basement of the school. I wasn't even aware the school had a basement. At the time, I was thinking it probably wasn't used for anything except for storage. When we got down further, it was really dark. Most of the lights were currently off, but we found one switch. A few lights to the hallway turned on. It was basically just one hallway with a few rooms in it. We walked down and were just kinda looking around. I think we were both just surprised that we even had a basement in our school. We were talking to each other, looking at various things, when toward the end of the hallway we heard a door open. This really startled us, because we had no idea that anybody else was down here. I mean, all the lights had been off, and this place didn't really seem like it had been in use for anything. The next thing I knew, this random guy walked out from a room into the hallway. We both didn't know who this guy was. We didn't recognize him, and he very clearly did not work for the school. He was wearing nothing that would indicate he was a custodian either. The guy had really short hair and was wearing a dirty t-shirt and jeans. He looked over at us and didn't say anything. After us both staring at one another for a few moments, the man started moving in our direction. The way he was moving was very aggressive. As he was approaching, he told us to come over to him. We both had a bad feeling about this, though. We turned around and quickly ran back up the stairs. After we made it to the top, we both went away from the hallway. The man did not attempt to come upstairs after us and seemed to have remained in the basement. We continued to walk far away. For the next 20 minutes or so, we walked up and down random empty hallways of the school and talked about what just happened. Soon enough, we got curious and decided to head back, not go into the basement per se, but just see into the hallway. When we returned, both of the doors leading inside were shut. I actually tried to open one, but it wouldn't budge at all. It seemed to have been locked. We walked away and headed back over toward the gym area. We waited there until our brothers were done with practice. After that happened, I wondered who that guy was and what he was doing down there. I never saw that guy again around the school. I wasn't aware of the basement area being in any sort of use either during my entire time there. We never did go back down there again. I worked at a Walmart store when I was younger and in high school. This was one of the first jobs I ever had, and I didn't have a car yet or a consistent means of transportation. Most of the time, I would hitch a ride from my parents or older brother. My parents worked odd hours, and my brother also had a job and played football as well, so I never really knew who was going to be driving me. Usually, it all worked out well, though. One time, I worked a night shift until around 9 p.m. or something like that. I remember that we lived like 10 minutes from the Walmart, and when I got off, I texted my mom. She was not able to come and get me, so I texted my dad and older brother as well. Unfortunately, I did not hear back from them. During that time, I was inside the Walmart in the break room still, sitting down with another coworker who I was sort of friends with named Rachel. She asked me if I was off, knowing that I got done around 9 p.m. or so. I told her yes, but I was waiting for my brother or dad to text me back. Rachel had to leave the break room to go back to work, but said bye or something along those lines. Now, there was just one other person in the break room with me. It was this guy named Michael who was about 5 years older than me. I really didn't know much about him, other than that he worked at the Walmart as well. I think he stocked shelves or something. He'd never really spoken to me or crossed paths with me at all. I had seen him here and there. Suddenly, he walked over to me, though, and asked if I needed a ride home. He said he had just gotten off as well, and that he was leaving now. I didn't know him that well, so I was still a little hesitant. I said no thanks, but Michael insisted it would be no trouble at all, and he wanted to help out his coworker. I figured he must just be trying to be nice. I looked down at my phone and saw I still had not received any replies yet. I was tired and just wanted to leave, so eventually I said yes. I offered to pay Michael gas money, but he said no. I followed him out into the parking lot, and we walked over to his car. It was a really old, rusty, and beat-up-looking pickup truck. We both got inside, and I gave Michael my address. He said that he knew where that was, and it wasn't very far away from his place. After that, we left. We started to talk during the ride and got to know each other a little bit, asking basic questions and stuff. I wasn't paying that great attention to the road, but I did notice that Michael turned before we would have come to my street. I didn't say anything at first. even though I probably should have. He drove down this road a little while, and I wasn't really sure what he was doing. I was hoping that maybe he was just taking a different way of getting to my home. We were in the general area, but not at all on the correct street. Michael pulled off of that street and into the parking lot of an apartment complex. He proceeded to drive up to it and park in one of the spaces. I asked him where we were, and he said this was his apartment. I told him he was supposed to drive me home, not go to his place. He insisted that I may as well come inside and hang out with him for a while. I started to get angry. I told him that I didn't want to. I demanded that he drive me home right now, and he just flat out said no. I told Michael that I really had to get home. It was late, and I had school the next morning. Michael told me to stay the night at his place. Obviously, I said no. Michael then said, "Well, too bad for you, I guess." He walked into his apartment and left me there. I was now miles from home, in some random apartment parking lot. I couldn't believe Michael had just done that to me. I guess it was good he didn't try to force me to go inside with him at least. I called my brother, who still hadn't texted me back. Luckily, he actually picked up the phone. He said he had just gotten off work and could come and get me. I walked to the end of the apartment complex parking lot and waited for an uncomfortable 10 minutes. My brother showed up, and I was able to get home safely that night. After that, I didn't bother to report Michael to work or anything. I didn't want to make a big deal out of the situation. I figured I would just try and stay as far away from him as I could and never talk to him again. That strategy was going well at first, but only for about a week or so. One night, I got off work kind of late again. This time, I had my dad coming to pick me up, but I had to wait for him to arrive. I walked outside of the Walmart and stood around on the sidewalk. Things were pretty quiet around the area. The parking lot was completely silent. At this time, maybe 5 minutes into waiting, I noticed a truck driving to the front. It was Michael's truck. He stopped right in front of me and rolled down the window. He asked me if I needed a ride. I said no. He said he would give me a ride to my place this time. I said no again and added that my dad was already on his way. Michael didn't answer. He rolled his window back up but did not drive away like I thought he would. Instead, I heard his driver's door open and saw him start to walk around the vehicle in my direction. I walked right back inside the Walmart and didn't stop when I arrived inside. I went down a few random aisles until I realized that Michael was not behind me. Then I went straight to the manager and reported the whole thing. By the time my dad arrived, Michael was already gone. I got my ride home with him, and everything turned out fine. The next time I worked a few days later, I found out Michael had been fired. I was glad, and luckily after that I never saw him again. I'm retired now, but for a couple of years in my 50s, I worked a night shift in a mall. I was a custodian and would come in and clean once the mall had closed for the night. Most of my nights were spent tidying up the food court areas, as well as taking care of the restrooms. One night, I remember I was sweeping the floor in the food court area when I heard a fit of coughing coming from somewhere up ahead of me. I looked around the dimly lit food court space, but I didn't see anyone there. A couple of times throughout my years working there, I had discovered somebody or a group of people who had hidden away in the mall and were doing some sort of challenge of staying there overnight. I didn't see anyone though, and I heard no further noises, so I just continued cleaning. If someone really wanted to stay in the mall that badly overnight, I guess I'd see them eventually, unless they stayed put in whatever spot they were in the entire time. About 15 minutes passed by, and I was wiping off the tables now. Suddenly, a loud series of bangs startled me. I looked up and saw that a whole table and all the chairs surrounding it had been knocked over onto the ground. I walked over to the items on the ground, which happened to be near the edge of the food court area. There was still no one to be seen anywhere. I ventured down away from the food court a bit to see if I could catch anyone running away or hiding, perhaps. I was just about to turn around and go back when I heard water start running inside the women's bathroom. All the bathrooms in the mall had sinks that were motion detected. Someone had to be inside there right now, and I had a feeling it was going to be the culprit I was looking for from the food court. The sink was still running as I slowly and quietly entered the bathroom. As I turned the corner, though, the water abruptly stopped running, and there was nobody anywhere to be seen. I checked every stall and still nothing. I chalked it up to a faulty sensor on the sink and decided I'd put in a work order for maintenance to fix it. Oddly enough, though, as I turned to walk away from the bathroom, I heard the sink turn on once more. I walked back to the food court very confused and also a little bit spooked as well. I went about the rest of my night as usual, finishing my cleaning duties. A couple days later, I received an email from maintenance that there had been nothing wrong with the sink sensor at all, and it was functioning perfectly normally. From then on, at least once a week, I would hear the water turn on from the sink in that bathroom. For the rest of the time I worked at that mall, I just kind of accepted that I wasn't alone there and tried to stay away from that area. I never had any interaction with whoever this was, and there were no further incidents really. No more mysterious knocking over of tables or chairs or coughing in the food court area. Thankfully, the spirit or intruder or homeless person or whatever they were decided to stay in the women's bathroom area and never really tried to do anything to me personally. On the 4th of July, back when I was 17 years old, this story took place. During this time, I was in high school and still living with my parents. Our house was in this neighborhood kind of near a park. It was quite a dense neighborhood, with lots of other houses clustered nearby each other. Each year, on the 4th, there would be a huge firework display at the park near where we lived. Sometimes we would go down there directly, and other times we would just sit and watch the fireworks from our yard. They were still pretty easy to see from there. The entire neighborhood would always be extremely busy during this time. Many people from all over the city would come to watch these fireworks, and just about everybody who lived in the neighborhood would either go to the park or go outside to watch them. There would be a lot of cars parked on the sides of the streets, and a big traffic jam in the area. A few of my friends from school were going down to the park for the fireworks, and I was going to be joining them. Some of them lived in the area, and some would be driving over. I think it would be a total of about 5 of us that night. At around 8 p.m. or so, I left my house to meet up with my friends at the park. The fireworks were not supposed to start until 9-something, but we wanted to hang out for a while. I saw there were already a lot of cars parked there, and people were mingling about on the sidewalks. I made my way to the park, which took about 10 minutes. When I arrived, it was really crowded. The park was big, but it had more than just the fireworks to show. There were various food trucks and many places to get drinks and things like that. Many people were enjoying the night, and I was able to find my friends. We met up, and the fireworks took place at the normal time. We sat in the grass and watched them. When they were over, we talked for a bit and started to go our separate ways. My house was not in the same direction that all my other friends were going, so I left through the side of the park that connected to my neighborhood. I started walking back all by myself. The park was still really crowded when I left at first. I went onto the sidewalks, which were really busy as well, but once I'd made it a block away, it cleared up significantly. I still had a ways to go, though. As I continued to go on my own way, I noticed there was this guy who appeared to be following me. I first noticed him by complete happenstance when I was crossing the street. I looked behind me because someone had shot off a firework in their front yard, and as I looked in that direction, I noticed a man about 40 feet behind me or so. By this time, there was not really anyone else on the sidewalk besides me and him. I didn't initially think anything of it, but as I kept going and made multiple turns, the man followed me throughout all of them, even crossing the street to be on the same side as me. I could still hear the man's footsteps behind me. I was starting to get nervous. He followed me the entire 10-minute walk back, and soon my house was in sight. When I arrived at my place and was just out front of it, I made a quick veer off to the right. I ran right up to the front step without looking back and got my keys out. I was able to quickly unlock the door and go inside. Once I was in, I locked the door behind me and looked back. When I looked out the window, I saw the man was now standing out in our front yard. I saw him walk back onto the sidewalk. It appeared as though he'd maybe been following me to the front door, and I'd made it in just in time. I'm really glad that I was able to make it inside so fast. I figured the man would be gone now, and that would be that. My parents were in the living room watching TV. I was inside for about 30 minutes when there was suddenly a knock at the front door. That was pretty strange with it being 11 o'clock at night. I went over and looked out the window, and it was the very same man who had followed me home standing there. I went to the living room and told my parents what happened. My dad walked over to the front door, and after the man knocked again, my dad yelled at him that he was going to call the police. The man immediately turned and sprinted away out the front step and quickly went back to the sidewalk. After that, he never returned. The memory of this event still gives me creeps when I think about it. I don't know what that man's plans were for that night, but I sure am glad he didn't get to enact them. My friend Derek and I rent a house together. He's a pretty big partier though, and often stays out really late, or even sleeps over at other places. A lot of nights because of this, I have the place all to myself. This was one of those said nights where Derek was out at the club or whatever. Having the night alone, I brought out a couple cans of beer to our front porch and sat on the swinging bench we had set up. It was nice weather out, and with it being nearly midnight, most people were already in bed. The neighborhood was pretty quiet. After being out for a little less than an hour, though, a person came walking down the street in front of the houses. He looked like a large guy, had a sweatshirt on with a hood over his head, but something was off about the way he was walking. He was extremely stiff, like only his legs were moving, and his entire upper half of his body was not. When he got up to the part of the road my house was in front of, he immediately stopped and looked over at me. I waited a few moments for him to say something, but he made no attempt to say anything at all. He just stood there right in the middle of the road in front of my house and looked at me. "Hey buddy, you need something?" He stayed quiet for a moment, then started walking up my driveway. I stood up from the bench and yelled at him to leave, but once I realized he was not going to stop, I ran inside and locked the door behind me. I watched out the peephole as the guy came right up to the door. He waited for another moment before pulling out something from underneath his sweatshirt. It was hard to see from the small view I had, but it looked like maybe a hammer or a crowbar. Once I saw that, I knew what was likely about to happen. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, dialing 911 and trying to be quiet. I could hear the wood splintering off the door downstairs as I pleaded with the operator for help. There was a loud thud and silence. The broken door swaying on its hinges was the only sound I could hear. I waited anxiously, assuming I'd hear the man's footsteps approaching the bedroom door at any moment, but seconds turned to minutes until I heard a cop car pull into my driveway. I thought about running down to meet the officers, but the operator told me through the phone to stay where I was and wait for the cops to come to me. I sat back down, and 30 seconds later, I heard one of the officers walking up the stairs, followed by them shouting and firing off a taser. Turned out the man had been standing right outside the bedroom door, just waiting for me to open it. He was arrested, apparently very drunk. I have no clue who he even was, or why he did what he did. As far as the officers have told me, the guy refused to say why he was walking down the road or what he was even doing there. All I know is that if I had opened that door to go meet with the cops, it would have been the last thing I ever did. I'm a man who works at a mid-sized grocery store. I do 10-hour shifts and work mostly overnights. At the time, our store was having some staffing issues, which made pretty much every department understaffed and overworked. Overnight stocking was no exception. I had one guy that would help me 5 nights a week, but that was it. Other than me and this guy, nobody else was around to help. This was on that guy's day off, so it was only me working. I got in at around 10 o'clock and was all alone. By 10:15, after running some numbers in the office, I started pulling out loads of boxes to the aisles and started unpacking and stocking the shelves. Even though I had no help on this night, I still had to get everything done quickly. I was working hard and quickly as I could. I didn't even stop for a break or anything. All of a sudden, though, this tapping sound echoed throughout the store. I stopped and listened in, hearing it happen again and again. It sounded just like someone tapping on a window or something. I looked at my watch for the first time since I'd started working and saw it was around 2 a.m. or so. The time had really flown by. There was no reason anyone should be here this late. I walked down the aisle into the front, where I saw someone standing outside the store. He was leaning into the window with his face pressed up against the glass, trying to look inside. He spotted me as I walked up and stared at me. When I was just on the other side of him, I asked the man what he wanted. The man looked like he was homeless. He told me to open the door right now. He had a completely dead straight face, no smile or anything. I said we were currently closed and that he couldn't be here right now. I turned to walk away, but the man immediately began banging on the window. It was a harsh banging, and he was clearly enraged. It looked like he was pounding so hard that he was hurting his fist on the glass. Thinking this guy was crazy, I told him I'd call the police if he didn't leave right now. I started pulling my phone out to show the man I was serious. Only then did he step away from the window. He still had that angry look as he walked away, out into the parking lot. Seeing him leave, I put my phone away and got back to work. We get plenty of crazy customers around here, so I didn't dwell on it too much. Again, I had to focus on getting all my work done first. I was only able to get a small cart of boxes stocked. Maybe 15 minutes later, when a sudden sound echoed through the store once more. It sounded like something metal snapping or scraping against something. I quickly dropped what I was doing and ran to the front. Nobody was at the windows, so I went to the entrance door. It was one of those revolving glass doors, which uses a bolt lock on the top to keep it from opening when closed. Right away, I saw the bolt was missing. Not even just unlocked. The entire bolt was gone. I pressed my hand on the door, and it glided around completely, allowing anyone to get inside. I could feel my face turn white as I realized what this meant. I knew I needed to call the police right now. I turned around to go to the front office, but instantly met face to face with the man from before. He was only a few feet away from me now, still having that enraged stare. I didn't hesitate to run out of the revolving door into the night, hearing the guy following close behind me. As I ran into the parking lot, an old van came speeding up to the front and nearly hit me. I just kept running until I got to my car. When I rushed in, I noticed the guy was now not chasing me anymore, and the van was speeding out of the parking lot. I called the police and spent the next couple of hours explaining exactly what happened. It wasn't until the next day that we got security footage of the man breaking inside, but it wasn't the best image quality. We can say almost for sure that they were trying to get me into their van, but we have no way of knowing why. I'm sure if I'd not been as quick though, I probably would have never been seen again. I recently went to the movies with my wife. My wife and I tend to go every once a month or two, since usually at least one thing will come out in that time span that catches our attention. This past time, we went to see a new horror movie that was coming out. It had really good reviews and was supposed to be a real good, scary movie. The showing we ended up going to was pretty packed up. It had just come out and was also a Friday night, so that was to be expected. I ended up having to be seated next to somebody because of how packed the theater was. The man who was seated next to me appeared to be at the theater all by himself. But other than that, nothing seemed too odd about him. Just a regular guy. The movie got going, and so far, so good. The movie had started going, and so far it was as good as everyone had made it out to be. The man next to me had gotten up at some point, but I was so invested in what was going on the screen that I didn't even know how long he'd been gone for. When he came back, I saw he was breathing quite heavily, and I glanced over and saw he was completely dripping with sweat. We made eye contact briefly, and I resumed watching the movie. Once the movie ended, we made our way out of the side doors of the theater and started going towards our car. We had gotten pretty far down the lot and were close to approaching our vehicle when I saw that the man who had been sitting next to me earlier was walking behind us toward the same area. Must have parked near us, I thought. I glanced around, however, and we were the only car parked in that section of the lot. There wasn't a single vehicle anywhere near us. I peeked back towards the man once again. It seemed he had followed us out of the side exit. After I looked forward and back to him once more, I didn't see him anywhere, which was quite odd. My wife and I entered our car and were surprised to see the glove box was open, which had definitely not been left open earlier. Inside the glove box was a note written on an old yellow piece of paper. It didn't have any words on it, just some strange-looking symbol I didn't recognize. We were frightened and didn't see anyone else around. As we pulled out of the parking lot, though, and went to leave, I saw the man who had been sitting next to me in the theater, hiding at the edge of the woods and staring at us as we drove out of the lot. I had a sneaking suspicion that the man had broken into the car, or perhaps stolen my keys somehow earlier. As we left, there was this unsettling feeling in the air. It made me sure he was behind the paper in the glove box. I never found out what the symbol on that paper meant, and I never did see the man again. It was a pretty uncomfortable experience that spooked my wife and I for quite a while, though. I went to the movies a couple of years ago with a small group of friends. We got the luxury of having the theater to ourselves, as no one else had showed up to the showing that night. We decided to sit in the top row of the theater right in the middle, so we could have the best view of things. While we walked up the stairs towards our seats, the movie hadn't quite started yet. The theater was still dimly lit as the previews played. When we walked down our row in the dim light, I thought I could see some movement through the window of a small room in the back of the theater, the part where the film gets shown through. I know that in modern-day movie theaters, they don't really usually need a person to sit back there through the whole movie, like they did in the past. I figured maybe it was a worker just checking on something before the film started playing. My seat ended up being right below that window, which was about a foot or two above my head. About 15 minutes into the movie, my friends and I began to hear a soft tapping sound coming from right behind us, coming from the film room. It sounded like someone was tapping on the window right above our heads. The tapping continued long enough for us to start getting a little angry about it and want to check out what was going on. We got up out of our seats and stood up on them so we could get a look into the room and the tapping noise. It had abruptly stopped while we were getting up onto our seats, but we still wanted to check it out. My friends and I pressed our faces up against the glass of the film room. On the other side, it was completely dark, and we didn't see anything back there. Maybe the tapping had simply been a part of the machinery that was playing the movie. Either way, whatever it was had already stopped, so we tried to go back to watching the movie. 5 to 10 minutes later, though, the tapping started once again. This time, it was much louder and far more rapid. It sounded for sure like a person tapping the window behind us. This time, we got up quickly onto our chairs to see what was going on in that room. I pressed my face to the glass and fell backwards off my chair in surprise. A woman's face was staring right back at me on the other side. We were annoyed that this woman was disturbing our movie and acting so weird behind us in the film room. We went to the front desk to complain. At this point, we thought it was a worker back there, employed by the movie theater. However, when we got to the front desk, they told us that no workers were in that room behind us. The 2 workers in front said they were the only people there tonight. Puzzled, we told them there was 100% a woman in the film room behind us who had been tapping on the window glass and watching us. We led the workers to the theater to show them, but when they checked the film room, nobody was there. My friends and I were scared at this point, realizing that the entire time, some random woman had been right behind us. Thankfully, we got our refunds for the movie, but we didn't want to stay any longer in that theater. During college, I took a girl to a drive-in movie theater once as a date. The movie showing was slotted for 9 o'clock, so I picked her up from her place at around 8 p.m. We made the drive out to the theater. I'd never been to this place before, but from everything I had seen online, they all said good things about it. I was kind of excited. The theater was farm-themed, so the watching area was surrounded by tall corn, and there were hay bales and tractors all around, enhancing the feeling of being on a farm. We arrived at the outdoor theater, and it was already really packed, with only a couple of spots being left. We ended up being directed to a spot on the edge of the clearing, near the corn area. It was in a row close to the middle, so we weren't too far from the screen. We set up our blankets and pillows in the backseat of my pickup truck and waited for the movie to start. At some point during the movie, I needed to use the restroom and decided I would try and hold it in. However, towards the end of the movie, I really couldn't take it anymore. I just had to relieve myself. The bathrooms at this theater weren't anywhere near where my truck was parked, so I decided I'd have to pee in the cornfield we parked next to. I hopped out of the bed of the truck, venturing 5 or so feet out into the cornfield. I didn't want nearby cars to be able to see me doing my business. I had drunk a lot of liquid before and during the movie, so it was one of those times where it took a solid minute. With the amount of time that I was going to be spending peeing, I just sort of looked around aimlessly. As I stared down a corn row, I saw a pair of eyes reflecting in my direction, a good distance away. Must have been an animal of some kind, but it was odd that the eyes weren't moving. The animal wasn't making any movements at all, and the eyes never glanced away in a different direction. I finished up my business and got back into the truck at the end of the movie. The movie finished a while later, and I packed up the blankets and pillows. My date was already seated in the front of the truck as I was packing up. While folding a blanket, I noticed a pair of eyes again in the cornfield, this time pretty close to the edge. Once again, the eyes did not move and continued to stare at me. I had never seen an animal behaving this way. I was curious to see what type of animal it could be. I was guessing some sort of predator. When I was pulling away in the truck, I backed up in such a way that my headlight shined over where I had last seen the eyes. Well, needless to say, my date and I were completely shocked to see that in the far range of my headlights, there was this gigantic wolf walking back into the corn with its back turned towards us. I had been guessing it would be a fox or something, not a fully grown wild wolf. It was surprising to me that I didn't see the rest of the pack around. I know that they usually travel together. We watched as the wolf disappeared into the darkness of the corn and out of the range of my headlights. It was certainly a chilling thought that I had been peeing out there all alone, right next to a wolf of that size. It was clearly eyeing me for some reason. When I was about 19 or 20, my very best friend in the whole world was dating this guy. He was really cute, funny, and very sweet. I stayed with her at her apartment a lot back then, and he used to always come over and hang out. He lived with his great-grandmother, who apparently was super strict. Even though he was 18, she gave him a curfew, and if he was late, she would lock him out or call the law on him. He always had to be home by at least 10 p.m. Anyways, one night I was at her house and we were drinking and playing cards and stuff. He came running through the door at 9 p.m., saying he had just gotten into a fight. We didn't really think anything of it, because he wasn't exactly a golden boy, and it wasn't all that surprising. After 12 a.m. rolled around, though, we were all a bit confused. "Hey man, your grandma's letting you stay out this late?" He ended up telling us a story about how she had fallen asleep and locked him out for the night. Again, we thought. We didn't really think much of it. It happened all the time, really. Later on the next day, I ended up going home. My friend called me later that night, though, crying her eyes out and panicking, telling me to look on Jail Tracker. I got on there and looked, and was surprised to see her boyfriend's face. Underneath his mugshot, it said murder. I was so shocked. Who had he killed? I was just there talking to him. Turns out, when he came and busted through the door, he had just mangled his grandmother to death with a hammer. He sat there and drank with us, played cards with us, and acted like nothing had happened. After everyone had left, he ended up telling my friend exactly what he had done. She acted like she was going to run off with him. She went into her room and acted like she was packing her bags up to go, but she snuck into the bathroom and called the police. It was really scary and traumatizing for all of us, but especially her. And I think he ended up getting sentenced to 50 years or something like that because of the sheer brutality of what he did. He tried to escape about 4 years after his sentencing, which only added even more time. I doubt I'll ever be seeing him again. My wife and I like to take yearly vacations to different places. It's our way of taking a break from regular everyday life, as well as getting to spend some quality time together. This year, we had a cabin booked in Washington State. It was far out and described online as being very quiet and peaceful, away from many other places or people. Most of our life is in crowded cities, so this sounded great for us. When we flew in, we walked to a grocery store to pick up all the things that we needed. Then we took a taxi out to the cabin. We didn't rent a vehicle because we knew we'd only be there for 3 days. We wanted to spend all 3 of them at the cabin relaxing and if we changed our minds or needed anything else, we could always just order an Uber or something. The taxi ride took just over an hour from the town proper that we'd landed in. Most of the drive was between huge mountain ranges and tree-covered landscapes. It was really a beautiful sight and got both of us excited for our stay. At around 7 p.m., we arrived at the cabin. We were completely alone in the middle of the forest. Even the driveway leading up to it wasn't much more than some tire tracks in the dirt. We got out and paid the taxi driver, then brought our stuff inside the cabin. The cabin itself was quite small. There was the main floor that had the kitchen and living room, and a ladder leading up to the loft area that had the bed in it. The bed area in the loft was short though. You literally had to crawl into bed. Anyway, we unpacked all the groceries and made a very quick dinner. We were tired from the flight. We opened a bottle of wine to settle in for the night and lit up the fireplace. We chatted about how we were looking forward to the next few days. It was around 11 p.m. at this point. As we talked, we both suddenly heard something outside. Someone was walking in the grass near the cabin. It was loud, too, like they were really close by. My wife looked nervous, so I tried to put on a brave face and told her everything would be fine. I got up and looked out the window to try and see what was going on. It wasn't until then that I realized just how dark it had gotten outside. I looked around, seeing nothing but large trees everywhere and pitch-black darkness. I told her I didn't see anyone outside. I went over to the front door and opened it. Stepping out onto the porch and turning on the outdoor lights, all I could really see out there was a small portion of the driveway, but I didn't see anyone in the forest. It was very calm and quiet, so if they were still wandering around, I felt like I would have been able to hear them. I went back inside and asked my wife if she'd heard the footsteps anymore. She said the sound didn't seem to fade out though. It just stopped suddenly from somewhere behind the cabin. My brave act was starting to fall through. I told her to go up to the loft and stay quiet while I figured out what was going on. I went around and checked all the windows again, not seeing anything. I went back to the front door. I was preparing myself to go back outside when a sudden thump shook the cabin. I looked at my wife, who was looking up at the ceiling. Someone was on the roof. I stayed inside and called the police, going over lengthy directions on how to get to our place. Over the course of the hour that we had to wait, we could hear footsteps walking across the top of the roof. About 45 minutes into the wait, though, we heard their boots impact the ground, followed by them calmly walking away. I looked out the window once more, just to catch the outline of a person disappearing into the forest. The police took our report and gave us a ride into town, where we spent the rest of our vacation. What that person was doing miles away from civilization in the middle of the forest is terrifying, seeing as they were likely waiting for us to either go to bed or go outside. We're just thankful we got out of there before anything else could have happened. I'm an only child and grew up in a small town. My parents were hard-working and often struggled to pay the bills. They usually worked a lot of overtime or even had multiple jobs. Because of this, I was left home alone pretty frequently. I was 14 at the time, and this night my mom and dad were both working closing shifts. That meant I was home all by myself after school until 10 or 11 p.m. To keep myself busy, I'd usually watch TV or go for walks in the woods behind our house. After getting home from school and having a snack, I went outside. I started walking along my regular path while the sun was still out. It was a 2.5-mile trail through the woods that almost never had anyone else walking on it. Strangely though, about a mile in this time, I saw a guy on the trail up ahead. He was sitting with his back up against a tree, wearing a dark blue jacket, and had a red baseball cap tilted downward and covering his eyes and most of his face. From the way he was slumped over, it almost looked like he was sleeping or passed out. I continued walking, trying to quietly pass by him. As I got just a couple feet away, though, his head instantly snapped up and he locked eyes with me. His eyes had dark circles and were bright red. He had this disturbing frown like he was upset or something. As I passed by, he started standing up, and getting a strange feeling about him, I began walking faster, basically jogging the rest of the trail and back home. I didn't see the man attempt to follow me, but I locked all the doors just in case he had. Again, I was only 14, and even though I was used to being home alone, I still got scared pretty easily. I stayed inside and checked the windows one last time before trying to distract myself by watching TV. Only a few minutes after turning it on, though, I heard a voice at the back door. I paused the TV and listened in, hearing a man call out multiple times, repeating the word hello. I stood up and looked down the main hallway. That same guy from before with the red cap and blue jacket was standing at the back door, jamming his face into it. He was trying to look inside. I quickly went back around the corner, but he must have seen me. He immediately stopped calling out and instead began trying to force the door open. I just froze up in the middle of the living room, listening to the door jostle back and forth against the lock. After several attempts, though, he finally left. I called my parents and they phoned the police, but he was never found. Having been followed home, and then the guy trying to break in, though, I can only imagine what he was trying to do to me. This was about 15 years ago. I was 19 and studying abroad in a country in Southeast Asia. The study abroad program was very small, think 6 to 7 students. It was also loosely structured and we had a ton of freedom. I had been traveling the summer before the program started and arrived a week earlier than all the other students. They had us staying in a small home near the program's center in a busy neighborhood. The house was also rented to locals during the summer, but typically only to students from this program during the school year. Again, I had moved into the house early, and it was empty aside from myself. The owners of the property were pretty traditional and strict, and made clear we were not allowed to have any visitors, especially men. At one point during my first day there, I heard a knocking at the door. I looked out from an upstairs window. It was a bald local man that didn't look like anyone from my school program. They knocked for about 10 minutes, but I decided to pretend I wasn't there. Eventually, he left. The day this happened was also during Ramadan. There's typically a curfew in this city, but because of Ramadan, many people were out late eating. I met up with a local couchsurfing group and ended up hitting it off with a cute German tourist. Eventually, we made a plan for him to sneak into my house with me, which we thought would be easy because it was so late. When we arrived, I saw a couple of cars outside the home, so I had him wait at the far end of the block so I could make sure the coast was clear. What I walked up to, though, was extremely confusing. There was a big white Jeep in front of the home, and men with large guns were standing around it. There was also a small gray sedan, with the doors open, and a man sitting inside the driver's seat. He looked just like the man that had been knocking at the door earlier. The housekeeper, a sweet middle-aged man, was also outside with the men, and seemed very upset. I can't remember exactly what was said, but I remember the man in the car repeatedly saying my full name, which I do not go by. He was saying something like, "Come on, Cassandra, everything's okay, just get in the car." I only go by Cassie and never introduce myself as Cassandra. I had no idea who this person even was, but he was extremely friendly to me, like he was there to help me. I knew obviously that he was not. The men with the guns began asking me if I knew him. I said no repeatedly, but I got the weird feeling that they all wanted me to say yes, like it would be solving some sort of problem for them. They were not pointing the guns at me, but it was still extremely frightening, especially because I already felt like I had nowhere to go and I was hiding my German visitor. The man in the sedan got out and approached me and tried to herd me into his car. At this point, the men with the guns grabbed the housekeeper and were being really rough with him. Some neighbors were watching nearby now, and I was confused as to why no one was helping. Finally, a neighbor approached and yelled something in the local language to the group. He then told me in English to get inside immediately. Everyone left, and the men with the guns took the housekeeper with them. I got inside and locked the door. At that point, I started crying, but still felt a little bit in shock. Everything felt quiet very suddenly in comparison to all the commotion. A few minutes later, I heard a light knocking on the door and someone calling my name. I realized it was the German guy from earlier. I ended up leaving with him and going back to his hotel instead. Turned out to be a really nice guy and helped me to calm down from the whole ordeal. When I got back to the house the next day, everything seemed to be mostly normal. The housekeeper was there, and though we didn't speak the same language, he seemed very despondent. What I learned later was that the white Jeep was an unmarked police vehicle, and the men with guns were local police. The man in the sedan had been trying to get into the house, and someone had called the police. I still have no idea what the man wanted, or how he even knew my full name. It seemed somehow the housekeeper ended up getting blamed in the confusion. He was apparently beaten at the police station before the same neighbor that helped me got a group from the neighborhood together to go get him. By far the most troubling part, though, was when I called my advisor from school that day to let her know what happened. She was a really nice person, but as soon as we got on the phone, she had a really strict tone with me. She said something along the lines of, "Cassie, we already told you you may absolutely not have male visitors. Even if you ask permission, it's not okay." I was confused. Apparently, a woman had called and left a message on her phone yesterday that sounded just like me, saying a man would be coming to the house later and the housekeeper should let him in. The woman had even called herself Cassandra. That part still gives me a stomachache when I think about it. My advisor believed me when I told her it wasn't me, but there didn't seem to be much recourse aside from asking the neighborhood to look out for the man and not let him into the home. I'm still not sure how all this happened, or what would have happened if the man had gotten inside or I had gotten into his car. My best guess is that a student who used to live in that house saw from our school's private Facebook group that I would be arriving early, and for some reason gave that information to the man and called my advisor posing as me. Facebook is one of the few places where I still go under Cassandra instead of Cassie. I don't know how else they would have known to contact my advisor. Either way, I still have no idea what they would have done with me, and I'm extremely grateful that people stepped in to help and didn't leave me alone with that man. I work as an asbestos surveyor. I regularly have to go through entire derelict buildings. One time, I had to do a survey of an old nunnery. The foundations dated back over 300 years, I believe. I was down in the basement when I discovered a well with a ladder going all the way down, probably a 30-feet descent. I descended all the way down, only to find a tiny door at the bottom. I realized immediately this obviously was not a well hole. The door led to this tiny room with no lighting. Inside the room was a large cross similar to a crucifix with restraints on it. I can only guess it was used for some kind of religious exorcism type shit. There were scratches on all the walls, and the building's owner had no idea the room was even there. As I observed the room more, I felt an almighty chill go over me, and I heard something slam. Needless to say, I bolted out of there like a rabbit being chased by a ferret, and I never went back. Northwest of Los Angeles, there's an old abandoned missile silo. The hatches used to open about 10 years ago when I first went. One day, a buddy and I went down into the hatch to go exploring. The first scary thing we encountered were tons of rattlesnakes. Eventually, though, we found a stairwell and continued down into the pitch-black darkness with our dinky little flashlights. I think we got about 2 stories down when we came across a large corridor. We kept moving forward, and from just around the corner, a ghost white figure popped out. We immediately froze. Our beams of light revealed to us the figure's legs. We raised our lights and eventually saw the face of this figure. It was a mannequin. At that point, we just said fuck this, and we got the hell out of there. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.